All right, welcome everyone. We're live for more TTL. OBS resizes whenever I move it from one monitor to another. All right, so we did hit 15,000 followers on Twitch, so I set my new follower goal. You might think 16,000, but no. For this stream, we do powers of 2. 16,384, 2 to the 14th. That'll be our next follower goal. And over on YouTube, we got that stream going. Just about 30k on YouTube. Still, I've been updating maps. I pushed one update to Coast Arena that should do a couple of bug fixes last night. I have a couple more small changes I want to make to the maps later tonight after streaming. But we got some TTL casting of silver and gold today, or actually all silver. We have GoKu versus Target. I'll cast that one. There's also Lamo versus Thunderbolt. That'll be going on at the same time, so I'll cast the Rex afterwards. At 19 GMT, we got Babaorum versus NeoZz, a French matchup between two of the... I guess after maybe Sato and Siscon, maybe 1 and 2. Yeah, up there, maybe 3 and 4. Who else from France is active right now? That's GoKu. He hasn't been playing as much, even though he is active in TTL. He's in Gold League, so I guess technically he's higher. Actually, Eddie's inactive. There's also Lighty. And there's certainly some French players I'm forgetting about off the top of my head. Can I sort dashboard players by nationality? That'd be cool. Yeah, Mergu's up in gold. Played against Ganji the other day. And also Survivalist chart. They played earlier today, so I'll see if I can sneak their Rex in at some point. Get those Rex casted. And hello MFAWE, how are you doing? You're having a lovely Monday. I'm thinking, should I make the chat in this overlay just a bit larger? Maybe I should. And I'm also thinking maybe I should take that. I'm rethinking the cyan gradient on the border of the chat box. It looked great when I had the Red Bull background. I'm not sure if it works on top of the map background. Joined a rage lobby. Yeah, Rage Forest is intense. Rage Forest is intense. Oh no, one of the sets I was going to cast was just removed from the dashboard. What is going on? Let me check this TTL announcements page. Oh no, they were just removed because we hit the start time. That always confuses me on the dashboard. We hit the start time and they get removed from the schedule. That's maybe the most non-UI feedback I have about the dashboard, that the things get removed from the schedule. I've also learned that Firefox and Chrome have different color pickers for accent colors. Lovely. Hello, Monk. The target time. Stocks are trending up. Let's hope so. Let's hope so. I had a really good month in terms of subs and everything last month. And hello, Swiza Bolka. Good morning. Good morning. And I guess we just wait for the draft to get started. Should be GoKu target, and we'll wait for the draft. Bioscience Corp. We don't do bioscience here, we do math. Math sounds like a different field than bioscience. Could do maybe some computational biology someday. That could be fun. Been a long time since I've done any type of biology though. I'm thinking also that border of the chat box, it's only 5 pixels wide. Maybe I should up that to be 8 pixels wide so it's half an M. And that gives me, I think it's my brain a better reference point. And then we have the left part for the overlay. And I think what I do, I get rid of the logos in the bottom left. I'll move the camera to the bottom left. Stretch the scoreboard across the entire top. And then any type of sub-goals would go to the right of the camera. Walls only delete if you answer biology questions correct, otherwise the unit you send just dies. And what if I don't want the walls deleted? Play arena, I don't want my walls deleted. I want more walls. Give me the walls, please. All the walls. More walls, the better. Do I listen to any German music? I do not. I don't really listen to music all that much. The map scripter to make a quiz-based tournament. And I could make the most esoteric questions that no one would answer. If you want questions that no one knows how to answer, I can do it. I also, there's a scenery item I forgot about. The beached whale. I don't know if I want to change Coast Arena to put them in the corners, but that would have been a cool idea. Beached whales. Do all the quests. Hello. Hope you're wearing your quest cape today. How are you doing? Good morning. Little wavy emote. I like the wave. It's cute. And still see. If I go to AoE2CM, maybe I see the draft. I see Lamo and Thunderbolt are drafting. I don't see this set yet. $800 food instantly in Dark Age with the beached whale. Now that's a modified beached whale, though. That was the crocodile modified to be a beached whale that collects super fast. Played a little AoE this weekend and realized how much I need still to get better at it. Can I make a pile of rugs spawn under the beached whale? I could. I don't know why I'd want to, but I could do that. If you want to have some evil plans for dealing with the beached whale. The way Rapture literally sent me the code right now for this. The way he had done it was using the crocodile and putting food on the crocodile. There's 800 food, yeah, attribute storage value. Probably use resource delta too. Well, since it's a crocodile, it is villagers that gather from it, not hunters. I want to say thank you for everything you do for the scene community, even though you don't get so much out of the work, you definitely deserve more viewers. Well, thank you for being one of said viewers. The beached whale is comfy, of course. Yeah, I totally forgot about the beached whale. We need to use the beached whale at some point. Maybe I'll come up with a Warlords or Brazil Dynasty map for the beached whale. Alright, where is this draft for... GoKu set. Game details, Lamo, Thunderbolt. We could cast the other set if this one doesn't start. Lower league tournaments are fun when people don't practice the maps. I mean, it could be any league when people don't practice the maps. Not just lower league. Nice matches today. Oh, hello, Gabby. How are you doing? Hope you're having a lovely day. Have you been practicing for monos this week? That'll be a fun one to cast. Tournament where the maps are decided 5 minutes before the start. We should just have a map scripter tournament where the scripters have to play their own maps. Pretty good now watching your stream. Aw, thank you. And yeah, I still don't see Target and GoKu drafting. I do have Lamo and Thunderbolt who are finished. Where'd I put my coffee? Alright, chat. I'm gonna be back. I realized I left my coffee upstairs and I didn't bring it into my streaming room. So hold on a second, I need to grab my coffee. Yeah, exactly. Like when you don't click up to feudal, but you thought you did. I thought I had my coffee, and I was like, I'm thirsty. Where's my coffee? And I didn't bring it. It's because I had to go outside to take photos of the damage on my car this morning to send to the insurance. The sun wasn't in the best position for the photos, so I hope they turn out okay. But the repair shop gave me an estimate. The insurance needs their own estimate on top of that. Love watching your gameplay. Best of luck in TTL to Gabby. Gabby's gameplay is so much fun to watch. I always love watching her games. I still don't see a draft. Well, Target's in a voice chat, so Target's around. Let's see if Tito's nearby. I don't know, Petito's doing both sets. He's around, though. FC. Oh no, this is like not having the coffee is like you're playing Nomad, and then you go to build the market, and you realize you didn't build a mill. That's what I just went through IRL, realizing I didn't have my coffee. Okay, no word on GoKu. Tito called him. So, if this set doesn't happen, we'll cast the other set. And if this set starts late, we can cast it as Rex. Let's see, is Lamo Thunder... Wait, what? I think we might have to swap to Lamo Thunderbolts and then come back to this one. Because I don't know where GoKu is. This might be a title update. Oh, Mihai, thank you very much for the raid. Thank you so much. Hope you had a lovely stream. We are currently trying to figure out where GoKu is, and if he doesn't show up the next few minutes, we're gonna go cast Lamo Thunderbolt, which is, they just launched. Yeah, next opponent is Monos. I'm looking forward to casting that. Yeah, I'm expecting Gabby to look like a beast again. So, right, time to swap. because I don't know where Goku is, and we'll cast Lamo versus Thunderbolt instead. So let me update the titles and get those drafts. Update my YouTube title too. And there we go. I have the drafts for this. Just do an ad before we launch into the game too. And right, so game 1 will be on Bypass. Oh, lovely clown map. Game 2 will be on Reverse Acropolis, and the home map for Goku will be Reverse. No, wait a minute. Hold on. Lamo and ThunderboltX. Let me start that again. Game 1 will be on Bypass. The home map for Lamo will be Reverse Acropolis, and the home map for Thunderbolt will be High Tides. Ooh, we do have Mongols as the first pick for Lamo. I expect to see them for High Tides. Portuguese, Byzantines, Ethiopians, Khmer. Byzantines could be for High Tides too, but then where do you use Mongols? And Georgians, Cumans for Thunderbolt. Maybe that's a bypass civ. Yeah, and these two players are in Gabby's group by the looks of it. Oh, Goku's here. I already swapped over to the other set, Petito. Ah. Advising me to swap, and I took your advice. It's good advice, though. Alright, let's join Bypass. Don't worry, it looks like Goku's here, but I will cast their Rex immediately after this set. You practice with Thunderbolt. Okay. Headphones are not on. You practice with Thunderbolt after you beat him? Okay, well, I guess he needed the practice, right? Yeah, so you got monos coming up, and Lamo also is in your group. And another beautiful clown map of Bypass. So we have everyone in the group here. We got Lamo versus Thunderbolt. Gabby's in the chat. She's in this group. And it'll be Ethiopians for Lamo. He'll be in the blue to the southwest. Against the Burmese for Thunderbolt. He will be in the red to the northeast. And immediately opens with a lumber camp in 2 villas on the wood line. Interesting. Hold on. Oop, I realized I need to swap my Windows audio settings to use my headphones, not my speakers. There we go. I was hearing the elephants in my speakers. Yeah, Ethiopians for Bypass. This is interesting. I'm not sure what he's doing with them. Wait, I'm just going to go back to the drafts really quick and check their civs again. So Ethiopians, Mongols, Portuguese, Byzantines, Khmer. I would have imagined Byzantines or Portuguese would be used for Bypass. I'm not sure where Thunderbolt's going to use Cumans now. Maybe Reverse Acropolis. So Burmese here. Probably want to go monks or a Rambai. Can be difficult to go for a monk rush because you can't build the monasteries too far forward. Maybe we'll see a Shotel rush. So Burmese, they can do good monks. They can do a Rambai. Those are their main tools for the closed maps. In the late game, they do also have Bombard Cannon with Siege Engineers, and they'll have good Halbs. But their skirms, they miss not just the final armor, but also the Castle Age armor. So if it gets into a skirm war, which these closed maps so often do, pretty big disadvantage for the Burmese. And even though they have cannon, they'll be against the Ethiopians who can get torsion engines. And this map does go late enough. There are enough extra resources on both sides that you very well could envision the Ethiopians researching torsion engines. Morning, Tripta. Nope, Gabby's playing monos this week, Tripta. GoKu is playing target right now, but he showed up to his set later than Lamo Thunderbolt did, so we're casting this one first. And barracks from Thunderbolt. So what else do the Burmese have? They also have free attack per age on their infantry line. So +1, +2, +3 starting in feudal, which means they can go for a man-at-arms rush. And they also do have arson. So if they want to break through and go for a tower rush with men-at-arms, and it looks like that's exactly what we're going to get from Thunderbolts. One of the best civs for it, they'll have a decent eco with the free wood upgrades. Gabby versus GoKu should be cool. That should be fun to cast. Might be some bias there. So, scout for Lamo on the outside. Now, Gabby once picked Bypass as a home map. That completely shocked me. Wasn't expecting that. And we'll have 6 villas to the berries for Lamo. And let's... Oh my gosh, 4 villas along with the militia. Maybe sending them a bit early? He's still 30 seconds away from feudal. But I guess he can start attacking the gate. He is ready to go forward. Is Thunderbolt up faster? 20 villas up. It looks like Lamo is going for a fast castle by the looks of it. That's a 23 pop up as the Ethiopians. You don't need to mine gold, so you can pull that off cleanly. And as soon as he sees this, mining camp, loom, and houses going up. Thank you, Mr. Wasil11 for the follow. Welcome in. And this will be a watchtower for Thunderbolt as the militia and scouts start to push through the houses. So Dark Age houses, -2 melee armor, only 550 hit points. And there is men-at-arms. We'll see how quickly arson comes in. No gold, though. Thunderbolts. Maybe it's worth it to, on the way to doing your initial lumber camp, long distance mine some gold. If you're going to do it in that location. Then you could be collecting arson right now and getting through. Now, since Feudal Age is in, the houses gain 200 hit points and 1 melee armor. That'll slow down the men-at-arms quite a bit. The palisades also go from 150 to 250 HP. And Lamo will be forced to do a defensive tower to try to keep this out. And without loom in time, loses a villager building the market. Trying to use the market as a wall, but the men-at-arms are in. The men-at-arms and the scout are in. And the scout will be going back and forth, not wanting to go under the TC, but over on the left side, that is not walled, and the men-at-arms are circling around, ready to get in on the gold. And try to make a play around to get to the barriers or even to the wood line. And hello, Lily! Welcome in. And men-at-arms will see the Vills mining gold, go for the wall. No, they're gonna keep heading around, trying to get to the wood line or to the mill. And the scout is there to stop the walling, and they will get in. They will get in. Nicely done with Thunderbolts and his scout movement, and he's in on the berries. This is a disaster now for Lamo. This is a total disaster. Men-at-arms killing the Vill almost. Okay, the scout getting a bit too overzealous, picking Vills by the tower, but the men-at-arms are still on the wood line. That is a low HP Vill, and trying to trap the men-at-arms with a gate, with 2 gates. That's not going up. Maybe it'll buy time to wall the lumber camp, but no, the men-at-arms are deciding to attack the tower, and now that they are safely at the base of the tower, they will be attacking all. That is painful. Another Vill down. And the tower will now provide cover for the men-at-arms as they try to pick off more Vills. And let's check the range circles. The TC still a tile away from the tower. 1 men-at-arms goes down. But they have to stay underneath the tower here. An archer comes out. Archer took a while, sure. Vills not quite under the tower. And Eric, thank you very much for the sub.
We'll see how British longbows fare against French cannon.
Oh, Weakville's building the market. Weakville's building the market. It goes up. It goes up.
Okay.
Still 1 HP left on that man-at-arms. He can hit a Vil once. And that is cleaned up, but that did a ton of damage. You can see the res collected difference now. Over 300 more resources for Thunderbolt. And Lamo's going to click up, but clicking up down a couple of Vils. Maybe Thunderbolt is Gabby's ult with all that aggression. Oh, Gabby did say they practiced, so maybe Thunderbolt picked up a couple aggressive strategies. So 1 or 2 archers out for Lamo as the Ethiopians. Maybe he wants archers anyway. Let's check the scouting on this map. Still has a scout alive on the outside. That's one thing I think you can do is if you pay attention in the Fog of War to the ostriches, as long as you scout on the outside, you can see if they're running or if they're killed in the Fog of War. So as long as you scout this area in the Dark Age, or even in Feudal, if your opponent goes to build TCs out there, you don't actually need to have your scout tracking to find the TCs. You can see just by paying attention to the ostriches, as long as you've scouted it. Whenever you hear the subscribe sound, you think the game is over?
Hey, mentira. Até Okay. Mentira. Okay.
So gold blinding for Thunderbolt. Now you got me thinking. I think that the objective completed sound and the victory sound might be subtly different, but now you got me thinking I don't actually know if they're different or not. I'll have to go double check that now. You hear objectives have changed and look up at the objectives button? Yep. I remember now there was one time I was playing a custom scenario that used the AoE1 attack notification as an indication that your hero was under attack. And I was so confused because I used that as my raid notification. And I specifically used the AoE1 notification so that I wouldn't be confused with AoE2 sounds. And then I play this custom scenario that uses it in AoE2. I was answering a student question. I should have checked Wikipedia. Chipcha, don't you have a class to teach? Isn't it a weekday and you're a school teacher? Or does your school have Groundhog's Day off? Because this is America. They might have that holiday off. Snow Day counts. Groundhog Day. Off from school. Virtual teaching. So that's what you do? You teach on one monitor and you watch AoE2 on the second monitor? You're streaming too. Yeah, so maybe this is weird for all you non-Americans out there, but the 2nd of February is a holiday. Or over in Pennsylvania this year, the great state of Pennsylvania, we have this tradition that we have a groundhog. And groundhogs only live, what, a few years? So obviously it's many different groundhogs for the years this has been going on. But we have a groundhog. And we check whether the groundhog comes out of his hole and sees its shadow or not. And we use that to predict the weather and how many more snowy, wintry weeks we'll have. You know the movie? Okay, okay. Sounds very American. Yes. What was the prediction day? I don't even know. I didn't see the prediction yet. It's 10:30 a.m. Have they done it yet? What time of day do they do it? So, here comes the Ethiopians bonus, as both players are up to the Castle Age. We'll have 3 TCs for Thunderbolt and crossbows for Lamo trying to break through the back. Thunderbolt has a few light cav scattered around as the Burmese. He's just looking to boom. This is walled down the middle, so the crossbows have to go around the side. There's no forward Vil, so no risk of a workshop in the back. Instead, it'll just be some night defense now from Thunderbolt. Does have 1 armor and bloodlines. He watched it live, he saw the shadow. Okay. Was that a school teaching moment? I would have done that at some point in school. And knights hit the crossbows. Knights hit the crossbows, and this should be defended, but the knights will have to pull back. Kind of low HP, so they might need to be healed up. Monastery already constructed. And oh, one of the knights does go down, caught by the crossbows before he gets to a monk. It's nice blocking with a scout there, too. Light Cav for Thunderbolt will try to break in through the gate. Lamo will send the crossbows back. See, Tripta, he believes in the groundhog witchcraft. Whereas +2 armor, the +2 armor is not in yet, as the Cav are taking a back seat to the boom. Now that the monk's out to heal them, they don't really need it. Can't believe Lamo has a score lead after those men-at-arms did so much damage early on. Well, Thunderbolt has a 53-40 Vil lead. So that might be Thunderbolt spending all the res and not recuperating it in the score yet. He is up by 2k res collected in 12 Vil, so he is still in the driver's seat. But late game Vietnamese, I mean, not Vietnamese, Ethiopians, saying the wrong archer-civ. Ethiopians could be interesting against Burmese. Burmese, like I said, lacking the final 2 armor upgrades on their skirms, can struggle against archers. Is in the barracks hiding? Hello, hello. Where is Lamo from? He is from... Is he from Latvia? Okay, oh wait, let me double check that. What is his flag? It's like 3 horizontal lines, the middle is white, and the top and the bottom are dark red. Is that Bulgaria? It's Bulgaria. Who's from Latvia then? Wait. Oh, wait, no, that was... The Overtaken's from Estonia. It's Latvia? It is Latvia. Okay, okay. Why don't you say hi is wrong? Okay, I remembered, I remembered. Okay. Chat trying to tell me I'm wrong when I'm actually remembering properly. Given the weather patterns breaking down the last 20 years, groundhog weather service is now a very valid science model. Or actually, no, it's not Austria, it's not Austria. So crossbows here from Lamo break in through the gate. And they pick off the monk first. No ballistics, so they're not going to hit any Vils. The Vils will manage to run. But now there's a ton of farms here he's able to idle, and he picks off a Vil finally. And we'll get almost a second. She'll scurry her way back to the TC and find some safety therein. Now the crossbows here can idle a ton of farms. And Thunderbolt will have to amass a couple more knights before thinking of fighting them in earnest. And then another Vil killed by the crossbows. Nice raid from Lamo. And Thunderbolt, when he rebuilds that, is thinking of a palisade gate again. I'll probably let the crossbows in again. And Light Cav and Knights, the other knight needs to ungarrison and join the fight. There he goes. And nice micro from Lamo to try to avoid the start of the fight, but he should be cleaned, especially if he has to run under the TC. And now all those crossbows will go down, Thunderbolt taking the score lead. One Ellie would have pushed that back. Maybe he should have gone elephants then. One monk picked off from Thunderbolt on the outside, and it looks like we'll have a third TC now from Lamo, but he is pretty far behind in the eco count already. Another TC also from Thunderbolt, so he's looking to maintain that eco lead. And the University from Lamo, don't think he's close to Imp yet, but the University could be for ballistics because he does still have a group of 9 crossbowmen heading forward. Hello, Exercept. Hello, hello. See what he does in that university. I imagine it's ballistics, but he needs to make sure he doesn't add too many farms while booming. And crossbows hit the scout. Knights will hit the villager, 2 HP, and down he goes. Down he goes. Handcart for Thunderbolt. And another monk picked off. Good job from Lamo picking off the monks, not letting Thunderbolt get all the relics. And a forward castle now from Lamo. Forward castle on the wall, making sure he'll have access to the middle. As Thunderbolt will come around the outside and put down a TC on this ostrich area. As what I was saying earlier, if Lamo's really paying attention, he'll see the ostriches running in the fog. And be able to check Thunderbolts out there. In the old days, we'd palisade scan to check for that. Waiting for players. Enemy skirms are terrible. They are. If he holds till late game, he has a chance. I agree with you there. 100% agree with you. I'm glad palisade scanning is on, yeah. Oh yeah, this is also where if Lamo has the future text icon, the future text turned on in the options menu, he can check what the cost of spies would be, and then figure out how many vills Thunderbolt has. I think you can still do that. You can definitely do it in Imp. I don't know if you can still do it in the Castle Age. Farm scanning was the real issue. Well, farm scouting was something you could do, because it extended the explored area on the edge of the terrain. And the crossbow was cleaned up by the knights. So, castle there, but Lamo will be behind Thunderbolt in Imp timing. Also behind in map control, 5 TCs with 1 on this outside area, and a couple of stables being added in. And Thunderbolt as the Burmese will probably want to raid and control the outside of the map. You always forgot used to exist. Like the, oh yeah, like the queuing farms at the mill. You can still queue farms at the mill. That's if you're floating wood and you don't want people to realize you're floating wood. You use the mill, you put your farms there. Well, you can't do that Hazen War because you need a castle to check. And if you have a castle while your opponent is in the Dark Age trying to go feudal, I think that they have bigger things to worry about. That would be crazy if we had a game where that actually mattered. In a regicide start? In a regicide start, though. Maybe in a... No, on a regicide start, you have treason for the king, so then it doesn't work. So if you start with a castle and it's not regicide, then yeah, you can do it. Yeah, but not in regicide. So crossbows through the middle for Lamo. And camels. Ethiopian camels. Okay, his vill on the side has scouted the stables and he's decided to go camels. Now, Ethiopians do have good halbs. Against the knights into cavaliers, the camels will be good, but not so much if the Burmese go elephants. You really will need halbs if you're fighting the elephants. Now, we'll see what they go for. Go forward for Lamo. Only a 300 score difference. 15 vill difference. A 1-2 TC fast and push on the map yet. Everyone's done fast feudal into 3 TC boom. I think what players are worried about is the fact that pushing down the middle means your opponent can leak out to the sides, and there are enough resources on the sides to sustain you on this map. What good is half a TC? He means 1 or 2 with the slash. Target versus GoKu happening at the same time? Yes. Yes, Matthew. It is happening at the same time. We'll cast the Rex right after this. I was going to cast that, but then GoKu showed up a bit late and this one started. So we'll start with this one. The Burmese still get the +5 attack research versus archers. They get +4 attack versus ranged soldiers for cap, yes. And push around the outside, Thunderbolt adding a couple of mangonels. So far so good for the camels against the cavaliers. But Thunderbolt will add in that castle. And maybe you could even think of a Rambai. Camels will try to protect the Trebs. So far, they've taken out 1 TC. 20 Vil difference, but this push can continue. Crossbowmen will get in. Try to pick off a few Vils. That is 7,500 more resources collected for Thunderbolt. And he needs to find a way to put those resources to use. Vils dancing, dodging ballistics. And the camels will need to come forward to protect the crossbows and also come backwards to protect the Trebs. And Monk not getting a conversion. Ballistics now for Thunderbolt as his mangonels are being cleaned by camels. 2 camels, can they kill the mangonels? This is going to be close inside of Murderhole's range, but no. We'll only get 1 mangonel. That was nice from the camels though. We'll have a defensive cannon from Lamo. Showtails on the way. Royal Airs, that could also be for the camels. What that tech does is -3 damage from mounted units for Showtail Warriors and camels. And does help the camels against the cav, considering they don't have bloodlines. The unique tech, yeah, that's Royal Airs. That is why whenever you see a unit, you see they have -3 against the cavalry resistance armor class. Once Royal Airs comes in, cavalry resistance goes from -3 to 0 for the camels. And the Showtails. One of the Hakyu unique techs. So Thumbring, Arb, Heavy Plow, and Forging all on the way for Lamo. Trying to get to Arbs as the Ethiopians. Cavalier. Now Thunderbolt has enough gold from controlling both sides. Both players trying to do outposts everywhere. And the cannon are attacking the castle as a Treb comes forward. Late game Ethiopians feels a lot better than Burmese. I would think so too. So maybe there's a chance that Lamo holds on for a while, then can turn things around. Thunderbolt had such an insane opening from from those men-at-arms, but went to boom after that, and Lamo definitely behind in the boom by quite a lot. But he has to hope the unit composition can make up for that. And his camels took a horrible fight and got massacred against the Cavaliers. So these Burmese Cavaliers are fully upgraded. But no Paladin for them. Man, I did not think those camels would do that badly. I guess they are still missing attack upgrades. That was a terrible fight. Even with Royal Airs for the damage resistance. They missed Bloodlines and they missed the final armor. And that castle will go down. Lamo, if that were a good fight, maybe things change. But on the other side, he is engaging in a Treb fight. Both players trading a castle. Treb's going down for Thunderbolt, but he will just castle behind that. As he continues trying to push in from the front. Mangonel goes down as that Treb is repaired. And now, Lamo losing the front of his base. Camels again need to fight the Cavaliers. Iron casting still isn't in. Arbs trying to find a way that they can squeeze in between the buildings and not be surrounded. But that makes them more vulnerable to the cannon. Good thing they dodged that shot. Only so much they can dodge as the cannonballs make contact. And the Cavaliers slowly going down. The Arabs are fleeing for their lives. The cannon chased them down, split. Arabs trying to hit cannon. And 3 cannon, 4 cannon now. Thunderbolt with the Treb, and feels like this push is going to continue. I'm supposed to counter them. Oh, everything in AoE2 is a big it depends issue, right, Tripta? And then with that hit the it depends timing of camels not countering the Cavaliers. So Arb's going down to the cannon. Camels trying to kill the Cavaliers. And oh, that poor villager hit by 4 cannonballs. One would have been enough. Maybe it takes 2, but oh man. Is the monastery new? Yep, this was back when they added. Was that the 3 Kingdoms patch or the patch before that when they added all the castles and whatnot? And all the new monks, they added the monasteries. And this is now... I think Ethiopians are the only civ with this one. They now have this wonderful, lovely monastery design. What is Lamo's gold situation? He has some gold on the outside. He got 25 vils on gold. I don't know where else he's taking it. He's an outpost over here. He can see more gold. And over on the right, Thunderbolt has the gold. Let's see, that is not 26 vils. Where are the rest of the gold miners? I actually have no idea. I cannot see them anywhere. Ethiopians. Fat food count, elephants please. That's true, Thunderbolt does have 93 vils on food. It is maybe elephant time with that population. He's got 164 vils. Cavalier raids attacking, and on the right-hand side, his castle's being trebbed. He doesn't have any army there, but more than enough army on the left side to disrupt Lamo's eco. Only 109 vils and dropping. And Cavalier's killing the rest of the vils under that TC. They will see the camels and then try to run away, run back maybe to the safety of their castle. And now it's time for some barracks, as that means halbs. That means pikemen into halb, hussar and halb, both finished for Thunderbolt. I should probably delete 30 vils and spam cav everywhere. I should probably delete 30 vils and spam elephants everywhere. The outpost is destroyed, but I'm afraid that won't slow Thunderbolt's raids. Sanctity and chain mail armor on the way for Thunderbolts. Monk wants to get a conversion on the camels. TC forces the cavaliers back. Ethiopians, yep, we have the heavy camel here, but they miss armor and bloodlines. So even with royal errors, they're not the best camel. And oh, another Vil getting cannoned. Isn't it a little weird that T90 isn't casting all the games? Well, there are several hundred TTL games. So I expect he won't get to all of them. Probably cast a lot more now that Red Bull is finished and Platinum will be starting this weekend. Those Cavaliers are punching way above their weight to your right. All those camels dying to the Cavaliers. Another Vil sniped by the cannon. Plate mail armor for Thunderbolt. And Lamo dropping in population down to 144. Vils have to run through the gate, but they'll let the Cavaliers in. Now the camels have to try to clean them up. And so far that is been a tough task for the camels. Even taking a bit of damage on the inside. Looks like Lamo is counterattacking on the right though. He's hitting around the... He's going, what, counterclockwise, starting from the south of the map. Trying to secure some gold for himself, and he would have been out of gold were he not to secure that gold as he was pushed off the gold to the west. Both players pushing counterclockwise now. Thunderbolt not encountering much resistance, though. Monk support means he has no chance. I always gotta love the monk support. Cavaliers hit by the Hussars. And Arbs hit the Cavaliers. And now the Arbs getting a nice raid on Thunderbolt's eco, but I'm afraid Thunderbolt has Vils to spare, up 140 to 86. And now that he has some production here, should be able to take a fight. This will be a losing fight at the start, but reinforcements will pour in. And as much as he just lost a few dozen farms, he will have much better production for spamming units into this fight to clear this up. Lamo. Hello. Ooh, how you doing? He's still pushing, but his base is not looking pretty, as those monks and cannon are tearing through his buildings. The camels could probably fight and clean that up. Is Lamo devoted? He's not devoted. He's just sold 800 food, and he certainly is struggling for gold at this point. Does have some more gold he's capturing in the southeast, though. And he's continuing to move around the map. Thunderbolt has not been able to push this back yet. Up by 50 pop. Only 10 of that's military, though. And he hasn't amassed a large enough force that can push into the Ethiopian Arbs. I think perhaps seeing here why some people in the chat were saying Ethiopians seem like the stronger late-game Civ. It's a tough unit composition to fight when you're going Cavaliers and not Paladins. Hello, Adam. Lost due to neglecting offense. And at the same time, somehow, there are enough camels here that Lamo is cleaning this push from Thunderbolt, and Thunderbolt is retreating. Thunderbolt's somewhat cleaning the northeast of his base right now, but we're gonna have 2 more TCs added from Lamo. He's still at 94 Vils, so it's not like his eco has collapsed completely. Can reassign some of them now. And he's secured his base again. Let's see the relic count. 4-1 in favor of Thunderbolt. He was picking up relics behind his attacks. He's now adding in stables again. He'd love to drop a forward castle here, but that's where he lost a castle earlier. He's almost at 5k food. He's got 36 Hussars queued. Yeah, I think this is where you do want to delete your queue. I mean, delete some Vils and try to empty that queue. Produce the Hussars. For 3k gold, too, you are right, chat. 3k gold, 4k food, this should be elephants. Especially against the camels. Camels do not do well against elephants. Elephants, and then maybe chop through the middle. Wherever you want to deploy the elephants. Alright, this one game has already sadly run me out of coffee. I'll need to get a second later during the stream. Why not both elephants and a Rambai? Sounds like a plan. Oh, there's Arson. Halbs, I guess. 60 Hussars in the queue now. I'm still trying to reboot and get another TC up. And so far he's managed to hold. Yeah, just as well that he's so far behind he couldn't push back. It still is a scary composition for the Ethiopians. Part of me wants to see Halb rather than camels, though. I think they don't have the mobility, but they do so much more extra damage. And here's a... oh, there we go. Here's another push from Thunderbolt, and not a big fight right at the end, but Lamo finally going to realize how far behind he is. And he will call the GG. Clutching at 60 minutes? Clutching at 60 minutes. Well, it didn't really need it. I guess it could have helped the castles defending some of the raids. And that's 281 to 279 KD. Better for Lamo. You can see the population disparity in military over the last couple of minutes. Ooh, nice opener to start today. To start the day, yes. Legendary Ethiopian heavy camel. 4 cannonballs plus 1 villager. Oh, that was brutal to the Vil. That was absolutely brutal. And where do we go? That's 1 for Thunderbolt. Maps for him are a win on Bypass. And civs, that was Burmese over Ethiopians. So both civs towards the end of the draft. Sup nerds, sup T90. Welcome in. And game 2 will be on Reverse Acropolis in the lobby right now. Reverse Acropolis, a map that I still don't know what the meta is going to be for it. I've seen lots of different strategies. I've seen FC Phosphoro-esque civs that then didn't go Phosphoro. They went forward, they did sneak ranges. And then I've seen feudal civs that go FC. Spanish have looked really strong, and the Wei have looked strong, but we see Wei were banned. I'm kind of surprised not to see Spanish here. Doubt played the Georgians, and I really liked how he played them. He used the mule cart on the little scraggly wood lines at the bottom of the player base, and then could defend with the churches when he was pushed. I feel that Lamo wants to save Mongols for high tides where you have the rhinos. This doesn't feel like a... Isn't this the Byzantines map for camels? Not against Italians, but against any of the other civs, maybe. When I look at the dashboard of my 1440p monitor, the interface gets a bit messed up. I just message Happy Leaves about that. Part of the UI starts overlapping itself. Yeah, I sent you a screenshot in case you want it. Oh, you are in the chat. Full trash with Byzantine should be crazy strong. I think so. But I don't know. But what civ? Because I think Byzantines are great for high tides with the fires, and on Reverse Acropolis, like the question is how well is Lamo prepared? Does he realize that we don't have fish in the pond this season? Because we've seen that a couple of times. We've seen players who didn't prepare for every single map. But it is his home map, so I'm assuming he knows it pretty well. Same thing for the Portuguese. You would assume that you want the extra HP on the fires for their... for taking one of the ponds. But maybe this could be Portuguese. I do like Byzantines as a civ matchup, though, against Georgians, Cumans, and Lithuanians for the option of going camels in the Castle Age. And then even skirms, they should be able to out-skirm those civs. And against Italians, I like Byzantines, too. If the Italians go Genbos, your cataphracts actually resist all the Genbo bonus damage. I'll play Khmer. Khmer also feels like a Reverse Acropolis civ, and... Of the other civs, feels like the one he'd least want to play on high tides. This feels maybe a bit weird that he'd pick his last civ for his home map. Alright, and we are launching, so I can see the civs. And he will indeed pick Portuguese, so it'll be Portuguese versus Georgians. Okay. So 2-minute spec delay, but he does pick Portuguese. Interesting. Nothing about Reverse Acropolis particularly stands out to me for the Portuguese. And even if you wanted to do some type of fast castle build, like I have seen on the map so far, organ guns feel like not the FC unit you'd want on this map, especially when Spanish are available. Or Bengalis actually would be available too. Elo Brain picks Portuguese just for the Fatoria? Yeah, they're a top civ, right? They're just in general a really good civ. But I don't see anything in particular for Reverse Acropolis that makes them stand out other than just being pretty good. What happened to the Goku match? Goku was a bit late, so there were 2 matches happening at the same time, and this set started, so I will cast the Goku target set as Rex after this one. Okay, we have 2 at the same time, and I just didn't want to wait for that one while this one was going on. So Goku's set will be coming up next. Tatars for Reverse Acropolis? I think they could be pretty good for the map, as long as they hold the hill. But they have to be really aggressive on it, and they have to use their hill bonus. The mobility of the Cav Archers should be nice. The Tatars were always one of those picks for Team Acropolis in Nations Cup a few years ago. But I think a bit less strong in 1v1s. So we'll put Lamo in the blue. So we'll have Thunderbolt here in the red. He'll be to the north playing as the Georgians. And then Lamo in the blue, he'll be to the south playing as the Portuguese. And I have some nice flowers under the TC. This will be the somewhat snowy map. No fish in the middle. No fish in the middle. But there are some deer around the middle. I have seen players run straight to the middle and try to push the deer in. Does ballistics not affect bombard cannon, but arquebus does? Correct. Correct. Ballistics, despite having the cannon on the photo. Right? I mean, you look at the photo and you think, oh, wow, this should affect the cannon. No, it doesn't. So this was a new map we introduced for this season. It was an idea from Young Panda, and I turned it into a map. This is probably the most awkward of all the maps I had to script. There's already very little control we have over elevation, and making the map swapped and reversed to put the elevation on the top makes it even harder. Exactly, Bloodless. It sounds like a slur so much that Automod doesn't even let you say it. Even though it let Tripta say it. Place it with a crossbowman or a scorpion. Oh my gosh, putting a scorpion on ballistics as the icon? That sounds like heresy. Only it's not, because heresy is a book and a candle. So deer push here from Thunderbolt. And I don't see any player pushing in the middle deer. I was thinking of putting the Loch Ness Monster in the middle of this pond, but her animation's too big and she didn't actually fit. She would pop up in the middle and then swim onto the land and dive down into the land. I need a map with a bigger pond to fit Nessie. Is the extra hill bonus for units 15% or 20% for the Georgians? Units and buildings receive minus 15% damage when located on higher elevation. So if the Georgians have units up here and they're forward attempting to pressure with Thunderbolts attacking Lamo, then they'll receive less damage. If, say, they get into a Treb war, they have their castles or churches up here, Lamo's trebbing them from the bottom, they'll take less damage. The good thing for Georgians on this map, though, I think is more their ability to defend, and just how well they're able to add in walls and then churches in the bottom. And even though they won't be taking less damage when they're at the bottom, the churches still should be able to stand and withstand a mangonel push. You're gonna need a bigger pond. I didn't want to make the pond too large. I removed the fish from it, so I don't know, maybe someone will dock and try to do fish traps there at some point. Feudal Age on the way for Thunderbolt, and we'll send a bunch of villas to that lumber camp. And if you can move the mule carts from one wood line to another, they get a lot of value. I was thinking maybe these wood lines need a couple more trees on them. Like maybe 3 more trees each. Just to make them slightly more worthwhile to do a lumber camp on. Because right now they have what, 900 wood, 800 wood, 1,000 wood. Considering it costs 100 wood for a lumber camp, you're not getting much value back from these little ones. You have an agreement for covering on alternative days? No, I think we just have different sleep schedules. So, barracks up for Thunderbolt. Could put the relic in the middle of the pond to annoy the players on a little pool of shallows. No one would ever get that relic. No one is building a dock and a transport ship to grab that relic. Do you remember that Stronghold Frenzy map where we had 7 relics on an island and we'd literally watch someone for 20 minutes build a dock, build a transport ship, send monks over, transport over, grab the relics, go back and forth a couple times, and they'd get like 3 of the 7 relics and then forget about it? No one's ever taking a relic in the middle. The players would add fish traps and fish boom and still wouldn't take the relics. So anyway, in this matchup, we'll have the stable forward for Lamo, and we'll have to see if he goes for a range or stables with 2 on gold. It does look like a range and an archer opening. Staying at the bottom of the hill, we'll have Thunderbolt adding in the stable, and he'll do those healing scouts for the Georgians. It's 1 mule cart spreading between the 2 wood lines at the bottom, and we'll have another palisade gate going up for Thunderbolt. Trying to stay fully walled off. Won't be too much more for him to wall. How long would you need to have 1 relic to make up for building a dock and a transport ship? All depends on the wood price at the market. So a couple of weak vills as the spear runs around. And we'll just look to delay the range. If that scout ever could get in and get a hit, that'd be nice. The vills do have loom. Ooh, will the spear pick off the vill? No. But she does have only 4 TC. 4 HP. 4 TCs would be nice and feudal. Only 4 HP left, and the vills will get some walls up, will they? Yes, they will. The scout was thinking of diving, but then takes a poke. And 1 more vill going to gold, and a couple of farms going up for Lamo. And Thunderbolt, both of his golds on this side of his base, does need to make sure he secures them with some walls. And an archery range coming up for Thunderbolt at the front of his base.
Esto pronto. Hola, quais? Esto pronto.
And Vill's here chopping wood. As a scout pushes the Vill off of the house. And the scout and the archer keep running around.
Quais são as vossas ordens? Ao seu dispor.
And small raid from Lamo, but not too disruptive. Thunderbolt has to be careful. If he chops all this wood, he won't be able to wall to the edge. You are allowed to comment on the maps, that's fine. It's absolutely fine.
Quais são as vossas ordens? Ao seu dispor.
Spear hit by the skirms. Spear goes down. Another archer in the back will be taken down by the skirms. As the scouts run forward and try to pick off Lamo's scout. That'll escape. And not much aggression here. You're pretty far apart on this map. You have 2 different things working for you. One is that it's very difficult to wall your base. You have very small wood lines. You don't have all that much in terms of resources at the bottom of your hill. And you are also at the bottom of a huge valley where your opponent has the hill bonus. But on the other hand, you do generally spawn pretty far apart on this map, to the point where it's hard to have continued aggression late in feudal. So other than maybe amassing a large number of scouts and finding a hole in a wall, or maybe going for a tower, I think it's actually pretty hard to commit to feudal aggression long term. Is the pond there just to look nice, or does it have res? So the pond is there because Acropolis always has had a pond, and I didn't want to remove it because the map itself is kind of empty because it's all a lot of flat hills. And I had added some rocks and some foxes and whatnot to the outside, but I figured it needed a bit of scenery, so I didn't want to remove it entirely. Also does contribute slightly to the feeling that you're farther apart. But there are no fish in it. We didn't put fish in it. We learned from last season that we put 1 or 2 fish there, and suddenly it becomes a fire galley map. So scouts come down off the top of the hill to hit the skirms. Skirms hitting the archers too. Archers going down to some skirm javelins. And the scouts there are very disruptive of the skirms, and Lamo causing a ton of damage to a player who's tried to be very defensive at the bottom, but is starting to run out of wood. Put oysters in there. You know, now that you mention that, there are 2 gold piles around it. Maybe oysters on the beach would make sense instead of the golds. But the defensive army from Thunderbolt has been obliterated. Lamo doing a great job using the hill bonus. When skirms do not have armor and archers have a hill bonus, archers can take that fight and take it pretty well. And all this walling on the left for Thunderbolt not going to matter as the archers have gotten to the back of his base. Is there to show what overfishing looks like? How about different elevations? It's inconsistent enough to get the elevation spawning as is on the map. I don't think I can actually make little bumpy hills on the top. Archer's trying to hit the Vil as he runs back to the TC. TC will fend the archers away. And the archers will shoot a farm, but ultimately not want to engage for too long against the skirms. Looking at the resources, Lamo is clicking up to the castle age right now. Thunderbolt is using the market to buy 300 food, sell wood and stone, and will need to buy food again to click up. Where even is his market? Oh, wait, that was Lamo's market. Wait, does Thunderbolt... Oh, no, never mind. That was Lamo using the market. Thunderbolt does not have a market, and he is making his market right now. Confused me for a second seeing the messages when I was looking at his base. But, okay, has to worry about over-chopping now. The archers will come down and hit the Vils in the middle. Maybe it's a mistake. Oh my gosh, that tree has 0 wood on it. That is less than half of a wood remaining on that tree. Oh, Lamo, what did you do? You needed a Vil to collect that and you could go in. Maybe he should just leave that there and eventually bring his own Vil forward to chop through. In-game, that'll display as 0. The in-game, it always truncates down. Capture each rounds, the nearest integer. So that's less than half a wood. And there, the Vil just taps the tree and it disappears with 0 wood. And now, if Thunderbolt wanted, he'd be in. Or if Lamo wanted, he'd be in. But Thunderbolt will wall that up. He will wall that up. And Vils injured but not dead. We'll have 1, 2, 3 ranges for Thunderbolt, and it looks like Georgian Cav Archers then. The transition to Cav Archers might be a bit risky if Lamo's up and can get crossbow well before the Cav Archers come out. For now, that might just have to be more skirm production. Although this now is an opening into his base, he'll realize that and wall and make another cut down to the TC with those houses. Bodkin coming in for Lamo, and he can now do crossbow. As he himself is adding in another range and a university, he'll go for ballistics. And he's looking to be aggressive with his... Oh, killing a mule cart. With his uptiming. Not adding in extra TCs, not looking to boom, just looking to pressure with the crossbows. Crossbows and scouts as he will kill some skirmers by the TC. And could think about running with the scouts just to see what's back here. Using scouts to debate some TC fire and trying to get in with the crossbows to hit that woodline would be great if he knows about it. Doesn't quite see all the vills there, but there are 13 vills. And if he does get ballistics, like he did build that university, then he'd be doing some damage on the inside. Going to opt for a TC between a gold and a woodline, though, rather than ballistics. Anything about AIs being able to convert castles in the latest wreck? That's just a bug. That's just a bug that happens. AI monks are very scary. Very buggy. But yeah, that is a bug that the developers need to fix. There have been various AI able to convert buildings or convert from range bugs that have existed. That shouldn't exist, but do. So hopefully they get fixed one day. It's probably not their highest priority, considering it is just the AI. But yeah, definitely annoying. They don't even have redemption. Oh, it's a castle. I guess it wouldn't matter. And okay, scouts idled and picked off by the cav archers. But now with the second TC, Lamo should start pulling ahead in economy. And with the Portuguese, has a lot of options with the gold discount. You can go crossbow plus knight if he wants to. You can go for the discounted mangonels and rams for a siege push. You can go for discounted monks. The Portuguese have a good monk tech tree. Monks can be difficult for the Georgians to deal with because they themselves don't have atonement. We'll pressure the TC. And the cav archers will loop around to the woodline, and Lamo will already have abandoned it, ready for that TC. And great management of the woodlines from Lamo, not leaving the vills exposed. And now he'll have to do the same type of management in his base. That's a lot of idle vills by that TC. Where are they gonna go? Oh no, they don't know. They don't know where to go. They're all idled, stuck under the TC as the cav archers come in. There are no more places at the bottom of the hill where the vills can find safety. They just have to huddle up with each other under that TC. The poor vill who didn't join the group huddle, picked off by the cav archers, having a big group hug under there. And now the crossbows for Lamo will come back. Those vills got to keep warm in this mildly snowy map. Cheers from Athens. Hello there, Pap. Welcome in. And crossbows on the hill, killing some cav archers. They will do down. And ballistics is in for the crossbows, so with ballistics they should be able to win the fight. A bunch of crossbows in the back going for that mule cart. Only 2 pierce armor on the mule cart. That actually goes down pretty quickly. Nothing popping out of that workshop, but now Lamo has to be careful of mangonels. It will be a mangonel for Thunderbolt racing over as fast as it can, or then turning around. And pathing around the straggler tree. Oh, he's got to go back and path around that. And shot doesn't connect. No second mangonel. Cav archer is still picking off vills in the bottom of Lamo's base. And we're still looking for a mangonel shot on Lamo's crossbows. And Thunderbolt, meanwhile, has been booming out to the side. Lamo has now scouted that. Sees the vills out there with his scouts. Doesn't want the scouts to pick off the mangonel, but the crossbows are not nearby. The cav archer should be able to stop that. We ever get elite skirm? Yep, we do have elite skirm from Lamo. And the scouts will go for the mangonel. Try to pick that off. And looks like they will be successful. Yeah, the vill... Or actually, no, they're not successful. The vill repair is not enough HP. Not enough HP there. The scout will simply run under some tower fire. Try to get the mangonel to mangonel its own tower. Where's the scout going? Just ran straight through Thunderbolt's base. Well, Thunderbolt now brings the cav archers back and will take an uphill fight against the crossbows. Finally, he got to the numbers he wanted where he felt comfortable fighting the crossbows. He will lose quite a few cav archers in the fight, but we'll try to separate, or we'll try to sandwich the crossbows with the mangonel and gets the final mangonel hit and has those crossbows separated from the rest of the army that was raiding the TC, but one fortified church protects that TC. I mean, it might be auto scout. Does it look like it's auto scouting? I think auto scout would have scouted the edges of the map a bit more readily, though. Maybe he just clicked over there and wanted to group up with the crossbows. He will, though, scout now. Third TC, so we'll see a third TC from Thunderbolt. Right now, the Vil counts are the same. But 3 TCs are already in for Lamo. He took 2 golds, one in the middle. Cav Archer is looping over to hit Vils. And the mangonel will loop down. Lamo buying food. And ooh, maybe he'll find the Woodvilles. This could be some good pickings for him. Yeah, still no ballistics for Thunderbolt's cav archers. So the ballistics for Lamo will be great as he gets the final Castle Age armor upgrade. Adds in some skirms. And skirm versus cav archers, as long as he can take okay engagement, should be able to fend the cav archers off. Hello, Arbase. How you doing, Arbase?
Esto pronto. Hola.
Yeah, Arbase, I may have finally gotten closer to a solution for Monocle in perfecting the pawns. And talking about perfection, that is a perfect raid from the cav archers without even ballistics. And now we have a 5 Vil lead for Thunderbolt. 5 Vil lead. Lamo still has the score lead. But this is where the Georgian Eco really kicks into high gear with the churches. Right now the res collected is equal. Maybe, just maybe, Thunderbolt needs one more church at the front of his eco here to power the farms. Chopping all the wood at the bottom and running out of trees. Yeah, good games today. We had a crazy game on Bypass earlier. We want to see some men-at-arms action. This here is our second game today. Double gold comp with 1 min early castle. We should have won by now. Well, let's see if he can keep up the pressure. He does have 4 TCs. Those cav archers are being so annoying. That's 13 eco kills for Thunderbolt. Skirm's not quite having the mobility to chase them. Almost had to do a ton of management of his Vils from all the idols under that TC earlier. Now all the resources at the bottom, kind of exposed. Mangonel is hitting the TC. And Vils going down to the cav archers as the skirms run around. He could quick wall this. Trap the cav archers. I guess he's thinking the TC traps them enough anyway and had the Mangonel coming over. He'll fire and move at the same time. I would probably break the unit. Remember when Mangonel had the instant fire? Mangonel essentially could do that at one point. And Kipchaks too when they were released. But that did feel a bit too broken. And where's the castle gonna go? Well, there is the castle placed from Thunderbolt. And he will go on Lamo's forward TC. Lamo really wanted to take that gold. The castle won't quite range the gold, even with Bodkin. But Thunderbolt does manage to click up through the Imperial Age. 1 skirm there. The castle is 61 HP on it. Could the Vils That was risky. If Lamo had garrisoned the TC and sent the vills forward immediately after that one vill was hit, he might have been able to destroy the foundation. But this castle will be under 2 mangonels. Wait just a minute, wait just a minute. 2 mangonels popping out. Unfortunately for Lamo, he doesn't have army to defend the mangonels from vills. He has a TC to defend one of them, though. He will get a couple of kills there. Another nice attack ground. Kills 3 villagers. That castle at 82%. It's a shame the mangonels were split up. Otherwise, they might have been able to deny that. That's a costly castle, though, for Thunderbolt, as at the same time as that's going on, he actually lost a TC to mangonels over to the west, and the crossbows will be picking off villagers in the aftermath of that destroyed TC. So all of a sudden, Thunderbolt had a vill lead not long ago. He goes for a castle, loses some vills. At the same time, he loses a TC and gets raided. Didn't garrison in both of the churches. And all of a sudden, he's down 53 to 87 vills, and Lamo has a huge lead. That was a disaster. That was. It wasn't even the Doubt Castle. It was the fact he was looking at the castle when he lost the TC, and everything here got killed. Oh, that was a complete disaster. That was a sudden disaster. Georgians still win these? I would worry they do still win these. I mean, he is Imp, he will have Trebs, he will have Manaspas, but now Lamo's up to Imp. 2 minutes behind, but at least he's up. Might lose a couple of vills of his own, but only 4 Cav Archers right now. The raiding potential for a comeback isn't quite there for Thunderbolt at the moment. Is this map a larger? Nope, this map is not larger at all. It is a normal map size. It does feel pretty large, but I think that's just because there's a bit of empty space out there. I'd still love to fill that a bit. I'm not entirely sure what to fill it with. Skirm's still harassing these farmers under the churches and getting kills. 94 to 53 eco. And I think Lamo's gonna get himself on the scoreboard. Panda, Nessie. Okay, the panda needs a bamboo map. Nessie doesn't fit in the pond. I was already thinking about Nessie, but she doesn't fit in the pond. How do I choose the size of the tree clumps? It's either a percentage of the land or a specific number of tiles. You set the number of tiles and the number of clumps. And okay, here's a good Manaspa raid on the gold mine. Gold bills from Lamo going down, but that's not going to make up for all the lost bills from Thunderbolt. It's now 51 to 27 eco KD. Now we're not going to do land Nessie. There's Chemistry, Thumbring, and Bracer all on the way for Lamo, as the Manaspas look to clean up the skirmishers in the west. Should be fine to do that. Meanwhile, crossbows will move forward. Hill will hop in the TC. And Chemistry is on the way for Lamo. I'll have another TC up for Lamo over by the forest to the side. Hill's heading over, another Vill poked by a Manaspa. As the mining camp goes down, Kreb taking out the workshop. Lamo, 29 crossbows. Can turn them into arbs as the Portuguese. Does already have Bracer and Chemistry. And final Cav armor upgrade not in for Thunderbolt. So if Lamo can protect some siege, should be able to push now. Make monks interact with Stonehenge to summon the cosmetic cryptid as an Easter egg. I don't know what that is. Tiger Cav, do they beat Manaspas? I've not seen that. I want to say yes. Maybe the Manaspas need to be in a group. Skirms, get some javelins on the Manaspas. And there's a forward castle from Lamo, putting him in Treb range of those churches. And as the Manaspas go down and still don't have their armor, I'm not seeing a way back into this for Thunderbolt. Even this raid doesn't have that many Manaspas in it. But kill some Vills. Yeah, as Arbe says, this shouldn't be a game anymore. Lamo's gonna have to be very inattentive to his eco if Thunderbolt manages to turn this around. Alright, Vil poked. But, oh, the fortified church. So many churches for the Georgians. It takes so long to finish games against the Georgians. These churches are insane with how tanky they are. They're just a bit of wood. Thunderbolt looks like he's gonna make Lamo really work for it. He's at 66 pop, 60 of which is villagers. That's not where you want to be. Down 2k score. Add Nilly to the map. There are hippos in Asian mythology, but no hippos in AoE 2. Some decorative Greek ruins in the middle of the map. Or reverse Acropolis. I guess it would fit their Acropolis theme. That could be a good bit of scenery to spread. Skirm goes down to the Monospas. And in the corner, oh my gosh, that's the Doubt TC. That TC was denied at 89%. There's so much devastation going on to Thunderbolt everywhere. Crossbows on the hill, taking down the fortified church. I think it's got 11 pierce armor, so even if these were ARBs, they'd still be doing only 1 damage. Yes, they might have damage against buildings as a bonus. And Treb for Thunderbolt taking out the TC from Lamo. Lamo has at least lost a couple of TCs, and some Vils of his own. A 78 to 37 Vil KD. And another castle for Lamo going up on the right. This is silver. This is silver, Chupta. That's why we have the silver logo. And Monk wants a conversion on these Monospas. And they will still raid. Where are those Vils going? They're going to their deaths. And, oh, those Vils. Well, Lamo has Vils to spare. It certainly does. Final armor on the way for Thunderbolt. Arbs, though, is in for Lamo. And how's that TC doing? I see the line of houses there. That makes me keep thinking there are Vils going out to build it, but no, just on the farms. There's 1 TC down as the Treb deploys, going for the next TC. 2 Trebs deploy. Yeah, Thunderbolt didn't hear no bell. He did not ring the town bell. Monks get conversions. And that'll be a cannon that goes down. Final armor for Lamo. Thunderbolt holding on as long as he can. Trying to turn this into an ACCM score game. But there we go. Finally, he calls it. Writes the GG in-game after leaving in capture age so we don't see it. That ties it up 1-1. That's a 155 to 131 KD for Lamo. 45k res collected. 43 minutes to imp compared to only 41 for Thunderbolt. Palindromic 41-14. But not enough to have him make anything of it. Play the map well, pressuring the wood lines. Yep. And 1 victory for Lamo. Alright, don't see the next lobby just yet. Arve's got an axe. He's working on his Wood Raider costume, I guess. Alright, so what do we have? That's a win for Lamo. Opening reverse Acropolis. Portuguese against Georgians. Georgians the #1 pick from Thunderbolt, too. Now it's High Tides, which I guess is Lithuanians against Mongols or Byzantines. Could be Italians against one of them. It's properly heavy and sharp. Nice. Alright, I will, since they're not in the game yet, I will run to the bathroom real quick. While the ad is going on. Alright, so game number 3. They are still... Oh, no, they just launched, I'm gonna say still in the lobby, but no, they are launching. And it will indeed be Mongols, Lithuanians on high tides. The audio sounds scratchy. It's probably the heat in the background. I'm trying to do the best I can with the noise filter, but I do need to stay warm in the winter. So we will have Thunderbolt here as the red Lithuanians to the west, and Lamo as the blue Mongols to the east. And why Mongols on this map? Because you have the rhinos, tons of hunt to use your hunt bonus. Oh, thank you also Blubberboy earlier for the follow. Then down in the south, we have a few zebras and ostriches for a bit more hunt. Players can go down and take that hunt. What else? Okay, I read that already. Yeah, and thank you, Smilin' K for the follow. As a zebra push also, zebra push from Lamo as he lures in the rhino, and he is going to aggressively take as much hunt as he can as the Mongols. So home map for Thunderbolt, I'd probably favor the Mongols a bit because of all the hunt in terms of the civs, but Lithuanians, since they start with 100 food, can indeed go for that early lumber camp, as we've seen Thunderbolt doing, and get the early dock, which he will, and he's going to claim the opposite side of the map with that forward dock in the middle of Shorefish. Like how players walk all the way forward so their docks switch sides. Yeah, so Lamo will do the safe dock on the fish in the shallows. And Vil fighting the scout. That's... You think that this dock is safer because it's closer, but it's actually more dangerous because you can't wall the Vil on the shallows. You have to go for some Alcatraz masterpiece just to keep the Vil safe. And great job by Thunderbolt to ring around the Rosie around that palisade and finally kill the Loomless Vil, not letting him wall himself in. I think the best you could do is build diagonally and then do 4 bits of palisade to wall yourself on the back. But Lamo not having the Vil walled in loses it. Not having Loom. We'll do Loom before sending another Vil. And Thunderbolt gets that free kill. Won't go for a second Vil. Now won't win. But can fight just to slow down the dock if he really wants to. Trade some scout HP for dock timing. Not bringing a scout is greedy if you're going to dock there. And that it is. It's fine now, going out without Loom. Alright, that's probably because the heat turned off. People have told me the noise filter in OBS seems to get rid of that. I don't personally believe them. But we'll keep going. You call it GG only on Zimbabwe. We've seen some early GGs on Zimbabwe. So 5 eco unit difference now. That early dock for the Lithuanians, you see how huge of an eco boost that is, getting 3 fishing ships out before your opponent even gets a single one. However, Mongols up to the feudal age, a ton of food. We actually have almost 300 more res collected, 200 to 300 more for Lamo, as he is the Mongols. I don't think, does the plus 100 food you start with as Lithuanians apply to your res collected? I don't think it does. I mean, if it does, it's even more of a boost for Lamo. And an ostrich here hunted by the villagers. And we'll have a mining camp on the way for Lamo. And the scout tries to push in the zebra. We'll have 3 militia ready to pop forward for Lamo. Popping forward, and we'll see if he adds a 4th. I guess not when he's so low on gold. We'll go for men-at-arms and presumably a fire galley at that point. So that's a 17 Vil up with Loom, but more like an 18 Vil up. Since he did lose that Vil going for the dock. And the men-at-arms will come forward and probably find the gold mine to the side for Thunderbolt. Thunderbolt, so far, so good in not being scouted. Did push in only one of his hunt animals to the TC at the start. And has all the vills out now on the gold. Everyone on wood and gold. So he's looking to fight on the water. Double docks. And it will be either galleys or fire galleys. 4 on gold probably means fire galleys. No mill. No extra buildings yet. And he will need a barracks if he does want to start doing an archery range or skirms. And, ooh, some goat laming from the scout. Nicely done from Lamo. At the same time, gets the men-at-arms under the lumber camp. Those vills are not walled, and that is some difficulty for Thunderbolt. One vill going down, a second going down, and at the same time had 2 goats lame. They still have food on them, of course, but that food is decaying. And great revenge from that early vill snipe. And he will be pumping out a fire galley now. 1 dock to 2 dock production, though. And where is he going with that fire? Sailing to the opposite side of the island. Maybe he's thinking Thunderbolt would have ran the fishing ships over here, but no, he didn't. Still fishing forward. Seeing the scout milling around the base is a dead giveaway for men-at-arms pressure. Now, you usually can tell that a drush or men-at-arms are coming based on scout behavior. But it's not a guarantee. The scout could be doing its own thing, even without the men-at-arms. And Lamo now, I think, pretty much off the water. He was using his fire to patrol for another dock from Thunderbolt. All the vills on that lumber camp trying to wall themselves in. And Thunderbolt will go for the berries now. The defensive range, he's trying to get archers out. But there are already archers in his base from Lamo. Lamo has done such a good job with the early aggression on land. He will, however, be losing the water. Lost all of his fish already, and that's still 4 fishing ships for Thunderbolt. At the same time, he could make a play for the hunt in the south. Could mill that with vills, take the hunt, take the shorefish, and enjoy life as the Mongols. He's putting so much pressure on Thunderbolt, Thunderbolt wouldn't be able to stop that. He's not even able to make a mill on his own berries as he has to long distance take them. He loses a vill on the gold, and is forced to do a defensive tower on one of his lumber camps. But that means the archers and men-at-arms can rotate over to the next lumber camp. And there is 1 defensive archer, but it does not have fletching against 3 archers with fletching. And the vills on that lumber camp have to run. Unfortunately for Lamo, the men-at-arms are not quite there. But another vill will go down. And at the same time, that's still Thunderbolt up by 6 vills, 4 of which are fishing ships. And a good bit of idle TC time there from Lamo. And double fires versus 1, so Lamo's fire will be cleared. And fletching finally coming in, that'll be benefiting the skirms, but Lamo not letting Thunderbolt take any gold. Let's be aware of the TC. And vills head over to the gold. Oh, he's long distance mining wood. Has at least the wood for a lumber camp. But he's facing so much idle time. Archer is picking off skirms, picking off the vills. Yeah, picking off the skirms. Archers going down, skirms hitting the archers. Vills pulled to fight. That's a lot of idle time. Thunderbolt has to hope the water pays off for him as he's losing even more vills. That's a 6-2 KD for Lamo. And the 2 deaths were the fishing ships. Or Eco KD, that is. The army, the forward, finally just about cleaned up as the men-at-arms die. But now Lamo can do whatever he wants. He can go up to castle quickly, or he can add a stable and go scouts. And scouts would slow down the castle age time. They're very food intensive. But compared to Thunderbolt's position, I don't think it'll be slow. They're getting back on the water now. Even just doing a demo ship to go for the fish. Pick them off that lick style where you make one demo and periodically go to snipe the fishing ships.
Gozo.
I've seen that a few times. I see Thunder with the Lithuanians last night. Lost to Casper and said he did so the last time. Several times he picked them. Yeah, and Lamo, he's had fletching for a while now. How do I feel about the sheep still being harvestable? Sheep are fine. No, don't really mind that. I might be fine with that either way. I don't like the boar being harvestable when shot by the TC, but sheep are, I think, are fine.
Gozo.
Skirms go down to the archers, and the scout comes over. That'll be used to fight the skirms. And the archer down to the scout. Scout tries to snipe skirms. Has to be wary of another archer, though. And just about ready to go up to the castle age is Lamo. And as the Mongols, he has options. He can do cav archers, he can do step lancers, he can mindstone and go for Mangudai. Against the Lithuanians, cav archers are great against most of their cav options, not so much against the skirms. I mean, Mongols also go full light cav to support the Hussar. And castle age on the way. Oh, my eyes are drying out. So the downside of needing to cast with heat in the winter. My eyes get all dry. So, Ville's on the gold. You need to take a good, like, blinking break halfway through casting. Ville's on the gold as archers start to move forward. And 3 fires in the dock. So if you want to see Lamo get back on the water, here he goes. Down by quite a bit in terms of eco count. But he's up in warship count in this fight, 3-2, and he will sink both fires and turn to go for the fishing ships. Castle age a bit later for Thunderbolt. And the fishing ship so far from the dock, he sails right past them, turns around and finds them now. Like ships in the night, almost past each other. And that will be a good disruption to Thunderbolt's eco. He has more fishing ships that can be disrupted after these, too. He has nowhere to run. He's trying to run, but the sheep is blocking. And these fishing ships will go down to the fires. Down they go to the bottom of the deep, shallow shallows. And now archers come forward. That's a Weakville walling. It's a Weakville walling. Can't think of an obvious reason for the civ picks for the map. The Lithuanians, because it's a hybrid map, they can get their 100 food at the start. They can do an early dock. Mongols, because of all the hunt. Mongols, I think, will be the best civ for the map. And a workshop here for Lamo. Lojanches. And in the back, University for Thunderbolt. As the fire loops around, and we'll see the fishing ships. Question for both these players is, do they commit to War Galley to keep fighting on the water? It could be worth it because of the fish. Though, just going to use a normal fire galley for now. And try to take the fish down. At the same time, Crossbow's getting in at the back of Lamo's base, forcing him off of a wood line, but there's no ballistics, so the Vills can meander up and down that single file wall. And 3 of them go down. That was 4 of them go down. That was almost a clean escape from the lumber camp. Needed to delete this house, but then it wasn't. It wasn't clean at all. And perhaps unnecessarily losing some Vills in the counterattack. He's in Vill count now, 39-36, down. Crossbows around the south for Lamo. Not having any more opportunity to do damage. He'll turn around. But ballistics will be in for Thunderbolts. As those vills run off the gold. They are afraid from the crossbows. Let me know how the audio quality is now, because my heat just turned back on. That might have been what you heard earlier. Let's see how the noise filter's doing. Hill goes down. Crossbows on the hill might fend the other crossbows off. Crossbow goes down. Scouts come pick off more crossbows. And the scouts getting hit. Doing a nice work there. Can't hear any background noise? Alright. And this army zigzagging a bit, but will be cleaned now. Audio's fine? Alright. Everything cleaned up. And Forward Workshop will be unleashing 2 mangonels. We'll be waiting for the second before popping them out. And perhaps more importantly, waiting for his army to come over so he has crossbows to defend them. We'll have another house on the way for Lamo. As the TC goes in the back for Thunderbolt. And crossbows hit the other crossbows. Lamo idle TC time is a little bit high. 4 minutes and 16 seconds, a little bit high. He is down by 7 vills, but now he has 2 mangonels for pushing and a good number of crossbows behind them. Okay, the noise is back. Alright, that is the heat then. I'll turn that off then for the next set. Maybe if I turn my microphone a bit, it'll shield it slightly. A bit robotic? Okay. Yeah, I'll turn my heat off then for the next set. Mangonel's hitting the market. And then crossbows will run forward just to be fended off by the tower. And the market will collapse. Just a bit weird voice. Yep, that'll be the noise reduction then. So crossbows moving forward. Vill's trying to build a house. Picked off by the crossbows. Going down. And a brief lag. And crossbows killing quite a few vills, but there's a mangonel from behind. There's a mangonel behind the crossbows, and they walk right into a second shot. They're all very weak now, having to split. And he'll probably take out some HP from the mangonel, but now Lamo bringing his own crossbows back. He'll have ballistics. And he's fallen really far behind in the boom compared to Thunderbolt. And that TC has suddenly skyrocketed the vill count along with a couple of kills on that gold mine. I think Thunder has it. I think so too. Crossbows for Lamo, killing the remaining crossbows from Thunderbolt. Crazy nerves for these two, definitely. And now, well, Lamo, he's fallen down. He's fallen down in vills. He's still on only 1 TC. And the military count's about equal. We have a defensive mangonel, or I would say defensive, but Thunderbolt has decided to go forward with it. And there is only a palisade down in the south. Even if that's cleared, there will be 2 TCs and a couple of towers in Thunderbolt's eco. And he's adding in a 3rd TC on the stone. Town Watch on the way with an outpost. Wants to keep track of this army. Houses will be significantly better at spotting the army once Town Watch comes in. And there it is. And realizes he can't wall there. I think he needs to cancel these farms. Oh, don't put the farms there. He'll have to run away from the farms anyway. In come the crossbows. Those are painful to watch, as now those vills have to garrison. And this farm will lose some HP. Crossbows thinking of hitting the farms as they move in. Thank you Ben Former Ben with an extra N. Thank you for the follow. Hello, hello. It's some monks. The Lithuanians do have good monks. They could do redemption if they want to convert the Minganel. Trading shots there, but not a scratch for Lamo. 9 to 50 HP. Or not, yeah, 9 to 38 HP. 9 out of 50 there. And it goes down. Mangonel goes down, and now Lamo's crossbows are trapped. And if he loses this army, this might just be it for him. This might be it for him. Yeah, heal forts for the Lithuanians would be useful. And the Mangonel shot on the crossbows. Will we get another shot? Yes, we will. One low HP crossbow remains. And there is the GG from Lamo. He will call it after suffering that Mangonel shot, probably realizing how bad his eco is at the same time. Oh, at the same time as he was microing. That's why he wasn't microing against the Mangonels. He was trying to run his vills from these crossbows. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 dead vills from the crossbows at the same time he took the Mangonel shot. And that is an extra emphasis on the GG from Thunderbolt, who does win 2 to 1. Oh, goodbye, villagers. Goodbye, villagers. The rest of the vills idled. They couldn't find a place to chop wood. So let's look at the stats. And we'll have a 71 to 56 KD in favor of Thunderbolt. Better eco stats for Thunderbolt too. And GG's for him. So now, what is the status on that GoKu target set? Is that finished now? I think I'll go cast that. So let me update the scoreboard. 2 to 1 Thunderbolt. Well done for him. Both players winning their home maps. And then with the Mongols, Lamo won't quite figure it out against the Lithuanians. Recs have been posted. All right, wonderful. So we'll take a quick break. I'll go download those Recs. And we will cast then GoKu versus Target. Get that set up then. Also get the ads out of the way, and I'll go turn my heat off so we don't have that in the next set. So here, this will be GoKu against Target 331. And then drafts and recs are posted for us. Or drafts are posted anyway. Oh, and we have swap the scoreboard over. We'll have Target on the left. All right, let me go get my heat off. Okay, that is accomplished, and now I just need to find these Recs. Arbase, you said they were posted. Are they posted in Silver Recs? Yes, they are. Let's see, extract them. Copy and paste to my save game folder. And we should be good to go. So African River will be the first map. I changed my scene accidentally. African River will be the first map. Bypass the home map for Target and Valley the home map for Goku. Will we see Persian War elephants again on Valley? Persians are Goku's first choice. Jordan showed us how valuable they are in the late game. Nice hoodie, thank you. This is my stay warm with the heat off hoodie, of which I have a few. So African River game number 1. Here we are, and we will have, if I clear my downloads, and then we change the title on YouTube too. It says Goku versus Target. There, now everything's updated. So we will have Goku to the west as the red Wu, and Target to the east as the blue Japanese. Goku banning all the cool maps, no Tulo or Coast Arena. Coast Arena has been amazing. I've loved watching Coast Arena. We'll have some zebra pushes at the start. And Wu and Japanese, two very aggressive swordsman line civs. Jin swordsman for the Wu in the Castle Age. Men-at-Arms into potential long swords for Target. Target is pushing the deer around. Oh no. Trying to get the zebra away from that middle wood line. That is so annoying indeed. You used to be able to get around the deer. I'll need to investigate that and do a video about it. About pushing the deer and how to get them off of wood lines. You used to be able to get them off the wood line. I swear it was easier in the past. Nice to see some Wu. Why is YouTube banning that message? Oh gosh, we need some wolves so you can post the woo in the chat. Yeah, they're perfect for all of you T90 viewers. Post your T90 Wu whenever someone picks the Wu. YouTube doesn't like the 3K civs? I don't think anyone does. There's a reason that review had a 49% rating on Steam last I checked for the... Or that review average was 49% last I checked for the DLC. So, house up for Target by his woodline, and both players docking. We have seen several players try to skip the docks on this map. The docks, while you do have deep fish, are somewhat inefficient because they're kind of far away. And you don't have a shore fish to take with your villager. Oh, here I am saying it's far away. Not the case for Goku. Oh gosh, do I need to go rebalance the fish on this map now? I guess that fish is close enough. It's only 2 tiles. I'm fine with fish being 2 tiles different. You had someone who would double your score at 20 minutes. At 450 elo. They had like 30 games played. All the losses were insta. Yeah, it would be nice if there were a better both new player elo system and also actual moderation of people dropping elo intentionally. So Relic somewhat blocking the fish. Imagine that, a Relic blocking your fish boom. Zimbabwe is the coolest map. Zimbabwe is a very cool map. Scout pushing in the zebra. Should be getting the zebra in by the TC. There it goes. And villager, then loom. Loom will be on the way for target. And zebras or ostriches in the side will be pushed in. Vill's taking the ostrich at the front. And lots of hunt for target. Another map in the map pool where I suspect Mongols will be one of, if not the best civ, because of all of the hunt that you have. Especially with the rhinos as the start. Rhinos, remember, they have 400 food compared to the 340 of boar. So you get a bit more hunt. And with that barracks, it looks like target will try to go, as you might expect for the Japanese men-at-arms. It's the mining camp, using it as part of the wall against that acacia forest. Have to be extra careful to keep your vills safe on the acacia woodlines and not have holes in them. So you just saw that scout run through. And target will be full on pushing all of the ostriches. We'll have a barracks for GoKu, but that'll go up later. And Jin's swordsman, probably the Castle Age plan, but then the question is what happens in feudal. And will we have a forward dock from either player? That's a scout for GoKu near target's dock. Don't see a forward dock or any dots on the minimap running forward just yet. They should make the first X placement game should be played against AI, and based on that, assign an ELO before playing humans. I think that having optional games you could play against the AI would be nice. But I don't know if that should be mandatory. I think making it mandatory might end up discouraging people from wanting to try out the ranked ladder. They have to slog through AI games. It's definitely something to try out and come up with a system for. It's the type of thing where if you want to drop your ELO very, very low at the start, you'd have to play so badly against the AI. It might actually be hard to smurf. Yeah, it is Rex. It is Rex. That fact doesn't work for Rex, unfortunately. So, Man-at-Arms and Double-Bit Axe in for both. These will be the faster attacking Japanese Men-at-Arms against the healing Wu Men-at-Arms. And this looks like it will be fully walled for GoKu, aside from one hole between the house and the mining camp, and then one or two holes above the house. And there is a filling of one of the holes, but not all of them. Is there a hole by the wood line there? Oh, no, it's not open. It's not open. There's a felled... yeah, there's a felled tree there. And the Men-at-Arms will be like, well, we got nothing else to do. Let's just open the wall here, in case we want to run back and forth. They'll be trapped in, cut from that forest to the TC, walled off by GoKu, and he will add in an archery range at home now, as his Men-at-Arms have decided, instead of fighting the Japanese Men-at-Arms at home, they will come forward and they will try to harass target on the wood line. As far as the water is concerned, both players with one fire galley. GoKu thinking of a forward dock, but found by target's fire galley right away, so that at least will be delayed for the moment. Men-at-Arms from GoKu not really doing much damage, and the Men-at-Arms from target will force a defensive tower up from GoKu. These Men-at-Arms still can run out. A couple of archers now for target, ready to defend and fend off the Men-at-Arms. And we'll have the same thing from GoKu as he's starting to add in archers. So pretty similar game so far, 30 to 31 eco units. And basically the same opening from both players aside from GoKu attempting the forward dock that then got denied. Is collected slightly ahead for target. Scout and the Men-at-Arms will attempt to break through the house. I think they do have a bit of a hill bonus there. The Japanese with arson are very scary, and even more so if they have a hill bonus. No arson in just yet. Archer trying to hit the scout, get HP off the scout. And that fire will take down a house from GoKu. We'll destroy that forward house. Men-at-Arms in the back for GoKu are now running away from target's archers. Target will try to archer them down. Let me check another tab. There we go. And Men-at-Arms have to run away. So Men-at-Arms on both sides. Where did the Men-at-Arms go? Oh, they're on the fishing ship. Demo. GoKu, where's the demo? Where's the demo to kill the Men-at-Arms? They're going after the fish. And here come the archers. The fish run under the safety of the tower, but target brings his own fire forward. The Men-at-Arms dying to the tower. Still no demo. And now the fire galley maybe can finish off two of the fishing ships if it targets them properly. Very low HP, but 7 HP, stays alive. GoKu blocked a bit and used the tower. It's a very nice tower, initially just to protect the woodline from the Men-at-Arms, but does end up defending against the fire galley to keep the fish alive. Still no forward dock, as target has now gotten some archers forward. The Men-at-Arms for GoKu still alive, not doing any more damage with all those archers. But still alive at least. Yeah, absolutely great save from GoKu. Still would have loved to have seen a demo though. I'd love to see a demo in the middle pond. Players haven't been docking the middle. I think at some point they might realize how valuable that is, because you can pressure the starting TC. And speaking of pressure, oh no, Target not paying attention is his villagers were hit by the men-at-arms. Why wasn't he paying attention? He was probably trying to hit the Vill down here in the south and stop the dock. Only one fire galley though, and it can't shoot over the dock foundation, so that dock should be fine to go up. We'll have some archer micro by Target's TC, and he'll pick off the first archer and now have a good archer lead. Even with the skirm there, he's probably safe to fight, as he'll go up to the castle age and add in a barracks. All right, so he's realizing, wait, I'm not going to go Japanese cav archers, I'm against the Wu. They're going to make Gen swordsmen. I need to go long swords. So maybe we'll see some Japanese long swords. Lost the men-at-arms earlier, so I won't be able to upgrade them. But there's the next barracks from GoKu, and indeed, it does look like it'll be Gen swordsman. Imagine heated shot. And fire galleys for GoKu. As he clicks up, he'll only be about 20 seconds behind. And he's killing a predator animal on the outside. And he's like, okay, Target, when you want to build your TC out there, I'll make it safe for you. What predator is out there? A tiger. Are tigers the appropriate, now that I think about that, are tigers the appropriate predator for this map? Should they be lions instead because of the African theme? That should probably be a lion and not a tiger. Chad, help me out. Do tigers fit this biome? Do they fit with the ostriches? Those should probably be lions. Lions would be better for sure. No, okay. I will fix that tonight. Let me write that down in my notes, as Target won't get that dock up. No, that Vill is way too weak. The fires are there. And that Vill goes down. Target walled out, doing bodkin and crossbow, still with some men-at-arms, but the infantry upgrades on the way for GoKu. Tigers in Africa should be lions. All right, let me make that note. So, African river, replace tigers with lions. All right, there we go. That's what I need chat's help for. When I edit the maps. And then I finally get to cast them, and it's not originally my map, and it was someone else's map. I find the things that I didn't look at while editing, and I realize, oh, wait a minute. We can make these changes. Call them leopards, and we're good. No, we'll get proper lions. So here are the Jin swordsmen. There's a demo on the way. No, a fire is on the way, though. And we do have long swords. Long swords for Target. Now the question is, will either of these players make a siege tower? We did nerf the siege towers a bit. Nerfed their HP. Nerfed their garrison capacity so they don't move as fast. And longswords clean the fire. You're not going to have any worry about being turned into a lizard if you hop inside of a siege tower in this tournament. Making biologically and geographically accurate maps just for a South American civilization to fight versus an African civilization on it. Just for an East Asian civilization to fight against a civilization that doesn't fit the time period on an African map. Yes. And the Jin swordsman taking some arrow fire. They don't really care about that. I do care about the longswords, though. Longswords catching them. The downside of the longswords is the Jin swordsmen are so speedy and so much faster that the longswords don't catch them. And the crossbows without ballistics don't do any damage either. The target now, good eco count lead, up 52 to 44 Vills. As the Jin swordsmen go down. Will the siege tower nerf be undone when the new DLC hits in the map script? We anticipate that. We anticipate taking whatever nerf they do in the DLC. So Jin swordsman fighting the Vills. Vills go down. Crossbowmen come forward as the longswords come forward, and also will kill that Jin swordsman. And And good thing target properly deleted the gate and not the TC. So forward workshop from GoKu trying to pressure the TC. That's now a good mass of longswords and crossbows behind them. To the south, the Jin swordsmen will be hovering around a bit. Why are these swordsmen just better Huskarls? I don't know. Remember when you needed a unique tech from if you're the Goths to train Huskarls from the barracks? This Civ just has Huskarls from the barracks. Nerf is built into the map script. No data mod. We don't have extra steps for players to select in the lobby. I'm sure that would be extra difficult for them. We've already had a few questions about the Regicide map needing the checkbox or the game mode. It's pretty clear when you use the checkbox and get auto-defeated that you need to pick the game mode, but still, extra lobby settings are extra work for everyone. So we try to minimize that as much as possible. Longswords trying to push through the palisade walls. And they'll try to break through the houses. And that house will go down very quickly. Oh, look at those Japanese longswords. They don't even have arson yet. They don't have any attack upgrades, just base longswords. And look at them tear through that house. That house goes right down. Ooh, those longswords are like, we don't care about that TC. We want to attack the house, and there's no room. We got to get to the other side. And down it goes. Scorpion! And the longswords are like, nope, no, we don't want to deal with the scorpions. Let us out. Let us right out. They do have... Let's see, they don't have squires yet, don't have arson. So target lacking in upgrades. Extra TCs for GoKu. He'll put a third TC on the outside. Target up by 5 vills already on 3 TCs. And adding in a defensive workshop at home. I was talking earlier about docking the middle. And I think docking the middle could be very valuable. Not just for demos, forcing your opponent to go farther away from the shallows. But you're guaranteed to be able to attack the opponent TC. It'll be partially on the shallows every game. And War Galleys... Once you have Bodkin and War Galley, you actually outrange the TC, and the ships have a good bit of bonus damage. So you get 5 or 6 War Galleys, and the enemy TC goes down really quickly. It's kind of surprising how quickly it goes down. I don't know how well players are familiar with attacking TCs with War Galleys. Doesn't come up all the time. I'd like to see that at some point. So Jin Swordsman raiding now from GoKu, and that's the downside of having a hole in your wall and defending with the TC. The Jin Swordsman won't care about the pierce damage from those arrows. Cannon Galleons in the middle. They'll have Catapult Galleons in the middle in the new DLC. The Jin Swordsman chased by the Longswords. The difficult thing is that the Longswordsmen, again, they're slower, so they don't chase the Jin Swordsman all that well. And that defensive tower on the woodline from GoKu, the one that saved his fishing ships earlier, will now be taken down by the Longswordsmen. Are those crossbows all within murder holes range? Just about. Looks like they are. And the crossbows, longswords will chase the vills. That tower going down pretty quickly. And all the vills chased by the longswords. They will go down right a bit under the TC. Enough longswords, they can pull this off and kill some villagers. At the same time, there's a defensive castle, though. A defensive castle from Target against this siege workshop from GoKu. Target's losing quite a few vills from that mangonel. He's trying to force the castle up. It's at 83%. This is maybe a doubt castle for him, though. He's now dropping in villagers, repairing the mangonel while the longsword attacks it. What is that pathing? What is that repairing? Oh no, Target. This is a disaster from Target. All of a sudden, now GoKu has killed 26 vills when Target had the boom lead earlier. Target, no, not like this. 90%, and GoKu's gonna put his own forward castle right on Target's face. Meanwhile, on the water, Target getting some fishing ships. They decided they've fished all the fish over here. They will just go over there. And this castle now is on the way up from GoKu. Target 7 vills in that TC. Still worried about that mangonel. Scorpions behind the mangonel. Oh my gosh, GoKu with another mangonel shot. Target right-clicks a farm accidentally and reseeds it. That's not what you want to be doing there. I think he lost the farm. He's sending the rest of his village into the TC. He needs to rush this up. And he's just taking more mangonel shots. The castle is up. The vills are all dying. Another mangonel shot hits the rest of the vills. Everything is dying from Target. He finally gets the castle up, but that's now an extra 20 vills dead from Target. And now it's time for petards. It's sudden disaster time. Petards from GoKu going for the castle. The mangonel shots. The mangonel is now within the minimum range of the castle, so it's free to target the TC. Only one vill inside of that TC. And the petards will go out soon. The castles are so close that the vills won't be able to repair. And now there's an aggressive ram from that workshop from GoKu, another ram on the way. He'll take out the castle, then go right for the TC. Oh my gosh, Target was in such a good position earlier, and now he's down by almost 20 vills. What a disaster for him. If that castle goes up, it's a great play. He stops the push and he has a good eco lead. And he even could think about going forward for another dock. He can keep fishing. GoKu has a safe TC on the outside. Target could have gone to the back. Oh no, a ram, and now here come the petards, and the castle goes down. Target gets his own ram, but defensive rams, the Jin swordsman should stop that. This castle should stay up. That TC will go down. Oh, poor Target, what a disaster. What a disaster. TC down, and now it's 2 TCs, and he's down about 25 vills. The Cav Archer raid coming in on the wood line. And I think that's it for Target. What a sudden disaster for him, losing everything to that failed doubt castle. Get your, if you have a doubt castle emote, get it in the chat right now. Oh man, that was absolutely horrible for him. Yeah, incorrect big cat species into a castle disaster. Target must have noticed that we didn't have lions on the map, and was so disheartened that he couldn't build the castle. If only he had more vills there earlier. Yeah, that was more like one of Nilly's soccer stadiums than it was a castle. Mangonel's trading shots. So Target called the GG. That was an insane swap of Target having more vills to suddenly now down 75 to 38. So Bowsaw on the way for GoKu. Didn't even have Bowsaw this entire time. And Vill's repairing some of the mangonels. But the ram push will continue. And now it's down to 1 TC, as GoKu will build a castle of his own to the left. And the only way GoKu loses this game is if somehow Target with those mangonels can swing things around and kill 40 vills on this castle. And the downside is he could kill 40 vills and he would still be down. Because GoKu has been booming on 4 TCs and is now over 50 vills ahead. Oh, and the Jin swordsman, look at that pierce armor. They destroy the mangonels. This castle is right on Target's face, and yet it still could have been even more forward. Score is not pleasant. No, it's not. Well, Target, what is he gonna do with those vills? Send them to their death? Oh no, Target. The vills have suffered enough, Target. Just call GG and go next. They've suffered enough. There's the GG. And GoKu with the comeback castle war win. Takes game 1 against Target. That was a crazy castle. And oh, look at the military. You can tell when things fell apart from Target. Oh my gosh, look at that graph. Look at that graph. A couple of mangonel shots at the same time as the castle happened. He had the eco lead, he had the military lead, everything was going his way, and then wasn't prepared to deal with the castle. Oh, that plummet hurts. That plummet hurts. Alright, so I'll just do the ads between the games. And then we'll get the scoreboard updated. So GoKu up 1-0. And what a game that was. He will win African River. And as far as civs go, that's a win for the very last picked Wu and a loss for the very first picked Japanese. So things going as well as they possibly could have for GoKu. Not only winning the game, but taking the best possible civ matchup win he could have too. And hello Thunderbolt. How you doing? We just casted your set earlier. Yeah, GoKu could have indeed gone much more forward with that second castle. So let's see, what is game number 2? Game number 2 will be on Bypass. A win is a win. That's the thought in TTL, right? A win is, in silver, an extra $10. Hello, Old Man Willow. And alright, Bypass. And game number 2 on Bypass, we will have Goku in the red as the Vietnamese, and Target in the blue as the Koreans. Goku to the northwest, Target to the southeast. And Bypass, of course, has this rock terrain between the two players. Players are surrounded by Palisade Wall. And we've seen crazy games. We've seen Trushes, we've seen 1TC Fast Imps, we've seen Outside Booms, we've seen 3TC Booms, we've seen Men-at-Arms, everything you can imagine. Lots of different strategies on this map. And Vietnamese Koreans, do y'all like skirms? Do you like imp skirms versus cheap Korean skirms? Lons, hello, BS Hammer. Oh, wait, oh my gosh. I'm sorry, chat. I'm thinking of the old meta. I shouldn't be talking about skirms, I should be talking about Fire Lancers. Do you prefer cheap Korean Fire Lancers? Oh, and Phosphoro, thank you for the follow. Phosphoro can answer the question, do you prefer cheap Korean Fire Lancers? Or do you prefer archery range units plus 20% HP and Fire Lancers? Vietnamese, one of those and Fire Lancer civs, with a completely different bonus that randomly also applies to Fire Lancers. I think the Koreans have, throughout Red Bull, players kind of got the tendency that the Korean discount was the stronger of the bonuses. Siege towers, of course, are allowed, just nerfed. They have less HP and less garrison capacity. With 10 units inside, they get to 1.3 speed, which is basically the same as a knight. With only 5 units garrisoned, only 5 infantry, they get to 1.05 speed, which is basically a longsword with squires. So we nerfed them from knight speed to longsword speed. So maybe they're still useful. Maybe they are. You can't camp TCs as long because the HP is lower. And we'll have Target walling up with a couple of houses by his gate. Never in your life would you have guessed siege towers would get nerfed? I think it was pretty clear even back during Sudden Disaster that they were the hard counter to monk rushes now that monks don't convert them from a distance. I think they've needed nerfing. I think it took a while for players to catch on to how strong they were, but I think they've actually needed nerfing for quite a while. I was told quality is better than quantity? Well, you need to play more Byzantines then, or more Goths. YouTube chat not liking the Fire Lancers? I'm pretty sure you're not alone. As the Zebra's now pushed in from Target. And, well, outside of Fire Lancers, Koreans with keeps. And with Upseong keeps. +2 range. Very effective usually against Bombard Cannon. Because they have the same range as cannon with siege engineers. Both of them have 13 range. So you need quite a few cannon or some type of meat shield in front of the cannon if you want to push towers. Individually, towers have the range to pick off bombard cannon. And mill for target. I guess this is a wreck, so we can probably speed up the Dark Age a bit of the closed map. And forward Vills from Goku, and he will wall target in. Survivalist was the knower. Viper, remember that old Viper Tato game with the Gebeto Warriors? On Random Everything Deluxe, before we even had Hyper Random, or Mega Random was so mainstream. That was the OG Siege Tower play. Yeah, Fire Lancers got that buff last year, and I didn't understand that at all. Everything I had seen from Fire Lancers indicated they were really strong, and then they got that buff out of nowhere. That surprised me. With both players 200 pop with enough barracks, pop efficiency is better for the Fire Lancer. You also have to think about the Q efficiency. Well, as we're in the Dark Age, and it doesn't look like anyone's going to tower rush, looks like a fast castle situation. There was something I was thinking of the other day. Did anyone in the chat play Age of Empires 1? I don't know, have you ever played that multiplayer, Age of Empires 1? Because I never really got into it, but I played the campaigns quite a bit. Oh yeah, they buffed conks too. Don't get me started on the conk buff. But, yes, that's what you started. In Age of Empires 1, the population of houses worked a bit differently than it does in Age 2, as we have a market and a blacksmith from Target, and a market blacksmith also from Goku, so they're both fast castling. It only did the population check when you started creating the unit, not at the end. So you could get to 49 out of 50 population, have 10 barracks, quickly cycle between the barracks to queue units, and all of them would successfully train, and then you'd end up at 59 out of 50 population. So you could go over the pop limit. In Age 2, they fixed that, and if a unit starts training, you'll see it stops then at 99% if you're pop capped while it's training. I think that there might also be a strategy not to go over the pop limit, but to have a whole bunch of 99% units queued up when you're at the pop limit. So as soon as you drop in pop, the units pop out instantly, and you don't need to wait for them to train. I'll need to experiment with that in the editor, but someone mentioned or asked how population worked the other day, and I thought about that. And I don't know if you ever would actually be able to make that work in a game, because usually you have your queue of 60 plus hussars at the end. But maybe in some weird setups, it might actually be useful. Because in AoE 2, there is that check at the end, so you don't go over the pop limit. I think there's a check at the start and at the end. I'll need to double check that, though. I was thinking of it the other day, since Chad had mentioned it. In Age of Mythology works a bit differently. If you're actually at the pop limit and can't produce a unit, and you have a technology that's queued, it researches the technology for you. So it kind of alters the queue a bit. And Vil on the TC on the outside. Target maybe overstaying his welcome with the scout, takes a couple extra hits from the TC. And target will go for a third TC, finding an outside gold mine. Both players doing a TC on an outside gold, and starting to construct some outposts. And looks like we'll have a boom, and breaking through the walls is target to go for a relic, grabbing the middle relic with his monk. There is one relic essentially in each corner. So it should be one in the middle and then two per player. Target grabbing the middle is then in the driver's seat for grabbing 3 relics and being up 3-2. Also slightly ahead so far in res collected. Vietnamese probably should have the better eco with their free or their discounted eco upgrades. They cost no wood and research faster. So free in terms of wood, still have to pay food. Koreans will mine stone faster, but that doesn't really matter early on. No one's taking the yummy hunter berries on the side. Oh, as you say that, Goku thinking about the yummy hunting berries, but target sending some fire lancers over. He did do a barracks and will be trying to raid with a couple of fire lancers. Well, that's scary. They don't have a siege tower, but adding the barracks and getting some value out of it. Goku does scout the barracks. And actually has the scout in a position to pick off a monk. So should kill the monk, won't delay the relic forever. The next monk will grab it. But will slow down the collection of both this and the next relic. Scout on the other side for target, as Goku will run for a TC. And the scout won't be in time to snipe the monk. that monk over there. But we'll be in time to find the vills, as we do indeed have lions on this map. Oh, the lion going to join in. There is loom for GoKu. There is loom. Stormtrooper sounds. I actually think the rocket cart makes a 100% Star Wars sound when it shoots. And Monk grabs the relic and turns around. Turns around. The Fire Lancers use their charge attack, but don't kill the monk. They are faster though, so they will poke him down. Both players killing a monk from each other. Target will scout and doubly confirm the TCs there. Is that an auto scout? Scout looks kind of like it, the way it's running. Just ignoring the vills. Oh, no, never mind. It stops. It stops. Not auto scouting. And oh, target forward with the monk. He's trying to pull off a heist. He's trying to steal the relic from right underneath GoKu's outpost, right underneath the TC. GoKu tried to send another monk for it, but too late. Target wins the foot race. His monk's on the way back. Both have the same speed, 70 to 70. GoKu chasing with his monk, but he would need to research Atonement to do anything about that. Koreans themselves, not a good monk tech tree. They could do Fervor to move faster. You think they need a speed nerf? I think that'd be good for them too. Make them a bit slower than the longswords at least. And it probably fits the theme of having the charge attack. Of even if they do have bonus damage against Cav, make it so that that mostly comes through the charge attack, and not through the fact that they fight them in melee. And that relic pops out of the monk's hand, as the monk goes for a conversion on a Fire Lancer. And looks like this monk will go down to a spear and a lancer. And spear versus lancer. Lancer wins that quite handily. His lance with that flame on it, much better than the spear. And a 5-star man, thank you very much for the follow. Castle forward for GoKu, looking to put the pressure on target. The Vil count's pretty much the same between the two of them, but target up by 1k res, so he's been focused quite well on booming and collecting the relics. 1 to 2 right now. We'll see if target's able to grab 4. Where's the other relic? Oh, there we are. We have GoKu going around the map. He's trying to pull off a relic heist, but target will be aware of that. We'll send the scout to snipe the monk. The monk does what he can to get the relic under the TC. And unfortunately for GoKu, I think this is a DE thing. I think they've changed the way monks drop relics, but they always drop the relic to the left. And then, oh, target loses the scout, and now he'll lose a monk, as GoKu has a scout around here too. Lion just standing there peacefully, as the scout and the monk are not attacked by the lion. But the scout will try to frame the lion for that murder and make it look like the lion killed the monk. We know that's not possible. They're not gonna fool us. So double guard tower for target. Yeah, now the lion's gonna go for a Vil, because you don't frame me. And the lion goes down. And towers into a castle for target, as target's up to imp first. And behind that forward castle from GoKu, he will do another TC on these ostriches. And target not going for the hunt, instead just farming. Seems to have managed to pull a nice boom and really outboom GoKu by 2k res. And we'll have a much faster imp time. Target has this really clean boom. I am tending to agree with you there. I think that was a really clean boom. Yeah, the imp timing will give him treb pushes on both sides. It's not like he's falling far behind in Vils either during the Imperial Age research. A couple of Rattan archers out. Will they be able to deny this castle? Oh no, target. Don't have a denied castle again. There's a weak Vil out there. 42%. You built it only with 6 Vils. Not again, target. Not again. Hello, Red Cliffy. It's crazy the Vil count is so close when you think the Vietnamese have the eco bonus. And target is so far ahead in res collected. Okay, so how does target do this now? Does he just send the entire village? There are 13 Vils. He should probably grab all the vills and YOLO that up. Goku going for another castle. Are those castles adjacent? The hill makes it a bit weird to tell. Are they... It does overlap. I think they are kissing each other there. Alright, an archer. Oh, the castle's a wall that stops the vills from building the other castle. Chemistry on the way for target. He's Amp. He has some Fire Lancers. But Goku will get this castle up first, won't he? Oh, yes he will. Yes he will. And now he can kill some villagers. And with 2 castles, maybe it's Petard's time. As that castle goes up. No ballistic, so the vills can run away. But that may be... Oh, yes, Petard's. Maybe stymies the plan for a Trebor over here. Keep in front of the Treb, so vills will never think about rushing that down now, especially with the castle. Target over here, Chemistry and Bodkin on the way. Or bypass. Yep, that is Petard territory. But Target's still making Trebs. I guess he makes the Trebs and has to run them away. And it's also a Ram territory for Goku. Goku wants to knock that castle down. This Treb has to run away. Trebs usually don't fear arrow fire, but they need to be unpacked to have their full Pierce armor. 8 when packed, 150 when unpacked or under either stage of construction. So it goes from taking damage from arrows to taking 1 damage from arrows. Vietnamese castle entrance looks like an emoji. Like 2 eyes, nose, a mouth. Could be. Now here comes the ram for Goku. 4 petards in his castle. And he will lose some vills, though you can't repair that. They got a garrison. Repair what they can against the Treb. Goku has to be careful. The rams don't block the petards, and they did. They did. He has to move the rams around a bit and get the gather point there. And also kind of time the young garrison with an arrow shooting. There go the petards. And the castle, 300 HP. The rams will finish it off. All the vills are dead. And that 1 vill needs to repair. He can't out-repair 1 Treb, though. The rams can go and maybe destroy the Treb. A couple of Fire Lancers, though, can pick off the rams. So that castle's down. Castle on the right. Goku's out of stone. He's being Trebbed. This castle goes down, too. And target now can move on to target the TC. Barracks and Fire Lancer here for Goku, but the towers will make it a bit harder to use the Fire Lancers. Target, though, no production facilities here. Doesn't have his own Fire Lancers. Fire Lancers all to the south for him, as he does a few more keeps here to try to push this castle. Goku, so far, at least has the map control. Did manage to pull off that Relic Heist, finish grabbing it over here, so 3-2 Relic lead for target. Arbs don't counter Fire Lancers. They do, but the hard thing about that is the fact that Koreans will have keeps. And also really cheap skirms. Both of these civs are great skirm civs, so investing too much into the archer line means that the skirms come out. That rat and archer dies to the cannon. We have seen champion swaps in Korean mirrors a couple of times. So Treb goes for the castle. And the castle will start to take some damage. And we will have Upseong for the extra tower range. No murder holes yet, but they will now have extra range. Eraser and chemistry. And towers here. Well, they have murder holes, definitely better against the Fire Lancers. Fire Lancers trying to stop the vills from garrisoning, and they will be successful there. You really don't want to be under a castle when they fight, but they can tank quite a bit with 102 HP. Extra HP for the Vietnamese. Again, the Vietnamese, one of those and Fire Lancer civs. Cannon getting some shots on the Fire Lancers, but now the more they chase, the more a target can bring his own Fire Lancers into use, add in the barracks, and have the cheap wood discount Korean Fire Lancers. These things are almost free. 50% wood discount, so you're really only paying the gold. Which is what, 45 gold for them? Well, what's the cost of the Korean Fire Lancer? I know the wood is ridiculously low. Target should have more experience in these settings, but Goku is in a good spot. Well, I don't know. I think I still like Target's spot. That was a good control stack. Arbis might need to go double check the admin rules that they're followed. Oh, and, well, will the extra HP be enough? There's still 6 Fire Lancers there, but not enough against 16. 20 wood, 40 gold? It's only 40 gold? I thought it was slightly more. Okay, so 20 wood, 40 gold. And that is cheap. 20, 40, I thought it was 45. 20, 45. Hello, Varian. Good afternoon. Pew, pew, pew. You need a lot of popcorn for those Fire Lancer fights. Here we go again. Pew, pew, pew. Our Stormtrooper blasters. And, oh, that's a lot of keeps, too. And this is what makes the Koreans extra scary in the Fire Lancer fights. The fact that they have 4 keeps now, shooting arrows into the Fire Lancers. And one of the reasons you don't see ARBs that much against the Koreans is the insane range of their keeps that do extra damage to ARBs compared to the Fire Lancers because of the lower pierce armor, the ARBs. Vietnamese castles are the worst in terms of HP. They do have hoardings, right? Do Aztecs get hoardings? I think Aztecs don't get hoardings. Is it really necessary to create this unit? I am wondering that too, Gabby. I'm wondering that too. I can kind of understand for the Chinese where they removed camels. But then Vietnamese and Koreans were already strong and get this unit for free. They didn't get any corresponding nerfs, they just get the strongest unit in the game for free. Aztecs don't get hoardings? Yeah, they don't. Aztec castles still are weaker. Cannon attacking the keep. And the cannon go down. Keep getting some nice shots on them. Their HP is dropping. Fire Lancers don't really want to fight under the castle. Oh my gosh, that is a lot more Fire Lancers for target. At the very least, we're not seeing siege towers. Okay, at the very least, we're not seeing siege towers. The siege towers are allowed, as we talked about earlier. We just nerfed them. Lowered garrison capacity so they can't carry as many Fire Lancers. The Fire Lancer doesn't need the siege tower. Even the Lancers. Cannon destroying the barracks. We'll have more towers forward from target. Creeping his way forward with them. He's pushing out on the left. And again, I think the discount mattering a bit more than the HP. Also, the insane keep additions from the Koreans. They keep the push going. Age of Fire Lancers. We need some type of emote of patrol stacking Fire Lancers. Some type of animated emote. Oh, look at those keeps. Look how many arrows they show. Oh yeah, also, Fire Lancers, they add more arrows to keeps. They add more arrows to keeps. So, gotta allow your message. Automod, Varian. Automod was not liking your criticism of the Fire Lancer. Alright, Fire Lancers all one more big fight. The keep attacks. Why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they add arrows? Because they're an infantry unit. They have a charge attack, but usually it's infantry like halves or champions don't add arrows to towers. It's only vills or archer units. And there we go. Target outlances GoKu and wins the Koreans versus Vietnamese mirror matchup on bypass. What a game that was. GG. GG. Oh man, that was a game of all time. Oh look, there was a point when Target had more Fire Lancers, and then he had many more Fire Lancers. That's what that graph tells us. So GoKu even had more res collected by the end there. Just couldn't keep up with the Fire Lancer keep combination. Do we know the countries of the players? Yes, we do. You could add that in if you want. Now, GoKu is from Brazil. Target is German. He's from Germany. So, do you like the Fire Lancers, chat? I can love the Fire Lancers. And be there 1-to-1. That was a win for Target on bypass. And that is a win for the Koreans and a loss for the Vietnamese. Maybe just a bit overtuned. A bit. I think Fire Lancers should add trebuchet shots to towers. The unit clearly needs a buff. One good civ to play without paying for a DLC. That's true. That's true. Koreans, you have them when you have the game. They're not pay to win, at least. Alright, so game number 3, we'll have Target versus GoKu. And it will be on the map Reverse Acropolis. And oh boy, this is the snowy version of Reverse Acropolis. Look at this. It'll be Target as the blue Armenian, or wait, not Reverse Acropolis, sorry, on Valley. It's a snowy version of Valley. I put snow on both versions. I got excited when I saw snow. So that is Valley. So this is Target to the north as the blue Armenians and GoKu to the south as the red Burgundians. And Valley, lots of chickens and hares in the middle. I added a bunch of hares to the middle, and the T90 was like, we don't have enough hunt, so then I added more chickens, and it's now completely inundated with the hunt in the middle. So no Mongols. This is so many maps in the map pool where Mongols are going to dominate. Target, ooh, will Target lame? Will he lame? It's right there for the boar. He's going for it, isn't he? He's going for it. Are we ready for a 2-hour match? For a 2-hour match to happen? The boar hits the scout, and the scout will run away. And we'll have another Vil coming forward for GoKu building the house. 3 hours, please. Now battle... You're right, battle elephants this time. No, none of these civs have battle elephants. You got me excited for a second. No. No war elephants, no battle elephants. GoKu did not play the Persians. He played Burgundians. Oh my gosh, I got it. When the map is completely out of resources and you don't need your villagers anymore, that's when you press the button. That's when you press the button if you're the Burgundians. There's a time for it now. You probably won't have the stockpile to press it, but you can do it. You can do it. Yeah, that's true. Burgundians eco with vineyards in a long game would be nice. But let's be honest, chat. I've seen this map go for 15 minutes when one player plays men-at-arms and kills 5 Vils in the middle. A 2 to 3 hour game should be the exception here. So Burgundians eco with one less boar now that we do have the lame from Target. And forward house from GoKu, but he will probably want to go for Flemish Militia. Both of these civs seem like they're Feudal Longsword versus Flemish Militia end goal for this game. It seems like the players want to focus the hunt, take the hunt at 10 minutes into the game, rather than an hour 45 minutes into the game. So, big ouch, and remember, on this map, we reduce the number of deer in the middle, so the deer is being pushed by GoKu. Does the gold from Burgundian's Vineyard self-sustain with bottomed-out wood prices? What do you mean? Does it self-sustain with bottomed-out wood? So, like, if you get gold from the farm, can you then buy enough wood that you can then build more farms? If it does, then it eventually runs out because the wood price grows as you buy, right? So how much gold do you gather from one farm? I'd imagine it's more than 60. Yeah, at some point the wood price skyrockets. Then you're out of wood, so you're not going to be selling wood to lower it. So maybe at the start, but it should run out. It's like on Team Islands when you have trade, but you don't get wood because it becomes too expensive. Yeah, still pretty good with crop rotation. So, target there. Up to feudal. Bills on the gold. On the gold, interesting. Burgundian relic bonus they'll be favored with. That's true with the Burgundian relic bonus. They do have infinite food, but they need to collect the relics. Armenians might get 6 relics with warrior priests. But we might also not even reach the warrior priest stage. We have 1 mule cart in the middle with a few militia for target. He'll be upgrading them to men-at-arms and maybe even to longswordsmen. GoKu will be slower up because of that lame, and hard to adjust to the lame on this map without as many deer to push. GoKu didn't go to mill the middle, tried to mill his berries at home. So far, no mill for target, who is in the middle. And he'll take the score lead as he gets up to feudal. GoKu will be about 2 minutes slower. And those men-at-arms will do some damage. Those men-at-arms... Well, first they've forced GoKu to wall up fully at home. GoKu's going over to gold now. And if he wants to go for Flemish Militia, they should lose to longswords, right? This is clearly the map for Portuguese for the 4-hour Vitoria game. I guess so. I guess so. Portuguese for Valley, the super aggressive map that we opened up and reduced the wood lines for. You go for the Vitoria civ for the wood. That's the plan. Men-at-arms attack the wall. That does not look like there's enough space for farms, no. And there's a range, so militia plus range. GoKu has the score lead. I don't feel that he's ahead, though. I feel that Target's in a really strong position now with the longsword upgrade coming in. His own range on the way. And men-at-arms can turn... Oh, he's attacked... Target! No, don't attack the house. Don't attack the house. Attack the militia. Okay, he does turn around in time, and there now he has longswords. And longswords should beat militia, right? Longswords definitely beat Flemish militia. Men-at-arms, it's kind of similar, but longswords, they're a Castle Age unit. They win that. Let me win that. I'll run away from the militia and run back to the middle.
Posato. Sì.
And we'll go and destroy the house.
Avutavis.
Attack the remaining militia. Militia will go down.
Avutavis. Sì.
Skirm hitting the militia. Oh, is Dave visiting T90? Dave must be trying to escape the cold then.
Avutavis.
I'd assume Dave is much colder than I am, and I am very cold. What is the red thing on the left side of the map? Oh, that's a mill. That's a mill from Goku. Goku heading out there, taking his own hunt, trying to avoid the detection of target, who continues pouring in with longswords. Until Canadians don't get cold. I think they do get cold. I think they just deal with it better. So Scout from Goku still scouting the back of target space, trying to find all the extra res in case the game does go that long. I don't think the militia want to fight the longswords though. I'm not sure what else you do as Burgundians because your men-at-arms certainly won't win that fight. It's minus 20C in Poland right now. What is that in Fahrenheit? I've been dealing with minus Fahrenheit recently, which is I think around minus 20C. It was minus 1 the other day, which is minus 18 to 19 for me. Minus 5-ish? Okay, yeah. I've been slightly warmer than that here. So, mill out to the side. And Fletching on the way now for target. Fletching will come in first for Goku. So you get enough skirms and you can fight longswords with skirms. That's how Age of Empires works. 1 damage adds up over time. 60 HP on the longswords will chase the skirms away. As the militia fight the longswords. Can I still dock the middle of the map and have ships sail through the middle? No, you can't. No, you can't. There's medium or deep water on this version, and in other seasons, I disabled docking to be consistent on all versions. So no cannon galleon camping. In every tournament I've ever seen where Valley has been used, I've never seen anyone dock, and I figured creating another fire galley map was not what we wanted with the thalassocracy balance being added to the DLC. Mid-tournament. So skirms still fighting other skirms. Longswords try to break through the palisades. We'll have a house coming up for Goku. And then double bit axe on the way for target. Lumber camp going up for Goku, and we will have scale mail armor on the way for him. Target res collected only around 200 more. The fact that Goku managed to sneak that mill out there and take the hunt has been great. Might even want to take those fish. And so far, Target is none the wiser to it. In the back of Target's base, finally Goku does get forward, and he'll find Target on a back gold mine and manage to almost kill a Vil. Almost kills one, tries to block, and we'll get a kill. Almost got 2 there. As the Vil hits, or the archer hits the Vil and takes her down. So far, so good for the walling for Goku. But Goku losing the Skirm War. Skirm number is 13 to 3. And having already lost stone, building one tower on the gold, GoKu doesn't have an option to get another tower out here to stop this break-in. And really, a tower is the only thing I think that helps at this point. Some longswords even running past the TC. Not walled enough there, trying to stop the repair vills from the inside. They will have to fight the militia. The longswords are getting stabbed from the back. Skirrim's killing the vill who's building the house. Yeah, target's now... Ever since that lame, he's been ahead, and he hasn't looked back. He's forcing more and more walls. Longswords there taking the fight against the militia. You know, the only chance here is if the longswords are killed. Maybe there's enough militia to kill the longswords and not enough archers to kill the militia? Those longswords are tanky, but they do go down. And somehow, someway, target... Oh, he didn't have the armor there. Gets pushed back. That's a lot of idle deco, and now target has a huge res collected lead. Thank you, the Algerian 19 for the follow. Skirms are running away. Skirms and longswords on the other side. And being collected here. Militia getting peppered by javelins. And they do run away. Oh, that spinning couldn't save the skirm. Wasn't a good trick. The spinning. And GoKu maybe needs another mill. Maybe would want to mill this way to be a bit more hidden. As Vill's starting to have to run marathons to drop off the hunt. At least they're still collecting it. As target comes forward with more longswords. 23 to 15 military. GoKu at least not losing too many vills. 1-to-1 eco KD. Hasn't idled the TC too much longer than target has. But he's against Burgundians who... Or wait, no, he is Burgundians. Never mind. He is Burgundians. Hasn't gotten the feudal eco upgrades. Ooh, Bowsaw could be nice for him if he could ever afford that. He could almost afford it. If he does manage to get up to the castle age, the Flemish militia do automatically get a boost. Same thing as when the Eagle Scouts hits castle age and gets a boost. So it would have more attack. It's that same thing as the sergeants too from the Sicilians. Yeah, his target effectively has Bowsaw from being the Armenians and getting the better upgrades at the mill cart. And forging on the way for GoKu. A palisade gate. Nice quick gate. Nice slam gate styled gate. I miss when you had to do the palisades for that. That was kind of fun. But not letting that stray unit into his eco's target. And now GoKu may be a bit out of position. Maybe he feels he needs to take a fight if he can feel that target is clicked up. Maybe he saw the score drop. The militia trying to patrol their way into the long swordsman. But the long swordsman winning the fight. Skirm numbers still there for target, and GoKu's entire army is now slaughtered at the front of his base, and he will call the GG, and target will win the set 2-1. Here goes 76 to 37 KD for target. Eco, better eco for him. Technology 2 minutes faster to feudal, thanks to that lame. And lame into holding on to the lead, taking the hunt in the middle with the longswords, and I expect to see this match up quite a bit on the map. Armenians, Bulgarians. We saw Goths picked Chu, but I don't know if longer lasting hunt is necessarily a good bonus for the map when you have essentially limitless hunt. early on. So aside from a very unfortunate castle, well done for Target that set. And perhaps the better Civ draft there with Koreans and Armenians even lower in the draft. GoKu didn't even use his first picked Persians and didn't use the Georgians. And even after GoKu beat Target's first Civ. Should Dravidians be strong there for the skirms? They'll probably be good. I think you would save Dravidians for Monocle if that's in the map draft though, because they at least get a Shorefish carry bonus. Let's see, I'm getting tagged all over the place on Discord. Alright, let me check what time it is. We have another TTL set at 19 GMT, which is 50 minutes from now. You think we can squeeze in the Survivalist Rex before then? I think we can try that. It's Survivalist Cloud. Let's go for that. Survivalist Chart. Sorry, Survivalist Chart. So let's do that. Just clear the ads and then get into this. Extract all. Paste them into my rec folder. And grab the drafts. I always accidentally using my forward and back hotkeys on my mouse when that's my change scene hotkey. And grab drafts. So this here will be Chart versus Survivalist. Chart usually spells his name with a lowercase c from what I've seen, so I'll give him a lowercase c. And he lowercased it in the draft, too. Update the drafts. Update now the stream titles. And update the YouTube title. And there we go. So, everything's updated. We'll have Game 1 on Reverse Acropolis. Chart's home map will be Slopes, and Survivalist home map will be a Bypass. So, since we have another set coming up, I will probably speed the Dark Age up a bit. But it is the Dark Age on a 3-vil start. So here we go. We'll have Survivalist. He will be the blue Tatars to the northwest. Chart will be the green Persians to the southeast. I'm sure we have lots of Survivalist fans. This is his, he's in Japan now, so this is not his time zone. It's his time zone to be sleeping right now. He played these early in the morning. It was 5 a.m. for me, so I didn't see them live. And we'll have a nice deer push starting off the map from Chart. So Tatars Persians, Chad has been asking about Tatars on this map because they do have that extra hill bonus. From top of the hill, they get an extra 25% damage. And we'll see Survivalist trying them out. Yeah, right now, that's true. That's true. You can add the flags to the players. Survivalist is from... Oh, the Canary Islands, I misclicked. Canada. And Chart is from Japan. So Survivalist right now physically is in Japan. But he's Canadian. Just don't fight on the hills? Well, that's hard when there are hills everywhere. Yeah, R-Base, I wonder what you think if I were to edit the map. Oh, because the Drush comes in. The early Persian Drush. What is this? The early Persian Drush. Extra 50 wood and food at the start. So they're the OG early Drush Civ. Pre-mill, pre-lumber camp Drush relying on the stragglers. This is what Tato did on the Voobly days, but Survivalist manages to react and quick wall Gets the walls up for the vills in time. Yeah, Arbase, I'm wondering what you think if I set the map up so that the bases don't spawn in the corners, and they always kind of spawn like this. So you have a larger area against the back, and you no longer have to deal with the silliness of the unwallable bases where the rock terrain is kind of on the sides. Think that'd be better? A few more trees would make them clump less. What I could just do is change the number of clumps down here. I could keep the trees the same, but decrease the clumps by 1. And then we'd have like 10 trees, or decrease the clumps by 2 maybe. Spread out like 20 trees among the other woodlines, give them an extra 1 to 2 trees each. That would be nice. Because right now it's kind of, your lumber camps are kind of a bit awful down here. Because when they have 900 wood, you're spending 100 wood on a lumber camp. You're only getting like 800 wood. And change that by like 200 or so wood. But also spread them out a bit more, so you're not going to get a lucky lumber camp as likely between 2 wood lines. Maybe that works better. We can experiment a bit. Change the wood amount on the trees. I'd rather not do that. I'd rather not make non-standard things like that. Only be achieved by direct placement. I'm already using direct placement, just with a lot of randomness and math expressions to do it randomly. So stable and house on the way for survivalist. Probably could be done with random placement in borders if you really wanted to. I think direct placement also lets me place a couple of extra lands to ensure the TC's in the middle and not far to a side. Now that we've seen the map a bit, and seen some generations we like and don't like, we can make some, not necessarily bug fixes, but stylistic fixes to eliminate gens that we think are too extreme. The Josh will never stop. I'll keep an eye on those militia, but so far, Survivalist has done a great job of not dying to the Drush, hasn't idled the TC, hasn't lost a Vil, had the quick walls everywhere he needed, didn't lose anything to an overchop, even doing double bit axe, and now that he's up to feudal as the Tatars, we'll be pumping out a couple of scouts. And he'd love to have that hill bonus in the scout versus scout fight and have the scout away from the militia. Not adding in a spear follow-up. Instead, the scouts are simply going forward. We'll have a spear from chart as he adds in a range, and he'll be moving to the gold in the back. This is the map we see fully upgraded Persian longswords. That legit could be monocle. Fully upgraded Persian longswords. If you want the faster working Persian TC with the shorefish because you have so much food, you go men-at-arms and feudal into longswords. Maybe we see that. If he places all the important buildings in the front. Well, we'll see if we get to that stage, as Chart is losing a couple of Vils here. Vils go down. And the militia and the scout attacking the house as the Vil has to repair from Survivalist. Yeah, great value from 2 scouts. And even more value, a 3rd Vil down from 2 scouts. And the Survivalist repairing that house, he still is not taking damage from that Drush. Repairing a house 12 minutes into the game is not really damage. You prefer Hunnic two-handed swordsman? I have legit seen Hunnic two-handed swordsman be useful, Bloodless. I've seen them win a game before. Or actually, now that I think about it, it was a 2v2, and they didn't win the game because the team lost, but they did win their side of the 2v2. It was a Celt going Halb Ram on Arena suddenly ran into Hun two-handed swordsman. All the Rams and Halbs died before they could react. So 3 Vil kills from Survivalist, trying to wall everything up, and saying that we get 3 Vil kills and it's only a 1 Vil lead. That's the power of the Persian TC. Just plain old scouts that would have a hill bonus, were they to attack from uphill, or extra hill bonus. And Town Watch on the way for Survivalist, making extra sure he can see everything around his base. And a sheep will be on its way in. Touching on the way for chart.
Emriniz hazır. Emrinizge mademem.
And skirm attacked by the scout.
Hazır. Emrinizge mademem. Emriniz hazır.
Bill's running back from the lumber camp. And this is finally where Survivalist might take damage. Didn't fully wall himself. And we'll have to quick wall. The archers do have fletching. Looks like they're attacking the house rather than the vills, though. As some ice falls down outside my window and scares me. Vills pushed back by the archers. Scouts get free thumbring if they decide to become a cav archer. Fortunately, that's not an upgrade path. That could be a civ bonus, though. Scouts immediately become cav archers upon reaching the castle age. It's like villagers using their bows to shoot boar. Shoot boars. So Bill's chopping the tree. They'll have to run away. Scout's still atop the hill doing a bit of hoovering.
Ferman. Amade. Ferman.
And wheelbarrow on the way for chart.
Ari.
Horse collar for survivalist. And will the scouts want to engage here? They decide just to take a poke.
Ferman.
Now, one spear is very annoying. 2 follow-up spears. This is where a chart, though, has to be dangerous if survivalist can take the hill in a fight. But survivalist will give that up. He will run behind. He has bloodlines. Those spears are nasty, though. And, oh, survivalist housed, too. Housed. Trying to throw up more houses, and this all kind of fell apart from him when he wasn't walled over here. And maybe the drush, maybe the damage the drush does isn't necessarily super early damage, but rather damage of preventing players from walling later in the game. Chart is like 400 elo higher. Oh, that's true. I should add the elos to the scoreboard. Remind me to do that. These are wrecks, so I have to add the elos myself. I don't think he's 400 elo higher. Well, I mean, he might be if he's 2k7 and Survivalist is 2k3. They probably do swing a bit into those locations for the elo. And spears go down to the archers. Oh, there's that hill bonus. There's that hill bonus for the Tatars finally being used. And now this has basically been stopped, but chart up to the castle age first, and even though there were 3 Vil kills, that Persian TC has given chart the eco lead. He has over 1k more res collected, did a ton of idling for Survivalist's eco. And now the scouts will run forward. Will they find a hole somewhere? We'll have a stable going up there for chart. And scouts will attack the stable. We'll have another house on the way. As another house comes up for chart 2. Skirms and archers coming forward. They'll find Vils on the wood line. And force the Vils away. Clutching just about finished.
Ferman. Amade. Ari.
And there's the castle age, and what do we see? Knights from the stable? Knight from the stable, crossbow from the range, and these crossbowmen will be in position to get crossbow and bodkin just as castle age hits, and Survivalist will react with a stone wall. He also abandons the farm before plugging the holes by that palisade, and the crossbows have their pick of diving the tower for gold Vils, or looping around to hit more farm Vils. And they'll have to go for the farm vills. The tower a bit too strong defensively, but Survivalist not running the vills. And let's see if they get away. The crossbows don't have ballistics. So it looks like Survivalist made the right choice. Didn't have to run them earlier. Waited as long as he could. Is him being around 2k2? I feel like I usually see him around 2k3 to 2k4.
Farmon.
But then again, I don't keep track of him that closely because of the time zone. Archer is attacking the knight. The scouts getting stuck in the mud. Tripping over their own archers there. And the crossbows will sandwich Survivalist's army now. As Chart will have taken a nice Vil lead at this point and adding in his second TC on the pond. We'll be ready to continue. Survivalist got Expo timing. That he did. Well, he also did get defensive towers up. Did get the towers up. And his scouts will, from the top of the hill, look to run down. We'll have bloodlines on the way from the stable. And Elite Skirm Bodkin for Survivalist now. Has to hold for another 36 seconds until Elite Skirm comes in, though. And no diving the TC for Chart. If he does, there's no eco over here for him to loop to the other side and damage. Tower is so far so good for defense. And a couple of scouts trapping a Cav Archer. Actually, rather nice damage from the scouts to find a Cav Archer. But more army comes back for Chart. Scouts will maybe slow down the forward progress of that army. The charts are up, the charts are rising. And skirms now from Survivalist will find the crossbows and knights from Chart that are looping around. And maybe, just maybe, get some kills on the crossbows. Hit the knights. And actually those knights with no armor, the elite skirms, will do some good damage to them. As long as they can get far enough away to do damage. And they're also picking off crossbows at the same time. Gonna run down the hill, though. Try to get to some reinforcing skirms. One remaining scout on 2 HP for Survivalist will come back. We got the skirms a bit sketchier. Would be more sketch if the knights had their armor. 3 damage per javelin is good against knights. That low HP knight will die. Ballistics for the skirms. Alright, ballistic skirms. Those knights need upgrades if they're gonna fight. Skirms counter knights. That's right. Knights counter pikes, skirms counter knights. That's how Castle Age works. Running downhill give a movement speed bonus. That was a thing in Age of Empires 1. They removed it from AoE 2. It was kind of silly, admittedly. Your units would go super fast running downhill. It was insane. Maybe it could have been changed a bit to rebalance it, but it was very silly. I always did think it was a thing in AoE 2 until I realized it wasn't. So now this forward TC, maybe a bit vulnerable to skirm raids. Vil's outside on the wood line getting hit, Mangonel on the way out. And Survivalist will go for what is now his third TC, as he does have his own wood line on the side. And skirms will be picking off Vils on this lumber camp. That's a good raid from Survivalist, and he needs to get some good raids because he's down by 20 Vils. Starting to close the gap a bit. Well, it closes it from 20 to 15. That's a start. Scale Barding Armor on the way for Chard, who's up by 3k res. Ooh, okay, he doesn't run into the Mangonel. Would have been a disaster if he did. Picks another Vil. And this is the third TC from Chart over on the wood line, adding in some farms around it. Survivalist trying to claim a gold. Skirms counter everything. Enough skirms, and they counter everything. TC goes up, Vils take the sheep. Knights now taking some Mangonel fire. They do have 1 armor. Makes them much stronger against skirms. 2 damage instead of 3 they take. Ooh, crossbows dodging. Ooh, nice sidestep. Micro from Chart on point in that fight, not taking a single javelin. And doesn't have ballistics himself, but is still able to hit the skirms a bit. into flaming camels versus elephantos. Probably 0%. I'll put that probability at 0. But I will also say that with my reminder that sometimes events with probability 0 still happen. As their knees hurt. Honestly, I've had enough knee problems from running to say downhill is not fun to run down. The downhill is the hard part of the run. And Cav Archers will pick off a Vil. Not much HP on that house, but the Knights will come over in time to force Survivalist back. Start adding in now his 4th TC, and really committing to that Persian's boom. Ahead by 3k resources now, and Survivalist struggling to keep up as he does husbandry. And adds in another mill surrounding that with farms. All the Cav Archers and skirms by the TC. At some point they can come forward, and we will have padded archer armor and ballistics on the way for chart, as the Cav Archers roam around. People training is downhill is hard because people don't usually do downhill training when they run. And you definitely can help to get used to it. It depends on what type of race you're doing, though. If you're just doing on a track, and there's no downhill in the race. If you're doing it on a random 5k course, then yeah, there could be some downhills you gotta get used to. And Cav Archers dodging the mangonel, but they are killing some Vils. Chart has Vils to spare, but doesn't want to lose too many. Still, again, a 15 Vil difference. At the same time, he's getting some crossbows to raid Survivalists, but the crossbows will run into skirmishers. That army will be cleaned. At the same time, some Knights and Cav Archers come to raid Survivalists forward TC. They'll be forced off of the gold by some garrisoning. They'll turn around, but Survivalists going for the Vils on the right, starting to pick off the Vils under the TC. And Ballistics Cav Archers are scary. Chased by skirms, but still picking off Vils. At the same time, the Cav Archers and Knights are trying to get into Survivalist's base. Skirms there to defend. Again, we'll see Skirm. Do they counter Knight? Do Skirms counter Knights? As the Cav Archers themselves are trying to figure out, do Cav Archers counter Skirms? I think the answer to that is no. Use uphill Skirms counter Knights. Oh, we have a castle drop from Chart. Defensive castle from Survivalist. Both trying to force the castles up. I think Chart wins this, though. He's got 17 Vils, Survivalist has 18. And now it's time for petards, maybe a workshop. Castle does go up. Vils will garrison and pop out. Oh, Survivalist has the workshop already starting to pump out the rams. That ram will have a straight shot at the castle. Workshop created and deleted from Chart. If Survivalist has to make petards, then that's a lot of eco he'll be spending just to take out one castle. Calling the GG. You're saying Chart's won this. He's up to Imp, putting it in a safe TC. Well, every Persian TC is safe, isn't it? At the same time, if Knights have now broken in and are killing the Vils in Survivalist's farming eco, and Survivalist desperately trying to get a TC out in the middle of nowhere, take a couple of the foxes. There's Imp for Chart, the Ram, ramming the TC, but we'll get back from the mangonel just to die to the castle fire. Second castle far away from the first. He also has a workshop nearby, so it'll be maybe 2 castles in chemistry for Cannon once he gets Imp. The Survivalist still tries to play on once Chart gets Imp, because Chart's now up 32k to 25k res collected. Yeah, the Charts are off the roof. Charts are rising. The Charts are up. Survivalist not even taking his sheep. Well, his fox is in the corner, not taken by Survivalist either. Screw him, sit by the castle. And we'll have chain barding armor for Chart. Has some cav archers. Group up with the light cav. Full of stables over here for Survivalist. Might need to repair that ram if he wants to go again for the castle push. And now we have Cavalier immediately along with the armor. And a Cavalier charge ends the game if the game's not over already. We have 7 knights in the castle healing, ready to be turned into Cavaliers as the trebs are starting to pop out. Survivalist trying to put cav archers in the castle, but Chart has enough vills he can idle 15 vills in the castle and still be ahead. There to repair. Get a couple bits of repair, then hop back in as the treb is out. The birds fly so low, it's because the elevation is so high. And Mobius96, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome in. Light cav chasing the skirms around the bottom of the wood line. Trebs attacking the castle. And that's Cavalier and Forging on the way for Chart. This castle looks like it will go down. And then after that, it's time for a Cavalier flood. Chart can't afford Savara yet, but he can keep adding in Cavaliers. And Survivalist still in the castle age. This is looking over, I think, since we got another set to cast soon. Oh, I was going to fast forward, but there's a win for Chart. There's a good win for Chart. Indeed, the charts are on the rise. 86 to 75 KD. Eco, 8,000 more collected. Better uptime to castle and imp. And GG. So early drush, and let me add the elos in. Let me just add their elos if I have that on the dashboard somewhere. And why does the dashboard say Babaorum versus NeoZz is live right now? Alright, so Survivalist right now is 2461. Chart is 2669. Put an end to all the elo guessing. And let's update the scoreboard and get right into the next wreck. So we have about 20 minutes or so before the next set. And just update this. 1-0 for Chart. For maps, that's a win on Reverse Acropolis. A very nice spawn of Reverse Acropolis, I have to say. And that was the Persians. The Maya were his first overall pick against the Tatars. Certified banger. Alright, so if we get to Game 2, and Game 2 is a long one, and it might be because it's on bypass, maybe we have to end on a cliffhanger for Game 3 and come back to it, because there will be a live set. So we could always start a game and then come back to it later. We do want to cast all of them. So let's have into capture age here, buttons to click. And here we go. And right, game number 2 will be on bypass. We will definitely speed up the Dark Age for the closed map, but Chart will be playing as the Green Burmese to the southwest, Survivalist the Blue Bohemians to the northeast, and Chart must be saving the Maya for the final game then. Relic and unwallable terrain in the middle, of course. Players are surrounded by palisades, and all their resources will be in the back, so there shouldn't be any laming. You do have elephants and rhinos on this map rather than boars, so maybe even the Mongols could be useful here. No Britons or Cumans? I haven't seen Cumans yet. He's phosphoring from... I mean, we could be monk rushing from both. It doesn't have to be war wagons against a Rambai. It could be monk versus monk. Both of them really good monk civs. Bohemians do have heresy, though. They have the full tech tree. Burmese have everything aside from heresy, but it's all discounted. So if you do get into a big monk war, maybe the Bohemians just do heresy at some point. That's the meaning of the name T-West. It is my name. My first name has a T, my last name has a West. It's like Doubt. That's it. That's literally his name. Is Cumans good here? I don't know. Cumans would have to go for some type of push with their eco, and I think that's hard to do without being able to go forward on the quicksand, and also with your opponent's ability to leak out to the outside and avoid being pushed. So I'm not entirely sure. It's probably going to be super great for the community event. Sure, but Market Blacksmith for Survivalist, Chart up a bit later. Vil and Loom. So what's his plan with Loom? Market Blacksmith for him. He's not on stone yet. Survivalist is. So Survivalist is going to go Hussite Wagons. Both players just scouting around the outside. Survivalist almost doing a complete circle around the map. Not a complete one, though. Shark going to finish circling? No, he's going to go back. The scout fight there. They'll both disengage, lose a bit of HP. And he'll just speed things up until we start getting to the castle age and see what the players end up doing. So Survivalist will do a forward castle. And Chart will get up, and what will he do once he is up? He will stonewall. You could do 2 layers of stonewall there. That'll be quite nice. And a monastery, so defensive monks against the Hussite wagons. Down just a bit until something actually happens. And here comes the Hussite wagon, and we are ready for 2 layers of stone walls. Loom is weird. Loom is because he doesn't want to die immediately as he's walling. This is why I don't like the forward palisades. Puts you behind and it's easy to break. Very easy to break. The castle breaks it immediately. So right now, that was basically Chart losing Vil time doing the palisades. Oh, and this Vil in the middle of the wall needs to escape. He's running before another Vil taps that foundation, and he does make it out. He'll hit the foundation to add some HP to it himself. And now he can run. So Hussite wagons forward. Monks here. Discounted monk text for the Burmese. For them, it is 50% off. So redemption already is in. 238 gold instead of 475. So easy to convert the Hussite wagons with a monk defense. And meanwhile, behind all of that, Chart has decided he's going to do something crazy. And instead of fighting down the middle, he also will go for a monk rush around the outside. So Survivalist castle push down the middle. Monk rush around the outside for Chart. So yes, hello Danny Winks. Yes, this map is indeed a good old TTL map. Well, I guess it's never been used in TTL before. It's a good T90 event map. Been used for several events for him. So, side push. That's what's fun about bypass. You can clown from the side. You don't have to go forward for the clowning. You can clown from all directions. It's a 360-degree circus. And Survivalist says, okay, you can come that way. I'll just head the other way. I'll go to the back part of the map. And, ooh, that monk would love a conversion on the scout. Survivalist will run away. It's a long walk to set up the forward. It is, and it's a lot of Vil time too, but once it's there, it's there. And since Survivalist is trying to go forward himself, nothing that he can do to stop this. And the monks will come forward for Chart. Redemption on the way now in Survivalist's monastery. Chart probably wants atonement. He has atonement, he has sanctity, he's got fervor on the way. Now he just needs devotion, of all the important castle age upgrades. It really needs devotion against the monks. So what's over here? Just Hussite wagons and a couple of Vils. Hussite wagons, don't kill your own ostrich. Try and help your Vil hunt the ostrich. That's gonna decay before the Vil gets out there. So, oh, nice conversion. The redemption from Chart pays off. He gets a mangonel. He clears the other mangonel. And the monks go forward to convert the scout. Mangonel now attacking the monastery. Remember, monasteries cannot be converted. And Survivalist will just boom on the outside. He says, okay, take my base. I'll boom on the outside. There are ostriches out there. He's also mining stone. 7 Vils on stone, so maybe he thinks about a castle again at some point. He does indeed have, as the Bohemians, the free stone shaft mining upgrade. He gets both shafts for free. And then devotion for Survivalist. He hates monks? How can anyone hate monks? I think he hates monks the way Squidward hates Krabby Patties. So atonement on the way for Survivalist. And then he'll be able to convert the monks back, and then we'll have a good old monk war. Yeah, he's fully shafted with gold and stone shaft mining, indeed. So let's see, what upgrades did he manage to get? He did manage to finish everything he needs other than potentially Heresy. And Heresy is a big one. Honestly, skipping Devotion, just going for Heresy might have been the play. Oh, here come the Vils, here come the Vils. So what Survivalist wants is for the monks to waste conversions on the Vils. The monks go for the Scout, the other Vils go for the Mangonel. This is up to the Mangonel to try to hit the Vils, and if Char can get a repair Vil and fix the Mangonel, that'd be great, but he doesn't. Survivalist sending everything forward, the monks trying to convert other monks, these monks not converting. Survivalist going too far forward, needs to garrison the TC to shoot them down. And he'll try to do it with monks healing each other a bit as they run, trying to get a monk back. And, okay, monks swapping sides. We have monks of each color on each side. And, oh, wait, that's another forward monastery from Chart, who built a forward monastery. But Survivalist is here with the scout. He's attacking the monks. And meanwhile, Survivalist still is booming on the outside. That scout is clutch for him. Look at all those monks it's killing. This monk also hit by the vills. And Survivalist launching an all-out assault with his villagers to defend his home base. The siege continues for Chart, but the vills are so close they can run it down. Bohemians, remember, they have Fervor and they have Sanctity. That applies to their villagers, so these vills are faster, and they have... Oh wait, they don't have Loom. Survivalist doesn't have Loom. They have 40 HP, but look, they don't have the armor. He needs to do Loom still, Survivalist. I guess he doesn't need it against monks. You do need it against mangonel shots, though. He doesn't have Loom. He is the HP upgrades for the monastery, but no Loom. It would help survive mangonel shots. With Loom plus Sanctity, you tank mangonel shots. You tank at least one. Is he walled in? Wait a minute. Survivalist might be walled in out here. Chart going for the quick gate. Will he get there? Survivalist with the Vill. He recognizes what's going on, tries to block it, and he does block it. Nice micro from Survivalist, as his scout is on the outside trying to get more monks. And now Chart needs to block the Vills and get the mangonel another shot. Can't quite do it, but he can start converting Vills. Survivalist probably does want Loom. Now he's going to have a 3 TC set up on the outside, 4 TC boom in total in the middle. The rest of his Vill is still fighting the Rams. During all this Vill fighting, Chart has gone up about 600 res collected. And Mangonel on the hill will splash the monk with a mangonel shot and get 2 more. Can I get a second shot? No, goes down or gets deleted. Quick gate was too obvious. It was all over that. And Survivalist getting more conversions. And I think he's in a good spot. Okay, he's down 9 vills, but he has the boom out here. And he doesn't need to add farms because of all the hunt. So he's in probably the best spot you could be as far as booming is concerned. Just able to take hunt and can delay the farms. Vill bonuses are amazing since the Bohemians... What? To be fair, I don't know anything about my medieval history of religions in Europe. I'm gonna learn what Age of Empires teaches me. Age of Empires teaches me the Bohemians have food monks. Survivalist Seco is off the charts. Well, he's about to catch up in vills. Now he's 53 to 54. And now, market for Survivalist. Wants to introduce the market to his economy. He'll be hunting the ostriches. All of his ecos out here. And what is Chart's scouting like? Oh, Chart didn't even scout this. He made an almost full circle around the map. But he didn't scout out here, so he can't even do the watch the ostriches and see them hunted in the fog of war trick to know Survivalist is out here. He has no idea unless he guesses or goes and scouts. Maybe he saw some units fleeing that way. I mean, he has the monastery. He can't see units walking that way. So maybe if he's paying attention there, he'll know Survivalist is out there. So there is Horse Collar for Survivalist. Will he survive? I think he might even thrive. I think he might even hit the point where this game leads us into a cliffhanger where we have a live set and we cast game 3 after the live set. Yeah. This is completely uncharted. It's completely uncharted territory. Another TC up as Chart is looking to boom, but he's already down by quite a few vills. Survivalist is housed, and we have another monk war as mangonels try to splash some monks back and forth. Monks yelling at each other, trying to get each other to swap religions. There's a delete. And, well, does Survivalist have anything? Oh wait, he's up to Imp. And he put the Imp TC on the outside. Not putting the Imp TC here, which would have been silly with the mangonels. Does put it on the outside. Monks there for Chart taking a relic, and because they went for the relic, they will see the TC, and then it'll be a castle from Chart. Castle going up out here. Oh, but wait, Survivalist, he has the stone for his own castle. Wait just a minute, where is this castle gonna go? Oh yeah, nice converted monk with a relic. Yeah, if Chart drops that relic, I think the monk converts its clothing and swaps to the East Asian monk. Alright, so there are the Vills. They will walk right past that castle, see it, and turn around and say, nope, let's not deal with that. That castle's maybe a bit too ambitious. Survivalist, he clicks Loom. He finally does Loom. Let's go. His Vills will have 55 HP. The castle will also clean those monks. Goodbye, monks. Oh, he dies and doesn't change graphics. So, Loom. Everyone, we have Loom now. Loom is in. The Vills are illuminated. Signals under conversion threat. Redemption monks pushing them away. Atonement monks forcing the monks to garrison. The monks, the clergy, converting that ram. Doing everything they can to keep the siege at bay. And getting splattered by a couple of mangonel shots, but the conversions are in. Now they can shoot the other group of monks, and they get a nice shot on the monks. Chart falling back just as Survivalist finishes Imp. And now with the forward castle, he can get some trebs. Splat. Beautiful. And he's up by 600 score. And ready for a treb fight. Ready for a treb fight, and looking at Chart, his resources are nowhere near Imp. I think Survivalist pops out the trebs and then wins. Oh, I gotta love the monk games. Block printing on the way for Survivalist. And Chart still hasn't charted this bit of the territory. And we'll be going for the Treb War. And now Illumination. Oh, his entire civilization will be illuminated. Heresy and his GG. Is the monk battle due to the maps or the civs? Both. If this were Arabia, you probably wouldn't see monks. I mean, maybe you see a dueling Phosphoro that goes unique unit plus monks. But most certainly the civs and the map both play into the monk madness. Now clown fight until someone clicks herbal medicine. Cheap for the Burmese. Aztecs are the good herbal medicine civ. They get plus 5 HP from it. So Treb attacking the castle. Survivalist will do his own castle here. And you know what? We got 8 minutes until the next set, but then they have to draft and do a Dark Age start. Do you think maybe we have time? This game... Does this feel over enough? We can maybe speed it up a bit as that castle will fall down. Fit game 3 in. And oh, it is. It is at that point. That's 1-to-1. And we'll fit game 3 in. We'll fit game 3 in. 35 to 21 KD for Survivalist. Beautiful 19 to 19 conversions, even conversions. Didn't feel like that, but beautiful monk game from Survivalist. Absolutely wonderful. And that's how you monk. That's how you monk. No draft yet. No draft yet. That means, let's see, we'll just hop right into game number 3. I won't even update the scoreboard. Just hop right into game 3. Swapping as fast as we can. Onto slopes. And what is this Civ matchup? The Maya for Chart, his #1 picked Civ, against the Kumans for Survivalist. This is Chart's home map. Speed the Dark Age up and see where we get to as Chart sending the Eagle forward. Looks like he wants to lame. On this map, your boars and your sheep are to the back of your base. Usually that is supposed to make it harder to lame. But here, maybe it makes it easier to lame because the Eagle knows exactly where to go. Exactly where to go to find 2 geese. Sees the boar, Survivalist brings his other geese back. Survivalist has seen both boars, so if it's stolen, he'll be able to track it in the fog of war. This could be a long one. This feels fairly aggressive. Well, Survivalist 2 TC boom with a TC out here on the gold or on a chicken ibex patch. Looks like he does get his geese back. Don't want to lose your geese. And maybe you could revenge lame Chart as those geese are running around. Chart will pick up 2 more of them. And Chart has 2 more in the back. Did he scout them? He did, but he didn't take them. taking his boar from the outside, and their survivalist will just miss them, won't get a counter lane. And we'll dodge the TC. Yeah, it takes one hit though. Second TC on the side will be slow. I think so.
Ashike.
Well, we'll see what he's able to do. As looks like we're... Oh my gosh, survivalist. What is this lane? What is this lane? 5 geese. Oh, let's go. Oh, the Vil following. And he's going to split them up. He'll send 2 to one side, 3 to the other. Escort them with the scout. And the eagle there will fight the scout. And then get a couple of geese back. But only gets 2 of them. Survivalist managing to abscond with 3 geese. And we'll have them very split up. Trying to make it harder for the eagle to find them. The Celt Cumin Scout. Remember, the Cumin Scout will be faster once we hit Feudal. And Survivalist now on 19 population, doing a mining camp and then loom. So mining camp, that indicates it might not be a pure 2 TC boom. Maybe we'll have something forward from him. And 2 minutes and chart will be up. So easy to lame on this map because the TCs are in the same spot every single time. And a goose running away for Survivalist as that scout keeps scouting. Maybe he's going to do a 2 workshop forward. If he does a workshop forward as the Kumans, that would be crazy against the Eagle Civ in Feudal too. You would need military. You will need military to back that up against the Maya. But, I mean, the Maya are supposed to be weak to rams, aren't they? Could we see some early rams from Survivalist? He's just about up. We have the barracks finishing for chart. Archery range for him. And Survivalist will scout that and keep running past. What will he be doing? He'll be doing his own range and a very compact set of walls as he goes for the double range. Double range, and the eagle is there to scout that immediately. Attempting to do what Deduzu attempted, double production buildings for the Kumans. Yeah, Deduzu went forward with it though. Survivalist is being much more defensive. Have double bit axe on the way. And let's see, the eagle's still wandering around, waiting for the production buildings to finish. Survivalist needs to make sure he's not housed if he's doing double ranges. Now, that always gets me in the team games when I do the double range build. I have to build houses much faster than I do in 1v1s. And now the faster Kuman Scout has found the eagle. The scout, if they both start out fresh, would win the fight. Will it have enough HP to beat the eagle? No, it won't. And the eagle with 5 HP will stand strong. The scout will die. And don't think that's worth it for Survivalist to lose the extra fast Kuman Scout when he's going archers and will no longer have a scout. Back to open maps, back to skirms, and no more monks here, sadly. That double skirm territory. Could start to be skirm territory maybe from chart. Fire versus Kuman Monk. Ooh. Yeah, that's the question. Is he going to ram? I don't know if he's going to ram. I'd love to see him try to ram.
Hey, wait.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they'd be good against feudal eagles, but against the range, ram through the range, ram through the tower. There's the blacksmith. Remember, you do need a blacksmith for a workshop. So maybe a survivalist wants to chop a bit of wood, get his eco established. There's the blacksmith. No farms yet. Also, no one going out to the tops for the shorefish and the chickens. We had 1 ibex push from chart, and that's it. Oh, hello, John Perkins. So he was practicing? Oh, is Chris playing? I haven't seen Chris playing in a while. It'd be amazing were Chris to come back.
Shot it. Tabish. Shot it.
And another range, double range from chart. And does that open up the ram possibility? Another archers coming forward still. Vil's heading out to the side. Is this a TC or is this a mill? That's the question you're asking your crewmans. TC or mill? Archer is getting splattered by that tower for the moment. Oh, second range, so no blacksmith yet for chart. Oh, not the real Chris, another Chris. Okay. Other Chris. Skirms and archers forcing these archers away. Oh, he does have a blacksmith. He does have a blacksmith. Never mind. He does have fletching. Trying to speed cast. I missed the blacksmith. He does have the blacksmith there. Imposter Chris. And it will be a TC. It will be a TC for Survivalist on the chickens. On the hares. On the chicken reskin. Fight on the hill. Survivalist taking a loss. His chart comes around with more archers. Tries to force the archers away. What's that TC spot? It's on the hunt. It's on the shorefish. It's a food TC. Not a gold TC. Zippy and Chris to return. Oh, a Zippy return will be good for Finland. And archers for Survivalist engaged in a micro war. And he should be cleaned up eventually, though. Doesn't have the numbers there. Might get another archer kill, though. And we'll escape with 2 archers. This isn't walled for chart. And Survivalist moving out to the other group of Hunt 2. Still have to be a mill. Mine getting out archered by Kumans. Well, they have the early range. The early range. 2 played so funny. This is a Civ matchup I'm not used to. What does Chart aim for now as he's walling himself? Does he aim for the castle age and wall to get plumes, or does he simply keep going crossbow? If he could somehow get a forward castle behind plumes, I think that punishes the 2 TC boom. The OG Swomy team, they were definitely a lot of fun. Here's where we see Kumans become unstoppable. Bloodless with faith in the Kumans. As more ice falls off of the roof and lands outside my window. Archers coming forward for chart as the archers for Survivalist run across the map. Archers pick them down. And more archers for Survivalists come forward. Vil will go to the outside, take the hunt out there. And the archers will run through and hit the palisades. Tower hits the archer, archer goes down. And tower will fend the archers away. We will have Castle Age on the way for Survivalist. Town Watch finishes at the other TC. And that was not a long feudal boom, but he does have a nice Vil lead, and he won't lose that lead as both players are up to the Castle Age. He'll just add to the lead. Faster castle with 2 TCs. And might lose his army. His army might not be off the charts yet. And yeah, those archers will go down, but there are some archers still killing a Vil in the back. Chart raiding. Has his own group of archers up here. Might lose the Vil lead if he loses the Vils to the archers. But no, he's up 6 Vils, adding more with the second TC. Maybe do wheelbarrow at some point even too. It looks like with some skirms he will trap scouts, trap charts archers. As the archers here won't be able to escape. And no scouts from Survivalist anymore. Just focusing on the archer lines. Usually you think Kumans maybe go Step Lancer when they get up to the Castle Age. Maybe this then has to be Elite Skarm. I don't think you want to go Mirror Crossbow against a Maya player. And yeah, there is Elite Skarm. And as Chart will come forward with his archers, he'll find the gold. And some Vils on that lumber camp. Long distance dropping off. And yeah, the archers... We'll see what happens to these archers. The other group was trapped and picked off. These ones will come over to that Ibex, find the mill and the Vils. The Vils might need to run forward at this point. First to elite skirm wins, classic AoE 2. And now they'll get in on the gold, but Survivalist does have a safe gold thanks to that TC he did in the north. And he also has another safe gold because the map has another gold in the back. There is a Bodkin arrow.
Salam.
As the Vils are picked by the crossbows. And nice raid from Chart. Picking a few Vils on the wood line, running to a skirm at the same time Survivalist. Forcing Chart to run, but not breaking in himself. Ooh, this could be ugly. That's a lot of Vils on the gold line that have to run. Crossbows there will be happy to pick off a couple of low HP villagers. That is a good crossbow raid from Chart. Chart will add his second TC now, also on the hill near the shorefish where he already controls it. Survivalist with a couple of skirms, checking that Chart didn't move to the bottom corner. And crossbows going to leave. That house not going up in time. The skirms won't catch them. Won't catch them. And crossbows forward. And idle tentacles, thank you for the follow. Crossbows finding the Vils, pushing them off of the stone. Survivalist 8 Vils on stone. Where are the rest? They're over here on his next TC. So TC on both hills from Survivalist. As the crossbows are unable to raid anymore thanks to the skirms. And that's another Vil popping out from that TC from Survivalist, who's now on a 3 TC boom. And with the skirmishers he has, is scaring away Chart's crossbows. So is Chart going pure crossbow mangonel, maybe suffering from some of that single-minded avoidance of Maya skirms? Because he's the Maya and he does not have a single skirm. Here's Horse Collar on the way for him, not having Horse Collar on his economy. Can they do anything as Eagle, Halbs, and Imp? Once Eldorado is in, they can do Elite Steppy, Elite Kipchak. And that's probably the best. And maybe they could do... Let's see, they don't have Heavy Scorpion and no Siege Engineers. They would need to land some lucky Onager shots if they did go Siege Onager. And another TC on the way for Chart. Osaw just finishing defensive workshop for Survivalist atop the hill. He has ballistics on the way. And he'll send the skirms over, send the skirms. And then try to hit the mangonel with a mangonel zone. And ballistics 30 seconds later for Chart. Skirm still running around for Survivalist. Mangonel chasing them. While Survivalists break in, Mangonel gets a skirm. He still does have a good 12 Vil lead. A bit of idle time on his TCs, trying to keep 3 of them running. Might need a few more farms. Crossbowmen are OP. So are skirms, though. Skirm Mangonel against crossbow Mangonel. Whenever I see Hera play this as the skirms player, he always wins. Now that might mean it's good, or it might just mean Hera always wins. But I swear, every time I've seen this, it's the skirm Mangonel that actually wins. Yeah, Chart still can take the south side. He has taken the western corner. Is where all the extra resources are. Our farmers go up in the back of this TC for Survivalist. And Mangonel will get some shots off on the TC. Skirms come forward. And the Mangonel, afraid of the skirms, will turn around, go back, get another shot at the TC. Trying to be extra safe, but here come the skirms. Here comes a forward from Survivalist, and where will he go? Will he raid the TC in the corner? Will he raid the base in the south? Will he walk straight into the workshop and into a Mangonel shot as it pops out? All possibilities for him. So far, this army on the front denying Survivalist his main gold, but he's found gold elsewhere. Skirms walking into a tower with Pierce Armor. They won't really care about that. Just finish their second armor. Crossbows force the elite skirm back. Mangonels want to trade shots, maybe? Ooh, Survivalist doesn't get a shot off. The chart is a nice... Well, that said, he had a score lead, but then it flips back and forth and back and forth. Okay, we're drafting saves. All right, the next set is starting a draft, so that probably means we have about 10 minutes left. Probably enough time for this game then.
Shot it.
Have to get right into that one though. That means the 3 will start in the Dark Age. Maybe they'll play Coast Arena and have a nice relaxing Dark Age. A Survivalist getting a kill with the skirms, and his boom behind this has opened up about a 20 villager lead for him. And skirms going for the mangonels, taking something of a hit. Oh, what's his micro like? He gets 1 mangonel. Is he uphill? Tanks something of a shot. And goes down. Skirms chasing the crossbows away. Crossbows losing HP. Mangonel hits the skirms. They go down. As the crossbows keep coming forward, we will have a castle drop from Survivalist at the front. Defending with mangonels. As Chart's trying to counterattack. Vils might need to repair that, but Survivalist will bring the skirms over. Doesn't get a shot. It's like his skirms are still fighting crossbows. Skirms cannot be cleaned by crossbow alone. They need a mangonel. And okay, mangonel doing its job. And I'm looking for a Survivalist space. Is he raided anywhere? No, he looks completely safe. It's just the crossbows at the front. No sneak attacks he has to worry about. And the mangonel gets another shot on the skirms. Survivalist not microing, and he's losing the skirms. Losing them to mangonels and to the TC. And oh, maybe Chart mangonel does unveil a tiny bit there. But that raid has been cleaned up. But behind this, 30 vil lead almost for Survivalist. And Vils doing a house for Survivalist in the middle. Skirm, crossbow war, mangonel shot. Again, Survivalist taking mangonel shots right to the face. Has so much gold because he's barely making any gold units. He has 1k gold in the bank. If he could make a swap to Step Lancers quickly, maybe he pushes out. He could do Step Husbandry. It's only wood and food. Or clicking up to Imp and spend all the gold on Step Lancers as fast as he can. There's a castle. Might need to deny that castle. Do I know where you can download the map pack? You can't see it in your map. Just search for, it should be like TTL5 maps or T90 Titans League maps, something like that. Okay, I can check the exact name after the game. I think it's T90 Titans League. Search for that and you'll probably find it. Mangonel hits the skirms. Yeah, Arbrace has it. Can AI play these maps? You certainly could write a custom AI to do it. I don't know if DE's AI does. As we have a mangonel shot on some crossbows, and this will be a Doubt Castle from Chart. A Doubt Castle from Chart. Skirms. The skirms. Where are the skirms from our Maya player? Are the Maya going to lose to Kuman's skirms? Now, Chart is Imp. What's he going to do in Imp as the Maya if he can't do the castle for Trebs? Okay, mangonels closing on the skirms. How do we know for sure? Oh, there's another mangonel shot on the crossbows. Because that's what the logo says. It's Ugly's logo, and I would never distrust her. And Knights will clear 3 mangonels. That castle has to be abandoned from Chart. And he's forced back. He's Imp, but Survivalist just manages to click up. And going full Castle Age for a moment to fend off the push has worked for Survivalist. Chart was thinking maybe get a forward castle and then do Trebs against all the skirms, but Kipchaks and Knights now. Survivalist swapping to the gold composition he wants. Finally getting access to his main gold. The only thing I don't like about those archery ranges is they're too close to the gold. And also, they're going to make skirms instead of another unit. At least we have workshops forward. Make skirms without bracer. And here come the skirms around the back of the crossbows. You maybe try to cut off that passage of reinforcements. Here they go, trying to hit crossbows in multiple spots. All the skirms are dying. Those upgraded crossbows, pretty scary. But no matter what, you're gonna be scared of Skirm without armor. I mean, without, you're gonna be scared of Arbs without Bracer because they outrange you. They out-micro you. Nice lumber camp. Oh, wait, a lumber camp on the stone? Did he place and delete it? I totally didn't notice it. Is there a lumber camp somewhere on a stone? If there is, I didn't see it. Yeah, Castle Age capped ram hype. He deleted? Okay. Yeah, you get your T90 blind notes in the chat. I'm casting the game, I didn't see the lumber. Oh my gosh, don't mangonel your own castle. Chart. No. Don't do this, Chart. Okay, that mangonel needs to path off of the foundation. Okay, he's safe. He's safe. And the Maya throwing again. A single-minded avoidance of Maya skirms. 41 Arbs against Skirm plus Castle Age capped Ram. Well, these will be siege rams with ease as Survivalist up to Imp. And he just about has the food for it. There he goes. Siege Ram on the way as the Rams start their push. Or no, he doesn't do Siege Ram. He does Cav Armor. He does Cav Armor first. What happens with this push? Is this a good push? Can the Skirms kill the Arbs? Is this a doubt castle? Is the castle denied? Survivalist is a 30-vil lead. The Knights pick off the Mangonels. The Skirms, though, doing a number on the Arbalests. The Arbs are pushed back. There are still capped Rams here. There's a capped Ram. There's a castle right there. Another capped Ram on the way for Survivalist. The Repair Vills are getting hit by the Skirms. These Maya Arbs are incredibly cheap in Imp. What is that? A 30% discount in Imp. They're already a cheap unit. And the Ram push fails. The Ram push fails. No Siege Ram. No success. And Survivalist is getting pushed back. He does, however, have 2 relics to 0, so that'll help him out. And 2 relics in this top monastery. Is he getting pushed off of the middle? And whatever was in that workshop, looks like that got denied. And we'll need another workshop if that was Siege Ram. I gotta stay hydrated, chat. Casting too much. Gotta refill my water with what I have left. That's my tip for streaming. Always bring backup water with you. And yeah, Siege Ram was in that workshop. Nothing else he'd reasonably be researching. And now he's got to be racking his mind like, didn't I click Siege Ram? Shouldn't I have that somewhere? And then he'll realize, oh, I lost the workshop. Well, he's going with capped Rams. It'll be a capped Ram push. A couple of defensive mangonels in the back for the Maya. Game too intense, we're getting dehydrated. Yeah, gotta stay hydrated. We're 45 minutes into this. Water tank. One of those Brita pitchers for filtering the water. I keep it on my desk when I'm casting so I can get backup water. There's a big water tank. Casting makes you gotta drink a lot of water to protect your voice. Yeah, you gotta have your voice ready for capped Ram to come in, for Siege Ram to come in. This time in a successful workshop. And whoa, what's Survivalist doing? He's saying, okay, you can put your mangonels by that castle. That's fine. I don't care. I'll just come around this way. I'll bring my Rams around the side. Now here come the Siege Rams, and it'll be time to party once the Siege Rams are finished. There's a Plumed Archer. Castle Age Plumed Archer. Sad graphics. Those Castle Age Plumes got a downgrade. The Elite Plumes at least look nice, but the Castle Age Plumes feel sad for them. They're like the Chimera Ballista elephants. So some Vills here. Getting killed by the Light Cav. Channel points to remind me to rehydrate. No gamification here. We want this to be healthy for the chat, too. Okay, so Survivalist comes down from the hill. I thought he would go for the side castle, but no. He's going for a big ram push. There are 3 mangonels behind this castle. There's no way the ram push works against that many mangonels. And Survivalist is going to lose everything here. No. He needs to get for a treb push. Well, maybe he'll get the other castle. 1 ram there, and he has some trebs on the other side, so he'll lose a bunch of rams. I think he gets this castle. He has to get this castle now. The Arbs can't really save it. And the mangonels don't have an opening to stop the ram. With the treb there in combination, the castle should go down. So he gets at least 1 castle. That'll give him his stone access again. He is taking the southeastern slope as a couple of stables now come up for Survivalist. And some trebs will pop out of that castle. And we'll have hoardings on the way. Scouts running around as a couple of rams come to push. Is this live? It is not live. They played this earlier. They played this at 5 a.m. my time. And that's a big group of Arbs. Arbs and Eagles now. So Chart, he's getting to that composition he wants as the Maya. They are sharing the gold. Sharing is caring. And they will make the most of that. Oh my gosh, that was a huge block of ice that just fell from the roof. It was loud outside. So that workshop denied. Still some rams, and we're making a swap to Cavalier. Swap to Cavalier for Survivalist. Doesn't have much gold. He's spamming light cav. Gotta ask, maybe Hussar with Steppe Husbandry? Could that be better than Cavalier? Doesn't have Hussar. Oh no, he's going Paladin! He's gonna make a swap to Speedy Kuman Paladins. Oh my gosh, he's getting a nice raid with the light cav. Still doesn't have Hussar. Could he maybe sell stone and have gold for Paladins? Where is he taking gold? There's no more gold in the corner. There's stone in the south and the north. All the gold is in the middle. It's controlled by these Maya castles. He's got 5 bills on gold. I don't know where the other 12 bills are on gold, but they're somewhere. Oh, he still has his main gold. But that's going to be formed by Eagles. Will he have enough Paladins to make this work? He just sold 1,000 food. Oh, the market prices for food were still... The market prices for food are great. He can sell another 1,000 food. As long as he has farmers and he's farming on the sides, he can lose the middle, but then come down the mountainside with the Paladins. 79 military, 92 bills for the Maya. He doesn't want to fight yet. He wants to wait for Paladins. They'll be fully upgraded Kuman Paladins with extra speed, and he can avoid the Eagles, come around, make one swoop, clean all the Arbs and the Trebs. The Eagles are separated from the Arbs. The Eagles have to stay with the Arbs. Chart can't separate his army. If Survivalist waits and gets to 200 pop with Paladins, and he can sell stone to get there, he can take one huge fight and clean this. Yeah, 22 Paladins is not enough. 28 Paladins is not enough. Will 40 be enough? Probably not, but now he'll reveal the Paladins to Chart. Will Chart suddenly start trying to go for Halb? With gold running out, it's hard to get enough gold to research Halb. You have to sell a ton to get there, and Survivalist might sell first. Now the Paladins starting to pick off the raids, so Survivalist, he will find a way to survive on the slopes, getting pushed completely off of the middle. Needs to make sure he has another market. He's about to lose that one. Eagle raids have caused some issue for him. He needs to rebuild his lumber camps. He's down to 113 vills. Only at 190 pop. He needs more houses. And it's going to be time to go soon. Where are the Eagles? Where are the Eagles? The Eagles split out to raid and were picked off. Chart actually has the better KD so far, but that could change in a hurry. Now we're up to 35 Paladins. Are we there yet? There's still a good 20 population for Survivalists to fill with Paladins. They'll have a few skirms in the fight too. Is there enough gold on the map to justify Paladins? He could sell the stone for them. He could sell the stone for the Paladins. Will this work, chat? Will this work? He's gonna have one big fight. He might even have Treb support from the hills. Losing a Paladin there. Still a few vills mining gold. He's got 6 more in the queue. He's gonna get up to 40 Paladins. He's got more resources to sell. Does he have a market anymore? He needs to rebuild a market. He needs to rebuild some houses. He's at 190 pop. We have El Dorado on the way. If he fights before El Dorado comes in, this might work. El Dorado's not in. Thank you, Mr. Bunny Kebab, for the follow. And Chart wants to wait 20 seconds to fight. Is the fight at the right moment? Yes, it is. The Paladins destroying the Mangonels. The Eagles running away. Survivalist retakes the middle of the map. The Treb's deploying to try to destroy a TC, but that doesn't matter at this point. It's a fight, Paladins against the Eagles and the Arbs. El Dorado is in. The Eagles don't have their attack upgrades. The skirms from behind, just enough skirms to deal damage to Arbs without taking up Paladin population space. And I think Survivalist is winning. He's winning the fight with the Paladins, coming down the slopes, storming the army, and slaughtering everything in front of them. The Arbs will retreat, but the Trebs will be at the mercy of the Paladins. And using the slopes, Survivalist survived. And now the Rams and the Trebs. The Trebs survived long enough to destroy the castle. Survivalist has retaken the middle of the map. He's trying to mine some gold. Survivalist, those are not your mining camps. Those are Chart's mining camps. And those are also Chart's eagles. And he's done it. Chart calls the GG. And the Paladin is the game-winning play from Survivalist. He survived long enough, sold enough at the market to get Paladins, and he cleans everything. Survivalist surviving. That's the trick. And thank you, Fire Scream TV. Let's check out those stats. We're going to immediately have to jump into another set. Military. Look at that KD. He was so far down in KD early on, but the Paladins came back and it took a population efficient fight at the end. That's 93 military to 76, and then it dropped off of a cliff. Look at this. This is the slope. This is the real slope at the end. That's the slope the map name refers to. And 20k more res collected. Kuman Eco strong. 5-minute difference to Imp too, but he survived. Alright, real quick update the scoreboard. We have a live set. I need to update 2 games worth of comeback from Survivalist. Winning 2-1. Other maps, 1 bypass and slopes. You know, even with those civs, that was Bohemians and Kumans against Maya and Burmese. No, why did Chart not play the Way? How did the Way end up at the bottom of the civ draft? No way. Way should be the #1 pick. I'm shocked. All right, yeah, 664 viewers. Then the Winged Paladins arrived. All right, we have another set, so I'm just gonna do an ad between the sets so we get that out of the way, and we don't have ads during the games. And then we'll have a live set, a French matchup between NeoZz and Babaorum. So stay tuned, and we'll set that up right away. So this is. Let me figure out what side of the drafts they're on. Update my titles. Text box is too small for me to type in. Babaorum versus NeoZz. Update the title on YouTube too. 2 titles I gotta upload or update. And having actually 700 viewers. I need to include the YouTube viewers too. We're up around almost 100 there. What's my take on... I have not seen that, Mike. I have not seen that. So I don't have a take. QED. Alright, so where are the drafts? They'll be posted in the Discord. Game info, Babaorum and NeoZz.
Wallace has come.
NeoZz will be to the left. And Babaorum, spell that properly, on the right. Plug the maps into the draft. And plug the civs into the draft. And let's go. And oh my gosh, I didn't even realize. Thank you very much for gifting the subs. I was probably talking over the campaign quotation. Thank you for the gifties. The William Wallace quotations for the subs. A rare breed. Someone not wanting to give a take about something we don't know about? Yes. So what are the maps? We have Bypass for game 1, then Stranded as the home map for NeoZz, and High Tides as the home map for Babaorum. High Tides probably the most played map we've had so far. So where are they? We need to jump into this live. Let me reopen the spectator dashboard and find the game. And there we are on Bypass. Hopefully we didn't miss too much of Bypass. And here we are. So we'll speed up to live time on Bypass. Babaorum will be the Green Britons to the northwest, and NeoZz the Blue Way to the southeast. And yes, NeoZz indeed picked the Way. He chose to play as the Way. Yes, Way. Who else will teach us to defeat Longshanks? Tapping the walls there. Oh, but wait. We got some Vil fighting. We can't speed up. We have a Vil fight. We have Babaorum trying to go forward to wall in NeoZz with the forward palisades, but NeoZz saying nope. Babaorum tapped every single wall to get a tiny bit of HP on them, but when the Vil walked from one side to the other, there wasn't enough time to react and get more HP on the already started wall, so NeoZz will break out, deleted his own palisade, he can rebuild that if he wants to, and the forward wall did not work. Must have put in Black Forest by accident. Should we put in Black Forest? And also, thank you once again, just some links for gifting out those subs. I do appreciate it. We are... I need to... I know we didn't hit the goal in the month, but I'm still going to make the videos for the alerts. I think each campaign quotation now needs its own little video. There are a couple of quotations I still need, like the watchtower on the hill. How many tiles from the wall are buildable? If you can... It's hard to make out, but there's this quicksand terrain in the middle. So it's 2 tiles, I think, that are buildable. Two or 3. I think it's 3 tiles. I can't tell. I need to turn the grid on. Let me you know what, we can check this. We have updates. We have updates. That hasn't been updated in a while. Where's the graphic? Oh, settings, graphics. Terrain grid intensity. That is 2 tiles, and I don't know if the game counts the blended tile here on the boundary as quicksand or not quicksand. So this is 2 or 3 tiles. I'm not quite sure. Alright, so we will have a tower rush here from NeoZz. Let me turn that off. I prefer to cast without that. There we go. Rage bypass with a pond. Oh, should we put a pond there? Rage bypass. Alright, so we'll go at normal time here with the Trush. Trush here from NeoZz. Pushing in, trying to get through the house. Good, have fun. Oh, thank you very much. And, oh, scout fight on the outside. NeoZz has more HP on the scout, and Babaorum not going to run. He will lose the scout. Losing the scout, no more scouting information for him. NeoZz can freely scout the outside. Now, he was feudal, so he did have the faster and more powerful scout. Babaorum made 1 loop around the map and looped directly to the scout's death. Put a single deep fish pond in the pond with 1 food. Instant dock for fires. I don't even need to put fish in the pond. Players would fight over it and go for the fish boom. So double towers here from NeoZz, continuing to try to break in. No men-at-arms or archers, just towers. And there we go. Remember, very much stay hydrated. And won't break in yet. It will be a market in Blacksmith, so Babaorum will go up to the Castle Age to counter this. And what is his civ? He is the Britons. What do the Tiger Cav do? They counter archers, at least in the Castle Age. In Imp, they fall off a bit because they missed the final armor upgrade. But in the Castle Age, this should be pretty darn good if NeoZz can get to the Castle Age and then make Tiger Cav and push before Imp. In Imp, longbows with a bracer and chemistry and yeoman and all the good upgrades, I think they should probably wreck almost everything the Way can do. But then you need to get to that point and also overcome the difference that the Cav units individually are still stronger than longbows. There might be some population efficiency shenanigans going on if they're able to take good fights. But longbow halb feels like the late game composition for Babaorum if you can get there. An oasis drying up with some shallows there in a tree or something. Maybe. It does have some skeletons there, but maybe could use a bit more artistic scenery. So, tower fight as Babaorum is up to the Castle Age. More vills coming forward from NeoZz. And on stone, Babaorum won't have a castle right away. Will probably want to take advantage of the cheaper Britain TCs. He has to repair that tower and invest some stone. So there's the TC. I'll still try to catch up to real time. We'll just put it at ×2 or 3.4. It is definitely confusing that 2x and 3.4x mean the same thing. So we have NeoZz in the back tower with fletching. I think he can hit this tower. But the good news for Babaorum is since he is in the Castle Age, his tower does have more hit points. And that means he can repair it more efficiently. That means he can hop out and repair and get more stone per HP. He can swap some vills around and leave the high HP vills repairing.
Yay, greater.
And Castle Age for NeoZz. But so far, so good for Babaorum in defense. We'll get up a workshop. And if he gets the workshop up, maybe he can allow the tower to go down. Still wants to repair it. Still would much rather wait for mangonels. And he will now boom on the outside. The scouts from NeoZz that should be stopping this TC. Will they stop it? That 3 scouts. Thank you, Leviathan, for the follow. And the scouts will find the vills. The vills will fight back. No upgrades on the scouts. Armor just being clicked, but not in yet. These vills in a fight for their lives. They can't really Alcatraz without Ostrich blocking some area. Second vill down. The scouts will stop the TC. Can this vill wall himself? Can either vill wall themselves? No, they can't. NeoZz great scouts play, denying the TC on the outside. Another scout comes forward, and 73.73 as NeoZz is up to the Castle Age, denies the TC. Mangonel now out in the middle, going for the tower, and Babaorum did not wall in the vills, didn't have the foresight to predict the scouts, and gets punished for it. 1 vill down, well, more like 4 vills down in KD. Basically GG, everyone calling GG. A ram to hide behind to repair the tower? You know, that's actually not the worst idea. A siege tower to hide behind to repair the tower? Oh. So now, what does Babaorum do from here? He can't go out to do the TC. He doesn't have a barracks, so no spears. And he'll leave the TC there. Maybe he'll finish it later, but he's not going to recover the resources. He'll just do another TC in his base. And we'll do it between the woodline and the stone. Wheelbarrow on the way for NeoZz, on the way for the way. And remember, NeoZz gets extra villagers every time he does an eco-tech. So bowsaw, crop rotation, both mining upgrades, wheelbarrow, that'll be +5 for him. Then he can do the Castle Age row of techs for a total +10. Still catching up, and it will be some Huiguang Cav. Mangonel's trying to stop the towers, but that will force some repairs. As 1 tower goes down, but the second still remains. And Huiguang Cav will try to break in, and not successful yet. Might prompt a monastery and some monks from Babaorum to defend. And NeoZz thinking, let's go around the outside. There go the vills. Light Cav attacking that TC. Eventually it'll go down, 5 damage per hit. And NeoZz escorting his vills. He has the stone for a castle. How forward will he go? Double bit axe on the way for Babaorum. He is going all the way around. He'll bring it around town. And we go for the ostriches. And Huiguang. Yeah, say hello to the cab. Bowsaw on the way for Babaorum. Drop it on the stone. Yeah, drop it on the stone right here. He doesn't have town watch, so I think you could actually drop it outside his line of sight. Yeah, there's the outpost. He doesn't actually know where the stone is, though. If he knew where the stone was, that would be a crazy castle drop. A monk, if the monk gets a conversion on one of these, is it hey or is it why? Now I'm thinking it over again. On one of those, Huiguang Cav. Then it reveals everything out here. Reveals the TC. And also Babaorum, this is uncharted territory for him. Doesn't know what's going on out there. Hey man, hey. Why do players get Castle Stone and not drop it? He's just waiting, maybe. Waiting for the right moment. Chart was on the other series. Well, he really didn't scout that then, did he? Thank you, Charlie, for the follow. Time to make it charted with more outposts. Well, it will be a castle now for Babaorum. NeoZz was maybe worried about a castle and then faster imp from the Britons player, but maybe you don't need to worry about that when you see the TC. We'll shoot down that mangonel. Mill counts are still pretty much equal. NeoZz slightly ahead in res collected. Good lead for NeoZz on the score, but I think part of that was the castle. Wheelbarrow, Town Watch. Town Watch will be great for Babaorum because it means the houses here, +4 line of sight, and they will scout any type of forward castle that NeoZz might do. NeoZz is very conservative with the castle. And Babaorum still has not gone for that TC. That one light cap might legit destroy the TC. We're getting close, chat. We're getting close. Will Babaorum remember this and delete it to get the stone back? 73%, so you will get 25 stone. It's not nothing. Yeah, that's not a forward castle, though. NeoZz may be sad that there are no chickens on the map, so had to do a chicken castle. So gold shaft mining, crossbow, wheelbarrow, upgrades for Babaorum. The outpostville getting chased by the lion, down under 500 HP. Well, light cap's still doing work. He's got a ways to go. And Babaorum staying at his base. Oh my gosh, there's a hole in his walls. He didn't go through the gate. He deleted a hole. And now some Quagron Cav are able to raid. Crossbow goes down.
Ready.
And all the vills aside from one run. And that vill's saying, I got work to do. I'm not being interrupted by this. I'm gonna keep working on my farm. And that vill bravely mining gold, but sadly losing his life. TC not quite able to protect him. The Quagron Cav themselves have some good base pierce armor. And that TC still on the outside. Let's see, do we still have some speeding up to do? We do. These vills will come forward. Both shafts being taken from NeoZz. Handcart on the way. And he'll do a mining camp on that forward gold. The castle's so far out of position that Babaorum won't see it. And what's going on? Okay, 150 HP. This TC is going down soon. That TC is going down pretty soon. And, oh, petards. Petards through the middle. Petards through the middle for Babaorum. And all of a sudden, he's got some long-range Briton crossbows denying farms from NeoZz. Denying farms from NeoZz. And as NeoZz gets the upgrades, he does a second chicken castle. Not putting any pressure on Babaorum. And now, all of a sudden, he doesn't have any farms. What is this? How many farms is this? Someone do the math for me and multiply this by 60 to see how much wood has just been denied. But 20 times 60. That's what, 1,200 wood denied. That was an easy one. And, well, there goes that TC. No longer out there. TC, goodbye. And Imp on the way for Babaorum. And as soon as he gets up, he'll get Trebs. And he will have Werewolf Trebs. How do Werewolf Trebs do against Traction Trebs? I've not seen that interaction. Can Traction Trebs dodge the blast damage? And Mangonels against Briton crossbows, usually not a good idea. The Mangonel goes down. And the way themselves don't have good monks. You have Mangonels and then Onagers. But usually not something you want to do against Britons anyway. That was an easy one. That was an easy one. And here come the Quagron Cav. 5 pierce armor, but that's enough crossbows that will go down. They'll stop the Mangonel. But forward ranges now from Babaorum. If you get up to Imp, you get Bracer Chemistry Arbalests. All of a sudden, your Arbalests actually do a good bit of damage to Castle Age TCs. They don't have the pierce armor they need. Here come the Tiger Cav, 6 pierce armor. So these crossbows will be doing 1 damage to them. And NeoZz thinking, let's do a castle. But here comes a Mangonel. Can the Mangonel hit the castle? Okay, enough HP. It won't be one shot. Tiger Cav going for the Mangonel. That'll let the crossbows get more shots on them. And Babaorum saying, I need a barracks. I need some pikemen and halbs. NeoZz saying, okay, I'll delete that foundation and get a Mangonel shot on the crossbows. Oh, Babaorum losing the forward vills too. Just before he gets Imp, he's not gonna be able to turn them into arbs. Where are those Tiger Cav even coming from at this point? Pikemen for him, doing armor for the pikemen. Beating some kills to the Tiger Cav is never a good thing. And things suddenly collapsed for Babaorum where it looked like he was doing some damage. foundation probably didn't even need to be deleted, but the Tiger Cav swings stuff around. If Babaorum can get full upgrades and good longbow numbers, he will overcome that Pierce Armor, but he needs imp upgrades. Even if it's not longbows, even if it's just arbs with 10 attack. You get Chemistry Bracer and Arb. And some quick walls trying to keep the Tiger Cav out. Looks like they will be successful. I'll try to raid the TC. Oh, that's where the Tiger Cav came from. They're coming from the outside castles, too. They're coming from the outside castles and surrounding those crossbows from both sides. Here's the castle from NeoZz. And he's still in the castle age, but until upgrades come in, until Bracer and Chemistry at least, preferably Bracer, Chemistry, and Arb come in, Tiger Cav will slaughter any archers that the Britons make. It's a 50 villager lead for NeoZz, and he will now build his TC on the outside, has all the outposts to know it's safe. Babaorum still mining stone on the outside, can do another castle if he wants. Still has no idea where NeoZ's castles are, doesn't have the scouting. Will we see longbows? I think it's more likely that we see Arb. Elite longbow is much more expensive than Arb, and you're limiting your production to castles then. And we will have some fat slob stone walls up the middle for NeoZz. Do the Way have fortified wall? Yes, they do. Okay, they're not the fortified bastions. That's the Jurchens. I was thinking of Dogal's wall the other day. It'll just be standard fortified wall for him. Trebs can cut. Trebs can cut through too. And it'll be a converted Huiguang Cav for Babaorum, forcing the Ville off of that house. And, whoa, there is the castle drop. Babaorum not going for a chicken castle. The Britons themselves don't need all that many upgrades. And looks like it is more crossbowmen. Yeah, I think he needs to get the numbers up. There's Chemistry. And that gives him 8 attack. Chemistry will give him 9. Once he has 9 attack, then he can take better fights against the Tiger Cav. They do not get any more Pierce Armor and Imp. There's Tunshin, and of course the Mingguang armor applies only to melee armor, not to Pierce Armor, so that won't help against the Britons, who are mostly bonus attack from halbs and then long-range archers. And oh wait, but that castle, will it be denied? There are Tiger Cav out there to snipe the Vills, and NeoZz immediately reacts with his own castle, and Babaorum has to fall back, but there are halbs here. Halbs still fighting the Tiger Cav, but not all that efficiently. And I think he'll need to delete that foundation, only 600 HP on it. And he's going to need some more halbs and then a defensive castle. Wanted to go forward and got punished for it. He needs to delete that foundation and get the resources back. And in Imp immediately we have Elite Tiger Cav. Babaorum, press delete, don't lose your stone, and he does, he gets the stone back. He's pressured from everywhere though as the Tiger Cav go to raid. Conscription on the way for him, and he still doesn't have Arbalest, still can't afford Arb, only on 100 Vills. NeoZz on 161 Vills and is pop capped at 185 housing space. How does he then have 20 military population? I don't know. But Elite Tiger Cav, wait, did he cancel Elite Tiger Cav? Oh, he lost the castle where he was doing Elite Tiger Cav. Wait a minute. He lost the castle where he was doing Elite Tiger Cav. He didn't put it in a safe castle. He did it in the castle that was being trebbed. He doesn't have the Elite upgrade. So he still has normal Tiger Cav. The TC arrows, yes, the TC arrows will do 2 damage now. And the Halbs just need to turn and take this fight. They don't want to die to 2 castles. They want to fight the Tiger Cav before they die. I'll try to find a nice hill and then fight. Outside the castles, those castles, they'd have Bracer, too much range. Halbs need to turn and fight right away. At least they'll get some damage done. But now, well, Babaorum's not finished. He's not finished now. He's got Halb crossbow doing armor on the Halb, pushing forward. And he's not against Elite Tiger Cav. He's at 175 pop. He's at 65 military to 52. And here are Shinbei Raiders. How do they do against crossbows? This might be 3 destroyed TCs. Halb's fighting the Tiger Cav. That one's saying, run away, I'm not elite. I wanted to be elite. And the Halbs pick him off. Now Babaorum's starting to get his upgrades added in. We're now down to 30 Vills lost. We're 67 Vills killed so far. For Babaorum. Those Trebs probably should have just attacked the TC. I don't think they'll make it out. Oh, it's only 2 Tiger Cav, and the rest are range units, but I still don't think they'll make it out. That Treb turning around. Okay, so NeoZz still with most of the map control. If you're Britons, though, NeoZz with an insane KD. If you're Britons, though, he's doing Elite Skirm. Does he need Elite Skirm?
Ready.
Part of me thinks Arbalest and he'd be fine. He still has gold. Elite Skirm in the forward range, of course. The one where you least want to create skirms if it's not being destroyed. That's the optimal range for it. And he hasn't too many vills anyway.
Yay.
Traction Trebs,
Mandatum.
found by the Halbs. Masonry for NeoZz. He already has hoardings for his castle. He's not missing any upgrades.
Yay.
Few workshops here. Those will be for the Traction Trebs. How do Traction Trebs fare against English archers? Probably fairly well. And Babaorum is going to be out of gold soon. He's picking up relics. But he really needs to make a push on one side or the other to grab gold. And right now, Halbs are not the unit for taking out castles. And he would love to have access to this gold here. Not too much, though. Only 1,300 left. What if Babaorum Treb cut through this forest to make a pocket for his Trebs to hit the castle and the TC? There's Mingguang armor. Still do not have Elite Tiger Cav. That was not clicked again. By NeoZz. Way OP. The way are very, very good. And finally that castle there for Babaorum. How much gold is left over here, though? 3.5k. And, oh! He deleted that and rebuilt it on a hill, I think? Okay, he didn't lose the stone. He had enough stone for another one. He probably thinks, oh, he realized he doesn't have Elite. It is now in this castle. It will be a safe castle. And he is pushing into the middle of the base. He'll push into the monastery with the relics. Trev will go for this castle on the outside. The Tiger Cav could be toned down a bit. I don't think Wei themselves are broken. I think that Wei are one of the strongest civs in the game right now. And there we have the Elite Tiger Cav, who changes the color of the tiger outfit from orange to white. And Tiger Cav on the outside have to run away from the TC until the Traction Trebs finish it off, maybe, but here come Halbs. And now Babaorum is spamming the trash units. He's out of gold, so it's time to spam the trash units. Spam the Halbs, spam the skirms. Lose KD even more, but just do what he can to try to push this back. He has no map control left. Maybe happy only that the Traction Trebs don't destroy buildings all that well. He will call the GG, and NeoZz will do it, going up 1-0. Congrats to NeoZz. Well done, well weighed. Showing us the way to victory. And Babaorum, it was a bit sloppy having that TC on the outside denied, not having the Vills walled in. And never could really catch up in eco despite trying to go for the TCs early on. Tower Rush from NeoZz gave him a good feudal eco. And there we go. So, that is game 1. Oh, are they in the next game already? Because we were trying to catch up and didn't quite catch them. Let's see on the dashboard. I can't click the button on the dashboard. Refresh. I can't click anything. Oh no, the spectator dashboard's not working. Right, hold on, chat. I gotta figure out where the game is. Alright, well, I'll update the scoreboard anyway. That's a 1-0 for NeoZz. And as far as maps go, that is a win on Bypass. And for civs, that is, probably as expected, the Way winning. Glad to see Britons, even though I am sad they lost. No Koreans. No Koreans. That's true. Where are the Koreans? Where are those Fire Lancers? Alright, running out of my backup water soon. Alright, spectator dashboard. If I refresh you one more time, will you work? Yes, it is working. Okay. Found the game. 4 minutes into high tide, so we've caught up. We've caught up. Working for you. Yeah, I just had to refresh it. It was temporarily down, I guess. Let's go now. Thank you very much. We'll see you later. Thanks for stopping by the YouTube stream. Alright, so NeoZz to the west as the Blue Woo. Again, taking those 3K civs. Babaorum to the east as the Green Lithuanians. And, oh, look at that, look at that. We're at real time. We caught up. So, high tides, immediately the Lithuanian player going to do a dock in Babaorum. You did not wall that Vil fully. Oh, no. Oh, no. What is... No, no, not again, not again. A loomless Vil. No. Oh, he gets it up, he gets it up. Oh, he saves the Vil. Jackal, thank you for using the Prime sub.
Bonjour, Jean. My colleague and I will escort you to the Chateau of the Dauphin, or else we will die trying.
What do I even say about that? That was almost the disaster that he saved. Yeah, I gotta make sure you wall the Vil fully. So is the Britons' unique unit all that bad? Longbowmen themselves are good, but the problem is you need to get the full longbow experience. You need yeomen and elite longbowmen, so they get to 12 range. And if you don't have the elite longbowman upgrade, then the longbows themselves, every single one of their stats, unless you like the slight difference in cost more, Babaorum runs into the TC and loses the scout. Every single stat is actually strictly worse than, or less than or equal to the equivalent stat on the Arbalest. So if you can't afford elite longbow, it's much better simply to go Arb and produce them from ranges that work faster. Kind of like how for the Maya these days, since they made the plumed archers more expensive, we don't really see them that much, and Maya tend to go Arbs because they have the bonus that they're cheaper. Britons like Arbs too, because not only do they benefit from extra range, it's 11 range to 12, they still outrange everything they need to outrange. That they're created faster from the ranges. You have to judge whether you can afford the techs and whether you can afford all the castles to produce the longbows. And if you have the time to do that and then still get trebs out. If you can get elite longbowmen, those are great. Those are much better than Arbs. But you have to get to them. Waves broken, Bengalias are fine. Does it count? Well, I think we ended that, Red Cliffy, but I have all the I'm gonna do the goals anyway. So if you want to sub, I appreciate it. I ended that at the end of January. It will still help me get to Red Bull though. So I still need to. I'm not going there to cast or anything. I still need to pay for all my flights and hotels and everything. So on the land, it will be a forward from NeoZz doing the barracks forward. Shinbei Raiders are as strong as they are. They're very, very strong. And Vils now from Babaorum will go to mine the gold and then put up a mining camp. I think I will do the videos anyway for the sub alerts, but thank you Full Metal Sim for gifting a sub to Red Cliffy, who just continued their gift prime sub to Tier 1.
Lada is no more. When Attila returns to camp, he alone will
What just
rule
happened
the
there?
Huns.
You challenge my every decision. It is as if you seek to lead the Huns yourself.
Some teamwork on the subs. Thank you very much, the double sub. And Brox Z, thank you for the follow. So, sneak range here from NeoZz. And, well, Babaorum will see the villager. Won't see the range, and he will be up more slowly, but has 2 docks. So double docks, looks like he will go to fight for the water. If he makes 2 fire galleys right away, that makes it hard to react to the forward in time, because you're spending all of your wood on ships that you're not spending on a barracks and an archery range. NeoZz investing into the fast uptime into men-at-arms with the forward range follow-up for a tower on 1 wood line, and archers to go hit the other wood line that's walled. And that is a tower that will hit the wood and the gold, especially once fletching comes in. Arson for the men-at-arms. So much food for the woo. This is 55, not 65, but the barracks, the range, and the dock in total, 55 food each, so that's 115, or 55, so 165 food they get from those 3 buildings. Is it a real map script? It is the The Baltic emote I have is a real map script. The heart is I generated a Baltic map, and then I edited it slightly until it got to the heart shape. I did make a heart-shaped map once a while ago. And then maybe we'll have to do that once, have an actual heart Baltic. I could pick Shu on game 3. And pick all 3 of the 3 Kingdom civs. If he gets to the best of 5, could then go Catan Urchins. Oh, well, fletching is going to be hard to achieve, right? It's going to be hard to afford this early if you're going that far forward. But he's done some damage. He's kept Babaorum off of gold. Babaorum, though, with the water approach, 3 fire galleys, and he can fish. He can keep fishing. And Lithuanians still ahead in res collected, going for that early dock, saving the Vil. If that Vil had died, it probably would have been GG for him. But he does exactly what he wants with the fish. The men-at-arms will attack the house, backed up by some archers. And they will get in along with the scout and try to do damage to the villagers. Vil's going down to the men-at-arms and the scout. Yeah, he really needs the win here, and, well, that Vil won't stay alive. Picked off by the men-at-arms. Right timing to break through along with the archers. And now Vils are forced to go back to a straggler tree by the TC. That's the only wood Babaorum has, the straggler. He did find another mining camp, and he will need to find another lumber camp spot. NeoZz, though, will find that. It won't be hidden forever. And a couple of weak Vils are out there. And immediately targets the weak one. Immediately targets the weak one. And Palisade added in. Skirm's coming over from Babaorum, and at least he doesn't lose the villager. But now he's off of wood, he's off of gold, has to run back to that wood line again, rebuild the house. At the very least, though, he is winning the water. NeoZz will add some more fire galleys, and so will Babaorum. He can see the flag, and he feels, you know what, there's a flag there. Let's add my own fires, make sure I'm not going to lose the fish. That's my advantage now. But also, he's fished all of the deep fish that are near his dock, and the fishing ships have auto-tasked themselves upon the shore fish. And we'll have some Vils trying to fight the tower. Babaorum rushing the tower with skirms to try to deny the archers. And remember, this was made forward when we saw this was made possible when we saw Babaorum lose that scout early on, so he couldn't scout the forward. NeoZz was just like, he's not going to scout me, let's YOLO forward. And archers will be picked off, but they'll also get a couple of Vils. 4-4 eco KD, though. Remember, a couple of fishing ships went down. And Babaorum will get back to the TC. Falling behind in res collected now. Almost destroyed the dock. Will be 2v2 for the fires. 1 fire running away. And he might win this. Oh, he's shielded by the dock, though. Has to go around the dock. Doesn't have the repair Vil, but we'll do 2 more, or does have the repair Vil. Should go repair. Yeah, such eco inefficiency. Although, archers under a tower chased by skirms. 1 man-at-arms there trying to attack the skirms. And we'll take out the archers. Archers go down. Archers all going down. Skirms hit the men-at-arms. And TC snipes them all off. Another mill there for Babaorum. The skirms will chase the archers, try to pick them off. And get some nice kills before the men-at-arms loop back. And Babaorum actually up in eco units so far. 36 to 38 Vils, but 3 fishing ships for him. More men-at-arms on the way, though, for NeoZz. He's up to 6 and has more queued. So from that forward barracks, he will go full men-at-arms. And try to take advantage of the fact that Babaorum doesn't have gold for producing archers. And he'll go full men-at-arms that heal over time against only a skirm defense. Not even access to stone does Babaorum have. And This has been rough for him the entire game. Fire is on the water. Probably could destroy the dock. Doesn't have his Vil out here anymore? Honestly, a third dock somewhere. And some more fish maybe could pay off. But he's struggling at home as we now have almost 1,500 more res collected for NeoZz. Yeah, setting more Vils forward. The Skirm's fighting the archers. And the archers have a hill. Oh, the Vil's gonna fight the Skirm. Oh, there they are. Look at him go. That Vil. He's the target right in front of him. The Skirm is faster, at least. Super speedy Lithuanian Skirm is 1.06. That's some Fire Lancer speed there. And a tower from NeoZz. Not like Babaorum's taking that gold, but why not secure it? And at this point, there aren't enough fish left in the sea, I think, for Babaorum to make a comeback. He has 5 fire galleys, but no control of land. Those men-at-arms keep attacking the Skirms and healing and running away. Archer hitting the Skirms, the Vils fight the Skirms, men-at-arms killing Vils on the berries. Now, those low HP Vils haven't died yet, but this could turn into a massacre. On the other end, they'll get away. Another tower going up for NeoZz. Men-at-arms chase the archers back, and Vils will try to build a palisade. They will escape. They'll run away from the woodline. The Skirms hit the men-at-arms. Men-at-arms go down. Go up, redo fletching. Oh, big Vil fight now. Big Vil fight now. Tower going up for NeoZz, and that's going to encircle all of Babaorum's base. He has one little sliver of lumber camp left. Oh no, we got 14 men-at-arms and more on the way. When do we ever see this many men-at-arms? Oh, the Vils slaughtered by the men-at-arms, and somehow the Vil counts are still even. But that's gonna change in a hurry. Oh, more towers. There, I think that's about it. The mill will go down. No gold access for Babaorum. He can do nothing but Skirms against men-at-arms. Skirms and quick wall attempts. This is brutal. And we can stand at the base of the tower and fight. Oh, some archers getting killed by Skirms. Men-at-arms weren't there to support them. Look at that fight from Babaorum. He's still hanging in there. He's giving us a fight. I like that. We've seen some earlier signs in TTL. I like it when players stay and fight. Take down the men-at-arms. And another one going down between the houses. So he's almost cleaned some of the men-at-arms. He might need more houses soon. He's losing his houses. He's gonna rush the tower as NeoZz does what he can to wall it in. The Vils can find some diagonals where they can hit. Nothing you can do to stop the infantry rush at this point. You have to be the one on archers first. Yeah, and even if you aren't stopping it, then they're gonna have the Jin Swordsman next stage. So 2-0 for NeoZz. Wonderful forward after killing the scout with the TC. And you can see the moment where that happened. Now if the webcam blocks that, but it goes from 1 to 0 military, doesn't scout the forward, and then invests into water rather than land. So GG's, NeoZz goes up 2-0, and we'll have game number 3 coming up. And let me check how much I need for the ad. All right. Just to keep those off and score 2-0 for NeoZz. And for high tides, that'll be a loss for Babaorum. And civs will be Lithuanians. The very first pick, Lithuanians losing to the Wu. And that'll give us Stranded for game number 3. And are they in the game yet? They are. We'll have a spec delay. This will be, I think, the final. There's no sets after this, right? Yeah, this will be the final set of the day. 15 GMT tomorrow. We'll have Koala versus Dennis. And right before this set starts, I will run to the bathroom really quickly. And then we'll get into the final game of the day. Okay. To fix that. And we're back. And time for Stranded. Stranded for game number 3. Never been impressed by fire archers. I've never seen them be impressive. So Babaorum will be the yellow Byzantines. Byzantines to the south, and NeoZz will be the blue Maya to the east. So going Maya for Stranded. We'll get the extra Vil once the TC goes up to do the house on the way. Start with the fishing ship, so he'll have some nice Vil production even when he starts with less food. So probably a good map for the Maya. And if you want to play that all-in crossbow, no food eco approach, can work out. It didn't keep a Vil on the shorefish, went to build the TC as fast as possible. And didn't keep a Vil on the shorefish either, did Babaorum. Maybe just wanting the TC speed. We'll have a TC in a decent spot on one of the small wood lines. You can go for the gold on the main wood line if you want. You do maybe put yourself more at risk of a mangonel push if you're by the hill, though. Now, there isn't much stone on the map, only a few single tiles of stone scattered around. Actually, there's only one stone between the players on this side. There's a stone over here from Babaorum. He did run... He did have a good spawn right between a couple of stones. They are fairly well spaced and spread out. Interesting no stone spawned over here. I'll have to look into that, too. Add that to my list. Stranded stone spacing. Lots of really tiny things to notice on maps. What if we had Jin Swordsman as the unique unit and Fire Archers as an archery range unique unit? No, dude, we don't need more archery range unique units, our base. No more. No more. Oh no, that's scary enough. Jin Swordsmen do feel much more like a castle unique unit, though. As a unique upgrade to Expo. What if you just made them at the Siege Workshop, like the Flaming Camel? Just make them and you unlock them in the Castle Age, and you could do an archer from the workshop. Nope, it's just a random amount. The problem is, I just don't know, something must have blocked the stone from spawning over here. There's probably a distance it has to be from the forests, and the fact that these forests kind of spawned in a row here might have not left enough room for it. I'll have to check up on that and see why it didn't spawn. I would like the stones to be relatively equal. See, we had a pretty big gap over here with no stone. It's not like it's unfair or imbalances the map, right? It's a nomad start, and he has stone there, over there. This is just a neutral one. Well, I probably could clean that up just a bit. And it's good that I notice things and adjust them, rather than players notice them and complain about them. So now, Elephant lured in by Babaorum. Don't think it's a huge deal. Yeah, I don't either, but still something we can tweak a bit. No harm in tweaking stuff to make it better. Elephant after the Vil, doing some damage. No loom, no problem. Elephant lured in. And Emu, hello Emu. How you doing? Are you practicing to win USA Cup this year? And elephant lured in from NeoZz. There he goes, right by the TC. Elephants and rhinos do spawn pretty generously around the middle, and luring quite a few of them. The Maya with longer lasting elephants will be pretty great here. Now, if the Maya do go all in for skirms, then the all in for archers, the Byzantines can go all in for skirms. Maya will have the better skirms if they do their unique tech for Holster Javelineers. The Byzantines will have more, though, with their discount. Minus 25%. Where's that Vil going? Is that how he... Okay, this Vil's going to hunt the elephant. Oh, he's going for a barracks. Second week of classes, so people... I know that feeling. I know that feeling. I also know the feeling of having so many students that can't possibly get to all of them because there are hundreds. Oh gosh, I wish I got paid per person I tutored then. Oh, that would have been bankrupting the CS department. intro CS the night before an assignment's due, 600 students in the course. Oh boy, I would have made bank then. So another house here for Babaorum. He's walling up at the front doing militia. Now the big question for men-at-arms on this map is there anything you can actually hit with them, with the TC defending so much of the eco? TC here on wood, gold, and food, basically. Usually this would come with a follow-up tower on the wood line to force the player to the outside wood lines, but here we'll be with a forward dock, and the Byzantines, I'm sure NeoZz will not be surprised to see a forward dock from the Byzantines attempting to go fire galleys. That will be their strength on this map, and with a fast feudal age, but fewer fishing ships, Babaorum will be in a position to pressure. NeoZz scouting? Is he looking for fish or the dock? He's looking for fish, doesn't quite see the dock. Stranded is a fun map. I like FC into random stuff go. It does feel like a fast castle map from when I've played it. They're relatively well funded, at least. That they are. They are. And militia. Wandering around for militia. Loom here will have a forward range, and the militia into men-at-arms will be spotted by that house. As the blacksmith comes up for NeoZz, did he actually spot it though? Yes, he did. House walls on the way, and the TC will fend them off. Maybe a mistake to go by the house, and he might need to invest into arson. But he is also forward, hasn't made a fire galley from the dock yet. There's men-at-arms, there's the blacksmith. And is this a blacksmith range FC from NeoZz? He gets castle and makes crossbows. Should be able to deal with feudal skirms. So discounted archers versus discounted skirms. Eagle pops out right now. And, oh, Babaorum, Wallerville. Third game in a row, you'll be caught with an unwalled Ville. 19 HP, the Eagle could stab the tower down. And he deletes the tower foundation, only lost 2 stone. The Ville will have to run. Maybe you could help the men-at-arms break in now. And there we have Castle Age on the way for NeoZz. And a house coming up as the men-at-arms take a couple of buffaloes. Double backs on the way for Babaorum. Water buffalo. Maybe the Daniel would be on US. That would be USAA. That'd be like T90 Daniel. And a dream. So Vil will find the Eagle. Can the Vil Alcatraz himself? He will try to, and he will succeed. Babaorum saves the villager. The men-at-arms will kill an Eagle. Down it goes. And there is the fire galley. Fire galley attacking the fishing ships. Finally gets it forward in a position to do so. We'll have some defensive fires from NeoZz, and NeoZz will be up to the Castle Age. Hasn't really had the fish disrupted early enough, I think, for that to matter. TC still in a good spot for Babaorum. The people pick maps. I'm a big fan for being able to pick the map you want to queue for. And having a more integrated lobby system with the matchmaking. So fires go down. Scale mail armor and Castle Age on the way for NeoZz. Make it all Michi. Well, then if you want to play Michi, you can. Forward blacksmith for Babaorum, not wasting any idle time on that Vil. And so far, he has to maintain this forward position and make sure that he doesn't lose the army. But archers and eagles, 2 ranges. They will quickly become Castle Age units. Eagles will look to move forward and raid. Not much they can raid with the TC protecting the entire eco at this point. And this is why I don't like the TC on the middle wood lines, because you chop the middle wood line, and you don't have a place to retreat to. Michi Goated has a 1v1 map. Michi Goated. Crossbow on the way for NeoZz, just about finished with it. And Men-at-Arms, Skirms, Archer come forward. Maybe they'll find the Vils on the wood line here. will sneak in. Nice kill on the Vil with the men-at-arms. Will that Vil die? It's a tanky Vil. Oh, there we go. 1 eco kill. But here come crossbows forward. At the very least, Babaorum is walled. NeoZz trying to do a house forward. And where are the fire galleys? 2 fire galleys, but where even are they? One sailing around the map. I don't even see where the other is. Oh, there it is. But NeoZz still 9 fishing ships, so he has not been disrupted at all by those fires. On this map, I feel that forward docks don't work all that well. I feel like FC while making a few galleys usually is the play. FC Cotra in range now? Oh yeah, we casted T90 John Slow on that. Crossbows forcing the men-at-arms away as skirms go down, and we'll have a few skirms pumping out of that range. Crossbows on the hill shooting Vils. Vils have to run off the wood line. And Eagles go through the palisade. So gold mining on the way for NeoZz.
Shot it.
And crossbows can maybe sit outside the tower range, or over here between the TC and the tower and hit the gold Vils. No ballistics, but that'll be deadly. Here comes some more fires, finally getting to the fishing ships. But now the Maya player is on Bodkin and they're in the Castle Age. Everything they need to spend food on has already been done. Crossbow, Bodkin, and Castle. So now they really just need ballistics, but you can disrupt the fishing ships all you want. You won't stop ballistics. And crossbows killing a few more Vils. They're losing HP. I think Babaorum is in trouble. I think he's in big trouble. I think on the water, even just Castle Age and maybe a couple demos clear that. There is War Galley. I said Castle Age, I meant War Galley. War Galley, Castle Age ships on the way. War Galley coming in.
Shot it.
And ooh. Crossbows dodge the skirms. But another group of crossbows is en route. And these crossbows will sneak back. Babaorum, maybe losing track of them for a second. Needs a demo for the moment. I think that's the only way he survives if he somehow demos them. Doesn't have a demo queued, though. Now he'll try to get crossbows in the back. Babaorum desperate for a defensive tower in the rear. And the fire is then going down. There is padded archer armor from NeoZz. And oh, look at those Byzantine fire galleys go, destroying fire ships. NeoZz wasn't really microing there, but still. Crossbows daring to dive the tower. And picking off a couple of Vils, so 6 Vil kills from NeoZz so far. I feel like with all this aggression, Babaorum's done well not to have lost more, and he's actually ahead in the eco count. He has Byzantine skirms, he's still feudal, so that'll disappear as he clicks up to castle if he ever can. Byzantine skirms OP. Maybe the name of the game is just get enough skirms and you can hit eagles. I've seen Yo do that before. I've seen Yo go full feudal skirms against castle eagles and make it work on Socotra. Scale Barding armor. If you can win the water while doing that, maybe it works. But maybe finally won't be able to win the water as fires pop out for NeoZz. Am I just underestimating Byzantines? No. Fire ship wins this. Byzantines are strong though. Don't sleep on Byzantines on water. Eagles getting in on skirms. That's a lot of skirms dying. Tower trying to defend. Eagles at least are... Oh no, they're not warriors. They're just Eagle Scouts. Eagle Scouts with 1 armor. NeoZz will add in another TC and try to boom. 7 fishing ships for Babaorum, so he has a good food eco. At least on the water. Still some deep fish there. Hasn't been harassed on the water yet. Both saw for NeoZz. I think NeoZz is simply too far ahead in military, 25-7. And now is a mangonel forward on land. As I knock my water bottle over. Like I say every stream, I need cup holders on the desk. I don't want to put it on the desk, because I know I'll knock it with my arm. If I put it on the floor where I can reach it, I'll knock it with my feet. Crossbows till the skirm. And TC being mangonelled down. Over there, maybe. Mangonelled down, crossbows doing some damage too. And Babaorum, he can repair that, but what wood does he have to repair it? Very little wood on the outside, so he simply will call it GG. Good 3-0 sweep for NeoZz in our French player mirror matchup. Your desk came with a cup holder? You always worry you'll knock the drink onto the floor. Well, thank you, Emu, for gigifying the Dino Dance emote. GG. And well done for NeoZz. Very well done, even using the Maya here on a map where you maybe think more of hybrid civs, but I think the Maya do have their merits for Stranded. Why is it so big? Because he used Gigify and emote. He spent 30 bits to Gigify it. That's a thing you can do on Twitch. And, right, so final score will be 3-0 NeoZz. And we will check off the maps. He did win Stranded. And the final pair of civs is the Byzantines. Sadly, a loss for the Byzantines. They will lose to the Maya. And how did I turn my overlay off? Hold on. There we go. On-screen celebration. What the heck is that? What is that? I love B4HFCF. Did that pop up somewhere? What is that? Was that on screen somewhere? I didn't see it. NeoZz 3-0. And let's just check out the TTL standings now. The Titans League. How do I find the Wikipedia link now? I click through a bunch of stuff and click it. There we go. And TTL standings. What are our standings now? As NeoZz will win 3-0 over Babaorum. Don't think that'll be reflected yet. Now we have to go down, and now look, we have, that is NeoZz doing better in his group. That was also the Target and GoKu group. That was our second set of the third round. Antagonist Blue will be coming up. Survivalist, that was one heck of a set against Chart. Later this week, we'll have Gabby versus Monos in Group C. So that's an important matchup looking at their positions right now, 1-1. Gabby, an extra game win. Cosmonaut and UCL at the top of the group so far. Gabby had a very good set against 2CL, but did manage to end up only with one win. And then Group D, Stark has been dominating. Stark has been saying, I'm not a silver player, I'm a gold player. He has taken every game he's seen so far, and even incredibly close games, and found ways to win them. He's been drafting well, playing well, booming well, everything you want. There's a huge Kappa fract. Thank you for the bits, everyone. Anyway, that'll be it for us today, though. We'll probably be back tomorrow. I'm not sure, though. I kind of want to take the day off just to do some other overlay and streaming work. But if no one else is really casting, I might cast all day tomorrow. It's only 3 p.m., so I got time tonight to eat and then do work and fix the map scripts. So again, thank you all so much for all the support. The subs and everything have been amazing the past month. So I hope we can keep that up. That certainly helps out a lot. Somehow you always seem to miss a low 7 polar. And Lord Seidel and XRisk0, thank you for the follows. Thank you all for the follows. We did pass 15k followers on Twitch, so make sure you sub on YouTube too, because we're within 40 subs of, I think we're at 40 subs away from 30k on YouTube. I actually do need to edit YouTube videos, but I need to finish the maps first. And I need to check that I'm in this content creator preview for the new DLC, so I can actually do the Onamaru maps. Or I forget. Alright. So thanks for casting. Well, thanks for watching. No, we're not going to do channel points, Louis Joe. No. No gamification. I care about the viewers. We're not gonna spam some watch the channel for points thing. Okay, let's see who's streaming some Age right now. And send a rage over to someone. Oh, show match versus... That was 19 GMT, though. That might be over? Maybe it's not? I think we'll send a raid over to Bananji. I don't think I raided Bananji before. So we'll raid Bananji on Twitch. And thank you, everyone, for watching on YouTube. And I'll see you all perhaps tomorrow.